No elo. Sorry, małe spóźnienie. Ale jak zwykle... Jest głośno. Rogacia odpaliła w oknie. Jeszcze zaraz ją tylko odpalę. Dzisiaj mamy specjalnego streama. Powitać wszystkich. Siema Lalaj, siema Filiksie. Dobry wieczór Eryku. I siema Lavi. Potężny Strik 95. O. Dzisiaj gramy sobie Indyka. Indyka, który jest visual novelą, także coś nietypowego na nasz kanał. Zwykle ja grałem w sumie na naszym kanale chyba jedną może visual novelę, może dwie. Muszę zastanowić. To jest ta gra, którą wybrała Lara dzisiaj w ramach Wielkiej Orkiestry Świątecznej Pomocy. Wylicytowała dużo pieniążków, żebym zagrał w taką oto grę. I to jest visual novela, więc będzie dużo czytania. Zapraszam do oglądania i... W sumie tyle. To mogę tak, że powiedzieć. Niewiele mogę powiedzieć o tej grze, bo niewiele o niej wiem sam. To jest mała gra. Zwracaj uwagę na tytuły rozdziałów. Karty. Mamy postaci. Spend up to 3 times with each character. Click a character, see the information card and tap the card to flip over to for more information. Dracula. Pretty. To jest, nie wiem, że... Czy nasz Dragon Rompe? Dragon Rompe? A to nie czasem Danganronpa? Jakoś tak? Siema, Gentle Frog. O kurde. Hello, Moongraph Aura. Sorry, can you speak English? Because I'm not familiar with your language. Let me translate this. You need to use English or I will have to time out you know? You can't use that language on my channel. Where did you come from anyway? Anyway, więc to jest visual novela. Nie wiem jaki jest temat tej gry. About? Okej. Zaczynamy. Zobaczmy z czym to się je. Warden. Znam tytuł, ale nie mam pojęcia co to jest Danganronpa. Obstawiam, że jest to jakaś visual novela. Dan Scagnelli. Wake up. Dan Scagnelli. Z imię? Tak zwane killing game, a to nie. Another morning being woken up by the prison loudspeaker. Me. It's gotten to the point where the sound of a loud alarm clock would be music to my ears. Dan Scagnelli, wake up. That is an order. Don't want to wake up for another day of this. Czemu główny bohater ma takie głupie imię? Dan Scagnelli. Dan? O, to znaczy Dan Scagnelli to jest chyba imię i nazwisko, tak? Why me specifically? What did I do wrong? Seems like it's not even sunrise yet. Why am I being woken so early? You're being released. What? Your sentence ends today. I have almost a whole decade left though. Someone's come for you. They're on their way to your cell. What's going on? Who could possibly be coming to bail me out? Ooh. Did someone get the money? There's no way. Nie to znaczy killing game. Gra, w której zabijasz ludzi? Doom to jest killing game. Maybe it's a mistake. Dan Scagnelli, I take it. Siema, Grześ Kosek. Where is DBD? Ja gram w DBD w wtorek, w piątek i w sobotę. Who are you? Who is this? You're completely covered up in shadow. Don't worry about who I am for now. Let's get going. Why did you do this for me? Put your civilian clothes on. Then unlock my cell and threw me old clothes in. I changed quickly. Good. To jest trójwymiarowy model. I could barely remember how long it had been since I last wore this. Now tell me, who are you? Look down. I'll be the one asking the questions for now. What's going on? Dan, do you feel guilty? Guilty? I mean, yes, I feel guilty for what I did in the past, but I didn't really have a choice back then. And I'm not the same person that I was before. So I feel guilty, but I would like to leave it in the past and live life as a new me who learned from my mistakes. Isn't that what the prison system for? I see. Was anyone harmed by your past crimes? Well, they weren't exactly victimless crimes. Do you think the people who were harmed could leave it in the past? No, I guess that would be pretty difficult. What about their loved ones, people who depend on them? Do you think they can so easily forgive and forget? What's your point? What makes you think you have the right to forgive yourselves? Forgive yourself if those people could never forgive you. What makes you think you have the right? I don't know. I see. Well, then let's not waste any time more. Here you have plenty of hard work ahead of you. Come with me. They extended their hand. Who is this? Should I go with them? No. Yes. Okay. I reached out and grabbed the hand. Everything went dark. I will remember that decision, even if you don't. My thoughts started to fade slowly. My consciousness, my ability to process what was happening to me, fading. The last thing I can remember thinking, whoever this is, they didn't come to save me. Where am I? I can't remember how I got here. My head is throbbing. I think I passed out again. I have to get up. Where am I? How did I get here? Last thing I remember, I was in my cell being told I would get out. Then the warden called for me and told me I was being released. Why can't I remember anything past that? I'm on the floor in what looks like a little cell. I don't have anything with me. Not even my ID in my pockets. Someone must have taken it from me. What's going on here? What was that sound? Oh, it came from the door. It sounds like... Let's see what's on the other side. I pushed the door open into a large circular room. Just as I did, so did 11 other people. It seems like they all came from their own room, like myself. I quickly glanced around to familiarize myself with everyone. This was a guy with a backpack. He looked like a regular guy. Nothing wrong with that, definitely a much better first impression than I probably gave. Not the most intimidating, but not meek either. I could work with that. Second, there was someone who looked to be in their early 20s. Their figure was somewhat petite, but the resting expression was a very stern one. Not threatening per se, but a clear signal not to step on their toes. Next was Stella Cantoir. I know her. One of the richest people in the world, and head of the Cantoir holding group. What she's doing here? Her outfit made it seem like she would be a very serious, but the way her eyes flicked around, she was definitely checking some of the men in the room out. I was mildly offended when she made eye contact with me and then quickly looked away. Next to her was a kid. He seemed more confused than the rest of us. His outfit was unusual. Like his wardrobe was made of hand-me-downs and he was worried it would rain. Sid. Judging by the name tag, his name was Sid. If he was wearing a name tag, he was probably at a job before this. Next was a young girl, probably a college student. Unlike most of us, she seemed to be lost in thought rather than trying to make sense of the situation. All of the guys were glancing at her. Next was a woman in a crop top holding a cat. Czemu zawinił kat? Znaczy kot, czym zawinił? Hej, Akana. Ja rozumiem, że oni co powiedzieli z jakiegoś powodu. Każdy z jakiegoś innego powodu, ale czemu kot? Kot niczemu nie zawinił, jest niewinny. Honestly, could have been 15 or 35. It was hard to tell. You know how they say pet owners tend to look like their pets? She definitely looked to me like a cat. For a second I thought she even had narrow pupils. Like the previous girl, she was much more preoccupied with her cat than the current situation. Towering over the woman was a blonde man. His glasses were reflective, so it was hard to read his expression. His posture was very confident, but besides that, I couldn't really tell what to make of him. And then there was definitely the oldest one here, a vampire-looking dude. Not that any of us knew what was going on, but he definitely gave off a creepy vibe. Seriously though, what's with the outfit? It's like a cross between a Halloween costume and a high fashion. Moving on, another woman, she gave off much more chill vibes. She doesn't look as airheaded as the other girls. Her cropped hoodie says sub very, very faintly. I wonder what that means. Next was, okay, honestly I wasn't sure what that was. Was it a robot? A child in a frog costume? I'm just going to assume it's a kid, but the outfit they're wearing makes it hard to tell anything else about them. Dust was a pretty much half-naked man. His outfit was about as out of place as the vampires. Maybe it really was Halloween before we all were gathered here. I was hoping to get good reads on everyone, but this guy, the frog, and the vampire threw that out of the window. My people watching session was quickly interrupted by someone finally finding the courage to speak up. I'm assuming you're all as confused as I am, so let's get straight to the figuring things out. Anyone know where we are or why we're here? No clue. The last thing I remember, I was out for a walk, totally fine. After that, my memory is a haze. It's like I suddenly took a nap and woke up here. A few people spoke up at once, agreeing. So no one knows how they got here, and there's probably gaps in our memory. Does anyone recognize anyone else in here? A few people were starting to raise their hands. Besides the world-famous businesswoman, who I'm sure we've all seen on TV. A bunch of people were staring at her. After the qualification, the hands shot back down. So no one personally know each other, I see, not even as friends or friends of friends or connections of that sort. In that case, I think it's fair to assume we've been placed here against our will then. That is to say, we've probably been kidnapped by someone with an unknown motive. I think we all knew this on some level, but several people's expressions sank upon hearing that. Mine not so much. This wasn't much more hopeless than being in a jail cell, but at least some of these people seemed to be ordinary people. This is probably the first time most of them had been trapped in a situation like this. Does anyone have a phone or something else like that? A few people instinctively checked their pockets. A few others made it clear that they had checked a few times already. I normally have always my phone on me. Yeah, same. Someone must have taken all of our belongings. That's, yeah. Until we have more information, it's probably best to assume our lives are in some sort of danger while we are here. In which case, I think we should look around and try to find a way out or some answers. Any objections? Again, silence. Alright. Let's look around then. We looked around for a bit. But it quickly became clear that there was nothing to find or see here. It sounds like we were all woke up in the same type of room with no notable features. And then the central room connecting them all also had no notable features. It was the most nondescript building I've ever been. Even prison had more character than this room. The only really notable feature of this building seemed to be there was no exit, at least none we could use. Anyone have anything to report? Kinda. I'm scared, I want to report that I miss my mom. Not sure that counts as finding something. So it is a little boy in a frog suit. Why are you wearing that anyway, kid? It makes me feel safe. I'm just a little frog. Just try to stay calm for now and the adults will figure this out. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone found anything useful. In that case, does anyone have a particularly good sense of hearing? Perhaps if we listen closely to the walls, we will get a sense of whether we're in a civilization or not. If so, then we could reason about our chances of getting help from the authorities. I think first we should all introduce ourselves. Since we are stuck in here for a moment, it would be good to know who we're stuck with. I concur. I don't know how to address any of you. It will be hard for us to work together without some sense of camaraderie. Alright, let's take some time to talk to each other. I don't love making small talk, but I need to blend in at least. Let's meet everyone. Tutorial. Throughout the game, when a character is present in a room, their icon will appear in top left. In some segments, you will gain control of the story and can choose who to talk to. To talk to a character, click on their icon in the top left. Ask everyone at least one question to progress your story. You can ask more if you're interested. Teraz mogę klikać. Hey, I'm Freddy Ogden. Frog. But I like when people call me Froggy. Hey, Dan. Hey, I'm Dan. What were you doing before you ended up here? I was taking a nap. I just had a long day of playing video games. I ate a cookie. This isn't getting anywhere. What do you think we're here? I don't know. Is this a surprise party set up by my parents? Am I getting bullied? Or is this a dream? I wish it was, kid. What do you do for a living? I'm 12, mister. I just go to school and my parents feed me and buy me things when I ask. In retrospect, that was a pretty dumb question. Mi się wydaje, że to dziecko jest podejrzane. Dopóki nie sięga kostiumu, to ja nie wierzę, że to dzieciak. On pewnie podsłuchuje. It's hard to make heads or tails with this kid. Lecimy po kolei. Hi, my name is Bert Kim. Hi, I'm Dan. What should I ask Bert? What were you doing before you ended up here? I was at this really great Italian restaurant, just enjoying some pasta. Tortellini with pesto. Man, I'm sad I didn't get to finish it. Well, I guess that's the last thing I remember. I imagine there are more between then and now that I don't remember. Yeah, same for me. What do you do for a living? I graduated college pretty recently. I'm a software engineer now. Damn, you must be pretty smart. That's nice of you to say, but I think these days most people can pick up coding if they try really hard. Why do you think we're here? Well, honestly have no idea. If I were still in college, I would think I was getting hazed by some frat. Maybe everyone here knows something the government doesn't want us to. And they brought everyone here to mind wipe us or something. That's a theory. I think the government would have just left me in prison if that were the case. I think that's everything I want to ask Bert. Ja mam cały czas wodę. Not really one for formalities, but I'm Sam Lee. Hey, I'm Dan. I'm still in college, working on a degree in political science. I have some side jobs to help me pay my way through. Are you planning to work as a legislator? Hopefully, yeah. There's some political causes I'm heavily invested in. I think becoming a politician is one of the most effective ways to work on those causes. Hope reforming the prison system is one of them. What were you doing? The last thing I remember was I was on my way back to my dorm from the campus. I've been up late working on an assignment, so campus was pretty empty. Maybe that's how our kidnapper was able to get me. Sounds a lot easier than kidnapping someone from a prison. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm pretty political active. Maybe I made some enemies and they're using rather underhanded tactics. I don't even know the results of the last election. Are we really all some political enemies? Not my type, but I guess we can talk. I'm Stella Cantonier. Hey, I'm Dan. What are you doing for a living? You haven't heard of me? That's somewhat refreshing. If only you were younger. I haven't paid much attention to the news recently. Are you famous? I'm a CEO of Cantonware Holdings, one of the largest investment firms in the world. Surely you've heard of it. Yeah, that rings a bell. The truth is, I know her, but no way in hell I can let her know that. What were you doing? I was at a cute prince estate, spending the night. She really has no shame. Naturally, I can't let the boys near my home office where business secrets are, otherwise we'd be at my place. He had gone out to get us some breakfast while I was lying in bed. Next thing I can remember, I'm here. The rest of you don't look rich, otherwise the answer would be easy. Someone holding me for a ransom. These people are really are judgmental, aren't they? Going to have keep my eye on her. Siema Aver. Dobry wieczór. Don't stray too far, kitty. Hey, I'm sit straight. Don't forget it. Hey, I'm done. What do you do? I'm still in high school, but I work at a grocery store after school. But it's not just a high school job. I work just as hard as the adults. Defensive today, aren't we? I think I just got off the bus from the work back home. I was walking home and that's the last thing I can remember. The kid's parents can't pick up him up from work. They must also work late hours. I don't know, maybe we got arrested? Never mind, I didn't do anything wrong. And even if I had committed a crime, they wouldn't arrest a minor like me, alright? I really hope this isn't a jail. Hey, what about you? Tell me more about you. I was hoping I wouldn't really have to talk about myself. Not much to say, I'm just a regular guy. You seem kinda like a punk. I guess he's not wrong. Takes one to know one. Hiya, Jenny Flowers. Hey, I'm done. I'm still in college. I'm a statistics major. But on the side, I'm a competitive poker player. If I'm able to do well at some tournaments next year, I might try to go pro after graduating. Damn, there's a lot of really smart people here. Huh, that's nice of you to say. I was watching a movie by myself at home. I guess in some sense it was perfect time for someone to kidnap me. Whoever our kidnapper is, they're a crafty one. Yeah, maybe that compliment will convince them to let you go. Huh, you're funny. Not sure. I've never wanted to kidnap anyone before, so it's hard to say for sure. Do you think we were kidnapped? Duh, seems pretty obvious to me. Why is she saying that with such a bubbly expression? Interesting girl. Siema Naomi. Dobry wieczór. Cześć MZS. Ja dalej nie wiem co znaczy killing game. Dla mnie killing game to jest Doom. Nalana wybrała tą grę w ramach Wielkiej Orkiestry Świątecznej Pomocy. Dzisiaj stream będzie z tej gierki. Katrin Henson. Hey, Katrin Henson, and this is Sesam Henson. Hey, I'm done. I work at a shelter for cats, taking care of them, making sure they get adopted by good owners. I'm obsessed with cats, so it's basically my dream job. Oh, and Sesam's job is keeping me company. She's here to translate. I was sitting outside my place, letting Sesam get some fresh air. Next time we know, we end up here. Whoever brought us here must be somewhat of a gentle soul if they brought both of us. As a rule of thumb, I don't often label kidnappers as gentle. Honestly, no idea. Maybe I pissed off someone who I denied an adoption. Somehow I bet adoptions are the motivation here. It's kinda weird. Her cat is cute though. Good to meet you, Dan. Maybe a bit too bubbly. Greetings, I'm Kaiser Madden. Hi, I'm Dan. I'm logistic analyst for a large retail company. Basically just work on projects to optimize the shipping and distribution side of things. It's the kind of job that most people think sounds boring, but I think it's a fun challenge. Yep, sounds boring to me. I think I was in a taxi back home from a bar. That's the last thing I remember, though that's somewhat odd. I feel like I should at least remember leaving the taxi, unless the driver is complicit in all this. I don't know, maybe a terrorist attack, a hostage crisis or something, perhaps. Hard to say without meeting the people behind it. Hello, I'm Dracula. Like the vampire? Yes. I don't know if I believe him. I've never had someone introduce themselves as a famous vampire before. I'm done. It's nice to meet you. Let's just say during the day I don't do a whole lot. But what I do at night is very lucrative. That just sounds like you're president. That really isn't very helpful. For your sake and mine, it's better I don't give a helpful answer to that question. I think I've just fallen asleep. I work odd hours, so I sleep during the day. So I turn my sleep environment to mute sounds and block out light. That may have made it easy for a kidnapper to approach me. There's a lot of money to be made from human bodies. Ransom, organ harvesting, slavery. Wouldn't surprise me if it were one of those. But our kidnapper did put a lot of effort into this setup. Usually human trafficking is much less elegant. Bro. Ah, yeah. Bez jedynie rozumieć, co się dzieje. Ten Dracula. Is this guy really the Dracula? Is it truly a pleasure to... It is truly a pleasure to meet you, Dan. Siema, panie Guzikusie. Hi, I'm Lauren Palmer. Jak Laura Palmer? Z Twin Peaks? Hey, I'm Dan. I'm manager for a local athletics retail store. The sports that I like are not so easy to go pro in, otherwise I would be doing that. Czym jest Twin Peaks? Nie znasz Twin Peaks? Kultowy serial Davida Lyncha. Jeden z najbardziej wpływowych i kultowych seriali w historii telewizji. What kinds of sports? I would rather not got into that. There is a kid I'm sort of mentor to. Not related by blood or anything, just someone I met through a friend. I was on my way back home after spending some time with him. Thing is, I'm absolutely careful about walking around by myself, so if I got kidnapped, they must have been very precise about it. No clue. I feel like I've lived a pretty honest and boring life. There has to be a million people in my city who would be better kidnapping targets than me. She seems pretty reasonable. To koniecznie musisz poznać Twin Peaks, jeśli nie wiedziałaś. Ahoy there, matey. You're talking to Shahar Syed, the finest pirate on the Seven Seas. Is this guy serious? Hey, I'm done. Did you hear me, lad? I'm the finest pirate on the Seven Seas. I thought you were joking. Trying to lighten up the situation. No, I'm a pirate, right before your very eyes. Czyli, że co jest mordercą i gwałcicielem? On tak chce powiedzieć? I think I would prefer to believe he's joking. I was enjoying my love of the sea, so we're on a ship. Nah, lad. I was sitting on the beach enjoying the sunset. I wasn't expecting someone like that from such a macho man. Thinking is exactly my strong suit, mate. You look like a smart guy. Why don't you be the captain here and tell me why we're here? I don't know. Have you looted or plundered any villages with any angry mayors? Mate, what do you think this is? The 16th century? Piracy is a serious business. We loot towns, not villages. Why did they just talk to a pirate? And I've met everyone. Looks like the group is reconvening to discuss now. Okay, great. We all got to chat with each other. Now that's done, I think we should look around and try... A whirring noise cuts some off. A screen slowly lowered and everyone's attention turned... Co jestem w chapterze 0, rozumiem, tak? Turn to welcome screen. The game you all have been brought here to play will now be explained. Game. Pay attention closely, as this will only be explained once. There are 12 of you here. 11 were unwillingly forced to participate. The remaining person is the game master behind all of this. Will also participate. The identity of the game master will not be revealed. The goal of the game is simple. Kill the game master. The game will be played in rounds. Each round, one of you who is not the game master will be chosen. The chosen individual must kill someone who they think is the game master. You may use the end method to kill. If they do successfully kill the game master, the game immediately ends and the remaining participants will be let free. If they kill someone who is not the game master, they should do their best to hide their guilt. This is because the remaining participants will investigate and vote on who the murderer is. If they vote for the murderer correctly, the murderer will be killed. The game will be continue with the surviving participants. However, if they can't identify who the real murderer was, everyone but the murderer and the game master will be killed. And the game ends. In short, the murderer wants to kill the game master or kill anyone else and get away with it. What the hell is all this? A chip has been planted in each of your heads, capable of killing you instantly. The chip will be used to resolve the outcome of the vote. Does technology like that really exist? And why did they plant the chip? Each round of the game will take place in a different location. The chip will be used to keep you unconscious as you are transported between locations. As proof of this, you will soon be transported to the first location to play the first round of the game. How would we even know who to kill? The game is so much to process. There's no clear path to victory. Looking around, it was clear others were just as shocked. A game where we all have to bloody kill each other. Not my cup of booze. This is inhuman, to say the least. Is this really happening? You may be scared to kill someone who isn't mastermind. You may feel sorry for someone who dies. Let me assure you of one thing. Everyone who dies in this curse of the game their ends are deserved. Wait, what? Cześć Rosen! Dzień dobry, dobry wieczór. Rozumiem, o co chodzi. Czemu miał mnie skapować? What's I dreaming? Tam był jakiś tytuł, bo nie patrzyłem akurat na ten. It would make sense. I did tend to get nightmares in there. Hey. Huh? Hey. Hey, wake up already. How would you manage to stay knocked out even longer than the kid? Where are we now? I mean, look around. Where do you think we are? It's a train car. And we're moving. Wow, really? I mean, take a look at for yourself, genius. You're going somewhere. Or being taken somewhere. Then walked over to the window. Wow. There's nothing out there. Where are we? There are no landmarks anywhere. It's like in the middle of desert. This is just me, or does it feel like the whole room is moving? That's how train works. Have you never been on a train before? Blimey, you're right. We're moving. It'd be like a land boat. Oh, so Dan finally awake. It seems like everyone from that scary place is here. Yes, all 12 of us are here. 13, if you include the feline. Excuse me, please don't talk about kinksism like that. How did we even get here? A minute ago we were trapped in that weird place. That's a good question. Next thing I know, I'm waking up to some pirate poking me on a train. Seriously, what's with that guy? Maybe we were on the train the whole time. I just got moved to a different train car. I don't think so. Those rooms were pretty wide. I don't think they could have fit in any reasonable train car. Dan, what do you think? Me? We must have been moved here. Yeah, the culprit must have knocked us out and moved us here. Otherwise, we would remember it. I don't remember boarding myself, that's for sure. How did they manage to knock all of us out though? Seems obvious enough. You know how we get knocked out? To nie przez ten chip. What do you mean? Kaiser's probably right. Think back to what the monitor told us. A chip has implanted in each of your heads capable of killing you instantly. Keep you unconscious as you are transported between locations. As terrifying as that is, it seems like the only explanation. You really think the chips knocked us out somehow? When that screen told us about the chip in our brains, I didn't really believe it. It seems now we have a proof. Yeah, for the time being, it seems like we should take what screen told us as fact. Czy jak on się nazywa? Kaiser co? Damn. Lot of illegal shit going on here. If the screen wasn't lying about the brain chips, does that mean that it wasn't lying about having to kill each other? The screen called this a game. How disgusting. Either way, I don't think that's worth spending any more time. We're finally all awake, we should try to figure out what's going on. We can't wait around in this game and dwindle our thumbs until someone dies. Maybe if we find a way out here, we can escape and no one will have to die. So that should be our goal. And hopefully the murderer will give us some time to do that. We know the Game Master is one of us. Would they really allow that? Well, perhaps they have their reasons for giving us a way out. Right, we should start exploring the train. Maybe we can find the conductor. He could stop the train for us. That seems a little optimistic. It's worth a shot. That's a spirit. Poggers. Tego zabijamy pierwszego. Ktoś, kto mówi poggers in real life, nie zasłużył na życie. Plus is like we're going to just sit around here. If anything, we better hurry, otherwise the murderer might have time to plan a murder before we find our way out. What should I do? I'm just a frog. I keep forgetting there's a kid here too. It's probably the best if Freddy doesn't get involved. Hey Freddy, it will be okay. We can sit together, buddy. We'll hang out right here in this train car. Okay, miss. I can watch him. I used to babysit in a high school. I don't want kid involved in whatever this is. That's probably smart. It's not great with... I'm not good with kids myself. The rest of you better search every corner of this train though. Great point by Lauren, isn't it? Time to search. The whiskey could be hiding anywhere. I'll be checking the bar. Her motives may be skewed, but it's still helpful. There might be food back there though, and we're going to need to eat. I'll look with her. I'll check the next car up. To the front with me. The captain ought to be at the bow. I'll go with the pirate. Why is there a pirate here again? Kaiser Madden. Not much makes sense at the moment. No point in getting caught up in it. Sure, let's go with them. I'm going to go with them too. We should probably try stay in groups. Plus going to the front seems like the best way to find out where we're going. We're coming too. Ah, Catherine, your cat just bit me. Sorry, that's just Sism's way of saying he's excited. Oh. Sorry, alright Sism, we're going exploring. Meow. What a strange bunch. Okay, the rest of us can check the next car back. It looks like it's just 3 of us. Very well. Should I go with them? Yes. Alright. Hey Dan, I know you might not be the guy to ask, but between you and me, I don't feel particularly comfortable being alone with him. With the vampire? Yeah, it would be smart for of us to stay in groups of 3 or more. I'm wary of trusting anybody too much, especially after what the monitor said. Granted, if 2 people go off on their own and 1 dies, it'd be pretty obvious who did it. But still better be safe than sorry. Alright, let's go. We made our way on train car back, carefully watching our step between cars. It seems awful run down back here. There's a little cot, a bench, a water tank. This must be where the train hands would sleep on long trips. I bet nobody used this car in decades. There's dust coating nearly every surface. It reminds me of an old coffin. Maybe we can open a window or something. It seems like the only window is on the back door. Some check out the back window. No such luck. It definitely isn't designed to be opened. Also, this is the back of the train. Wait, we're at the backmost car already? Dracula and I checked the windows as well. Sure enough, the window was riveted on and there was nothing behind us. The back door might open, but there is no platform to stand on. Let's wait for the others before doing that. It doesn't seem like there's anything useful back here, unless you're looking for a stretcher. Well, we definitely won't be needing that. Anyway. We should head back and tell the others it's a dead end. Wait, there's a thin closet over there as well. Maybe there's something useful in it. Worth a check. The crew tried to open the closet door, but it didn't open. The door is locked. Maybe one of the others has found a key. It's probably only for custodian. Maybe they would have the key? Either way, there's nothing more for us back here. Yeah, we should go back to the back car. Did you find anything useful? Not really. The next car back is the caboose. This is caboose. So you didn't run into anyone? This situation just keeps getting more grim. Yeah. We should probably wait for everyone else to come back before going into much detail. Caboose? Chodzi o tom, o bar? Wagon restauracyjny? We should probably wait for everyone else to come back before going to much detail. Hey Kitty, is there anything harder back there? Maybe some rum. Hey, whoa. Stella might be a little drunk. I tried to tell her not to drink, but anyone need a beer? There's a lot, I don't think you're taking this seriously enough. Plus, there is a kid here. You really shouldn't be getting drunk. You don't like alcohol? I don't think that's relevant. Oh please, twerps are no fun. I can already tell she's going to get on my nerves. Anyway, it's interesting how smooth of a ride this is. The train car looks like it's from the 60s, but it's the smoothest train I've ever been on. Maybe it's a very modern car and just decorated like this. Attention. Stand clear to the closing door. What was that about? It sounds like a PA system. It must be pre-recorded message or something. There aren't even exit doors in this car. Oh, the others are back. The front car door opened and Shahar, Jenny, Sid and Catherine walked in. Nie pamiętam kto jest kto. That's Jenny. Hey. You guys are back already? What was that peculiar alert we just heard? What do you mean? The train just told us to stand clear of the closing doors. Oh, that must be what the button does. Huh? Regardless, I cannot say I was particularly impressed by the back car. The crew has spent a few minutes explaining the back car to everyone else. So it's a rundown little caboose. That's kind of ironic. What do you mean ironic? What did you guys find up ahead? Some of the most amazing technology my eyes have ever seen. I'm not sure I would go that far, but I'm seeing a trend on this train. I think it would be best if we all just go to take a look together. Should we do anything about Stella? She's passed out behind the bar. A nap might do the last some good. Okay, I hope we don't regret that leaving her here alone. The 11 of them made their way to the front car, leaving only Stella in the middle car. Wow, you guys were not joking. There are screens everywhere. There must be over 20 monitors in this train car. Is that even practical? What are they showing? This is quite an interesting setup. There's a lot of information, but nothing useful for us. I'm pretty good with technology for a high schooler at least. Let me have a go. Good luck. These systems are much too advanced for a kid like you. I'll show you. What do you mean by nothing useful? Well, we can see some technical aspects of the train. For example, I can tell you we're going 143 miles per hour, but the controls are all either locked or password protected. So it seems like we can't stop the train or change the course. It also doesn't seem like we have access to any information that will help us in this game. This is also the front post car, which means nobody else is on the train, damn. I guess expecting the game master to let someone else on the train to save us was too much. No conductor and no way to control the train ourselves. To summarize, it's just these 3 train cars. Starting on the back, a little caboose, a rundown dusty little mess, followed by the bar car behind. which has an upscale in the 70s aesthetics. And finally the front car that we're in right now. Stuffed to the brim with screens and controls. We don't have too much work here. And we still don't know where we're going. If we wait long enough, we will arrive somewhere we can get off that. That would be kind of boring. Or are we doomed to crash if a murder doesn't happen? That would be a spicy. If I were the game master, what would I do? Would I make it boring or spicy? What's with this girl? I say we crack a window and make jump for it. Is everyone here crazy? Walk the plank, as you say. Guys, I just said we're going over 140 miles. Feel free to jump out of the window if you want to, but there's no way I'm going to. You make a good point. 100 knots is nothing to trifle with. No driver? What are we going to do? I'm scared. Miss my mom. Well, whining about it won't help, so quit being such a brat. What's wrong with you, Dan? He's just a little kid. Hey, it's okay, Freddy. It's like an adventure. Come on, let's go back to the other train car and find something to play with. Okay? You punk. We're stuck in here together, you know? It wouldn't kill you to be cooperative. How can I cooperate after what the screen told us? I can't trust these people, even a child like Freddy. For all I know, he's a super smart kid hellbent on killing us all as the game master. Best to keep my guard up. In any case, we should make a plan. We can't just sit here and wait to find out where we're going. I agree, we should spend a little more time exploring before making any plans. Some of us haven't seen a back car yet, so we should start there. Yeah, let's make sure we're staying in groups. Especially the kids, like Freddy and Sid. Hey, who are you calling a kid? I'm an honors student and I work for 4 hours after school every day. I'm a man. Oh yeah? And like with the controls panel big guy? It locked me out after 5 attempts at the password. Ha! I'm out of here. You guys suck. That was a little harsh. Yeah, maybe fine. Maybe. Fine, I'll go apologize. I'll come to. We shouldn't be starting fights over dumb things. We need to work together. After what the screen said, giving someone more reasons to kill you is a bad for all of us. Whatever. I'm heading to the bar car. I'm going as well. I haven't seen the back car yet. I haven't yet either, and I want to spend a little more time up here first. This feels like we'll find the most answers. I would like to take a closer look too. I'm quite unfamiliar with everything I've seen up here. Illumination trapped is such a curious container. Is this guy really Dracula? Perhaps you could talk through some things together. Yeah, of course. I just noticed a panel over here that seems interesting. It seems like there's 3 accessible switches and a button. That makes sense. Jen mentioned the button earlier. She pressed it up here and it played the closing doors message over the intercom in the bar car. True. And these switches? We probably shouldn't try them haphazardly. Let's try them. Bert flipped the first switch. So that's the light switch. It looks like it dims the computer screen a bit as well. Thankfully there's a little sunlight. Interesting. It seems this car does control the rest of the train. Yeah, I think the 3 light switches correspond to the 3 train cars. Plus there is this little button that must be for the PA system that Jen mentioned. Let's flip the first switch back. We're making progress already. Let's keep looking around. 30 minutes passed. Sahar and Katrin also left the front car. Well, it seems like the others were right. Despite all the stuff up here, it all seems password protected. Maybe the game master is using this computer to control the game. If anyone knows the password, it's probably the game master. It seems unlikely they would give the password to any of us. I'm particularly intrigued by something. The password screens all have another value shown. For example, what does users 0 mean? Yeah, I was confused about that. Nobody is logged in, so maybe that's what it means. But if we were logged in, we would know it. We wouldn't need it to say users 1. Also, what is Tead? How am I even supposed to pronounce that? Like red or read? Either way, we can log in, so it doesn't matter much. We should head back to the bar car and meet up with others. Agreed. But now that I'm alone, Maybe I can figure this out before the rest of them. Try typing password. Admin. Maybe try again. Password. Ile mam 5 prób? Czy coś jeszcze jest? Tead. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery. Długa ta gierka, na ile godzin? Nie mam pojęcia, szczerze mówiąc. Frog. Oh, I must have gotten it wrong too many times. It's not letting me enter any more passwords. I guess I should go back and meet with the others. They're probably waiting for me. I can come back if I figure it out, but I don't want to take too long up here. Hey, Bear found some food behind the bar. Hope you don't mind, we started eating without you. Turkey sandwiches and mixed nuts are much, but I'm starving. Yeah, this is our first meal since we've woken up here. I feel a little bad for Catherine. She's vegetarian, so she's only been eating the nuts and bread. Plus there is no cat food. She's only been eating the turkey from the sandwiches. We're the perfect match. He eats the meat, I eat the rest. Don't worry about us. It's still nice to relax and eat for a bit. It feels surprisingly nice having a communal meal. They ate, about an hour passed. Thankfully there is food on the train. It would have been an even bigger disaster otherwise. I'll refrain from asking how many days of food we have for now. Yes, we got quite luck there. Is it luck? Yeah. Though I'm not really sure what we do next. I feel like we've searched the whole train and found very little. Needlessly searching will not do no good. We'll just exhaust ourselves. Maybe we should follow in Stella footprints here. Get blackout and drunk and pass out on the floor? Well, sleep. It's getting late. We've been at it all day. Both the frog kid and the pirate guy have already fallen asleep over there. We should figure out the rest of the sleeping arrangements. The train is pretty cramped. There definitely aren't 9 chairs or beds for us. There are 5 more chairs in the car, and then a bed and a bench in the caboose. So that leaves 2 people beds unaccounted for. If I may add, do not worry about my sleeping arrangements. There's no need. Why is that? I simply do not sleep. Okay, so only 1 more bed to account for. I'm content sleeping on the floor in the front car, if it makes it easier for the young ones. There's probably an extra blanket or pillow around somewhere. It's fine, I'm used to poor sleeping conditions. With that taken care of, good night all. Well, as long as that's taken care of, good night then. So two of us 3 are in the back car. It's so dusty back there. Maybe we should all just squeeze in here somehow. I don't think there's enough space in here. It's just a big bar car after all. I can sleep in the back car, I don't mind. Me too, I can handle it. Sid, are you sure? If it's dusty for you, I can sleep back there. I'm used to sharing 1 bed with my whole family. This is practically an upgrade. Well, that settles it, I guess. And Dan, keep an eye on him back there. I know neither of us are really kid people, but I don't want anything bad to happen to them. Anything bad? Good night, Dan. Dan made his way to the back car. I forgot how dusty it was back here. Wow, there's even an old school water kettle back here. This is probably where some of the train workers slept. Hence the bed, kettle and closet. That sounds so exciting. I wish I could travel and live on cool trains like that. You're still young, Sid. Maybe you can one day. What do you mean young? I work my ass off to help my family. You don't know what I've been through. It's kinda funny. This punk reminds me of myself when I was his age. Back and forth in the snap of a finger. Taking myself way too seriously. Blatant disrespect for authority. Kinda badass. I can respect that. Hey, wow, don't take it the wrong way. You're more of a man than I am, bud. Wait, really? I mean, hell yeah I am. What? Why do you say that? I saw how you tried to figure out the train controls all on your own earlier. You tried to be the hero. Thanks, I couldn't figure it out though. Yeah, none of us could figure out the password. We can't do anything without it. Well, I go to the file directory, but it wouldn't let me open anything up. What? You got to the file directory? How did you do that? I work with computers a lot when I'm helping my dad with the shop. A lot of the computers let you check for files using the dir command. Dir command. The dir command. I tried that in the password box and it showed me some of the computer's files. Sid, you're a genius. What did it show? It's nothing really. So I typed in dir and hit enter. And it showed me something like this. Nie przeczytałeś tego, co kod powiedział? Raz przeczytałem, wystarczy. To nie rozumiem. Sid Straits to ten w czapce, co go widać? Tak, każda postać ma swoje imię i swój kolor z jakiegoś powodu też. Teraz widzisz jego reakcja, no nie wiem w sumie czemu, bo powinien być ten. Portret z reguły jest tak, że jest portret pokazany tego, kto mówi, nie? And show me something like this. Participants config output counter root exe public address system. I couldn't click any of the files, I could only see names. I tried to make a mental note of all of them, but only two of them really jumped out for me, called participants and the one called train route. Wow, the train route would almost definitely be useful. I'm positive that it would tell us where the train is going if we could open it. We could figure out how much time we have. If we have time, the murderer could give us time to find a way out if they're feeling nice. And participants, I wonder if that's about us. If it is, maybe that file could tell us why we're all here. Maybe the game master is not in the file. If so, it would tell us who's behind all this. If I could find them, I could kill them and end this mess. After all, the screen never said people who weren't chosen couldn't murder people. If I know I'm innocent, why shouldn't I try to kill someone to maximize my chances of surviving? That's not all though. Afterwards, I noticed something else when I hit return. The user went up from 0 to 1. Wait, so the user counter isn't tracking how many people are currently logged in? It's tracking how many people have checked the file directory total. It seems like it. So we all know if someone else gets this info from the computer. Do you think the counter will go up if someone logs in with the password? If someone logs in, they can properly reset or change the counter using user counter. So that might not be reliable. Got it. Either way, Sid, this is a huge find. Really, it's nothing. Let's keep this between you and me for now. This might come in handy, but I don't think we should share it with everyone just yet. Yeah, I don't trust some of these people. The pirate guy and the vampire guy scare me, and that French lady is such a drunk hag. I think the pirate and vampire are hiding something, and the rich lady would have tons of money enough to hire people to kidnap all of us. There's no chance a game master would reveal this kind of information to me, right? Building trust with someone gives me one less candidate to murder, if nothing else. I'm with you, let's stick together, Sid. Deal. Huh. Then someone must have hit the light switch. We found all 3 light switches in the front car earlier. That should make it a little easier to sleep. Yeah, let's hit the way. Let's hit the hay. We can figure out some more plans in the morning. You can have the bed. I'm fine sleeping on the bench. Okay, you can have the bed tomorrow night. Damn, the thought of still being on this train tomorrow night is... Is something wrong? No, not at all. Good night, Sid. Brakuje takiego miejsca na jakieś przemyślenia albo coś w stylu. Cały czas dialog. Next morning. Powinno być gdzieś moment chyba takiej decyzji, gdzie możesz podjąć na przykład, żeby iść i wybrać chyba z kimś chcesz gadać. Może tak coś będzie. Morning done? Oh, Sid. What time is it? No idea, but the sun's up. I'm heading up to the bar car with the others. That kid got a lot of energy. It must be around 7 AM. Then walked to the back window. Damn, there really isn't anything out there. It'd be a lot easier to be hopeful if there's any signs of life. But it's hard to be hopeful in the middle of nowhere. If nothing changes, maybe I need to take this into my own hands. But for now, I should go meet the others. Good morning, Dan. It's another gorgeous day on the Nowhere Express. Yeah, gorgeous day. Come get your German turkey sandwich and half-sized can of soda. Soda for breakfast, ooh. How are you guys so peppy? Come on, Sesam, let's go play. Nothing we can do but try to enjoy ourselves a little. How'd you guys sleep back there? The bench kinda hurt my back, but I'll manage. Then, you took the cot for yourself and made Sid sleep on the bench? Huh? No, he insisted. I did. For shame. I wouldn't worry about her being upset with you. She was up late with Freddy, making sure he wasn't freaking out too much. It's pretty heartwarming, all things considered. I'm glad we're still staying optimistic. We're gonna figure this out and get off this train. Agreed. We should wait for everyone to wake up and have a meeting. We explore the train, but we need to figure out the plan. Let's meet back here in 30 minutes. Break. I don't particularly want to talk to anyone, but I should mingle so I don't look suspicious. Free time start. O, właśnie na to czekałem. Free time segments. In these segments you will have the opportunity to talk with other participants and get to know them better. You can use the map icon in the top right to navigate around the train and find people. Free times with each participant. Free time segments will not impact the main story. Spend up to three times with each character. Czekaj, ale... Nie zrozumiem, jak jest free time, to mogę z każdym pogadać ile razy chcę, czy mam... Siema Dorota, ile mam rozmów? Jedną? Nie było napisane ile mam czasu. To na powiedział, że za 30 minut się spotkamy, ale to nie wiem jak to się przekłada na rozmowę. Jak to jest? Raz, dwa, trzy, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, dobra. Jeśli mam powiedzieć, kto jest głównym podejrzanym, one znali się podejrzanych. Oni znali się podejrzanych. Dracula nie. Oni znali się podejrzanych. Uważam, że on i by mógł wykreślić z podejrzanych. Bo on powiedział, że każdy, kto zginie, i tak na to zasłużył. Więc każdy coś ma za uszami, tak? No to jest oczywiste, co oni mają za uszami, nie? Więc oni mają coś za uszami. Więc trzeba szukać kogoś, kto jest potencjalnie niewinny. Age 468. Ona jest pewnie, bo jest bilionerem, więc defaultowo do strzału. Ten jest piratem, więc pewnie jest mordercą i gwałcicielem. Dracula jest mordercą defaultowo, więc pewnie jest... Mi się wydaje, że on jest Game Masterem, bo to jest jedna osoba, która nie może być... Idę po wodę. Która nie może być winna, tak? Że o, zabili go i o, zasłużył na śmierć. Hello, Happy. Kurde, nie wziąłem z tej wody. Not true. Who? Sure is that back here? I should go talk to Bert. Wait, nie mogę z nim pogadać? Który to był Bert? Nie był to czasem ten nerd? Sandwiches are in bed, but I really miss food from home. Should I talk to Bert? Wiesz, ja musiałem sobie najpierw znaleźć dzbanka, wiesz? Ustawiłem sobie dzbanek, wyciągnąłem sobie wafelka i wróciłem i zapomniałem wodę wziąć. Wait, ja mogę z kimś pogadać, czy tylko z Bertem, bo chyba mi to umknęło. Sure, I guess hanging out will get my mind off how hungry I am. I don't know what it is, but I've really been craving pizza. Pizza with pineapple and pepperoni, and some garlic bread on the side. Why pineapple pizza though? Czemu mój bohater ma coś przeciwko pineapple pizza? It has a nice sweet yet acidic flavor that complements the meat and cheese. What thinking about food in this much detail just make you hungrier? I guess so, but at the same time I'm thinking about food, I'm not freaking out. I'm thinking about what I miss from home gives me motivation to work to get out of here. That's a rather optimistic take, I guess. Come on, sure you miss your old life too. Tell me, what will your first meal be when we're past all this? Don't you mean if we get past this? Come on, answer the question. I think you're gonna like my answer. Try me, maybe you'll be surprised. Honestly, I haven't had anything but gruel in years. Gruel? Basically something meant for sustenance like oats, but boiled. Why did you only eat that? Sounds like I had a choice. Yeah, again, I don't think you were gonna like my answer. Well, it's not the best answer, but I think at least I learned something about you. And that's a positive in its own way. I'm envious of his optimism. I don't want to come off as a jerk though. It won't do much good to be on a bad terms with everyone, so maybe I'll try to play along. Though in my childhood I really liked deep dish pizza. Oh. Yeah, our local pizza place sold the thin crust by the pizza and deep dish by the slice. I couldn't finish a whole pizza by myself and I liked weird toppings. So I got deep dish so I could eat it without sharing. Weird toppings? I loved anchovies as a kid. Speaking of Italian food, some of the people I used to roll with would call me Spaghetti. Spaghetti? I think they were teasing me about my last name, Scagnelli. It's long Italian and has a bunch of letters, kinda like spaghetti. Do you want me to call you that? No, I move on from that group. Just done is fine. Got it. Anyway, thanks for talking to me. It will only help us work together in the future. After a somewhat pleasant conversation, we turned to mingling with others. Didn't take up as much time as I hoped it would. Guess I'll keep mingling. A dopiero teraz się zaczął free time. Okay. For this and all future free time segments, you will have the luxury of talking to anyone or skipping. Co nie byłem? 3 serduszka? Zakochałem się we mnie? Hey Dan. Should I talk to Catherine? Cool. Hey Dan. Sesame says hi too. Hey. This is a really lame situation, right? Lame, definitely one way to think about it. Well, Sesame and I are trying to think about this like a vacation. A vacation, yeah. After all, we're stuck right now, so we might as well try to enjoy ourselves. Don't you think that the situation is a little grim to be trying to enjoy yourself? Well, maybe, but it can't hurt. I will mostly just pretend to be sad around everyone else, so I don't seem crazy, but not having to study or work and getting to hang out on this train? Yes, please, sign me up. Is she really this happy-go-lucky? Okay, don't get me wrong, I'm a bit worried, but honestly, I've learned to always take things in stride. Sesame and I have been through some sticky situations before, and they always work out. Sticky situations. Nothing as odd as this, but the life-size foosball match definitely come close. Sesame seems to nod in agreement. Wait, what? Long story. Maybe sometime I'll go through the whole thing with you. Anyway, this has been nice. I'm glad you choose to talk with us. Me too. Koniec. Alright, I think everyone's here. It's starting to seem like we exhausted our resources. I've searched every inch of this train and feel no closer to finding anything useful. Or even an indication of where we're going. I would feel much more secure if we knew our destination. I feel like we should address the elephant in the room. What do you mean? Well, think back to that one message. 11 were unwillingly forced to participate. The remaining person is the game master behind all of this, who will also participate. I think the implication is that whoever planned all this is one of us. You really think the person behind the messages is here right now? I don't even think it's an implication. We can avoid it, but that's definitely what the screen told us. Otherwise, what's the point of all of this? Huh. If this is some messed up game for them, they're probably here to watch. I haven't seen a single camera on board, so if they wanted to enjoy it, they probably on the only way. That's the only way. They're here to enjoy it? Sam, you sound a little hysterical. We've been kidnapped basically twice now, and have zero information on what the hell is happening. If they wanted to us dead, they could have killed us when they kidnapped us. Instead, we're playing this game. Not to mention, I'm stuck on a train with Dracula and a pirate. And you're telling me I'm hysterical for being confused. Fair enough. What do you think we should do about it? Sam's right. Sahar and Dracula are suspicious. I don't think we should start throwing around accusations. I'm a man of honor. What are you worried about, Bucko? It's the 21st century. Why do you talk like that? Why do you have an eye patch? Why do you have such chiseled abs? Shut up, Stella. Yeah. Memory into good. Last I remember, me and my hearties were free streets to the wind, minding our own. Next minute, I come into the little crow's nest with the rest of you. I don't really know what he just said. I find quite curious that you called me suspicious. As such, a little cat purse yourself, that is. What? Me? No way. Oh, I'm sure you'll be happy to empty your pockets then. I can't. Interesting. What a silly coincidence. I put a whiskey shotter in my pocket earlier, but it just happened to go missing earlier when Sid and I were alone together in the front car. Regardless, I've been nothing but productive and friendly since we woke up here yesterday. I guess that is true. I'm sure you'll believe me when I say I'm just as dumbfounded as the rest of you. Guys, I don't think it's very productive. Throwing around accusation isn't going to get us anywhere. If one of us is the mole though, it should be our highest priority to figure out who it is. That's true. Maybe we should just talk more about ourselves. Even if it doesn't help figure out who the mole is, it would be good to learn more about each other. Yeah, we're all stuck in here together anyway. With that said, I don't feel particularly notable. I'm just a worker at a shelter. I like rock climbing, long walks on the beach. And as interesting as that stuff is, maybe we should be focused more on more extreme things. Reason why someone might want to kidnap us, for example. Look, darlings, if it helps clear things up, I should probably admit, as a wildly successful businesswoman, some might even say the Renee Laennec of our time, I inevitably build up a reputation. I've done what I had to do to get to the top, and I've made many enemies along the way. What do you mean you've done what you had to do? I tore down competition, burned bridges, you name it. My methods don't always see eye to eye with the law, but c'est la vie. Is this lady for real? That definitely seems like a reason to have enemies. It feels oddly freeing to not have my bodyguards and assistants around here saying, Mrs. Cantois, put down the vodka. Mrs. Cantois, don't put your head out of the limousine sunroof. Of course I'm not the mole. It would be a waste of my time. I have nothing to gain from this. I'm only telling you all this so that you're not surprised when my past inevitably comes up. And sadly, I have no insight on who it might be. I'm rich enough to put this together, but there are easier ways to entertain oneself with money. Or at least she's being open about it. If we're airing our past, I can go next. I don't have quite the same pedigree, but I sell drugs, mostly to upper-class business people and spoiled rich kids. I like to say I don't regret it, but drugs weren't always safe. Not safe? What do you mean? Some of the stuff I used to move was untested and highly experimental, but those dumpsters didn't know that, so they bought it. Did it ever end up killing anyone? Honestly, I don't even know. That's stuff behind me, and it's hard to think about sometimes, so I try not to. But I do know I at least pissed some people off. I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of why I'm here. It's hard to come to terms with some of this stuff. Maybe I deserve it. Hey, don't say that. We all made mistakes, and owning up to it now can help us figure it out. Figure this out. Any information we can gather is progress. Does anyone else have anything they want to bring up? Should I speak up? I don't think they would understand. This might be my own opportunity though. Maybe I should speak up. I guess I'll go next. It's not exactly the same as Stella's or Sam, but I guess I can't think of anything else. That kid just bailed me out of speaking up. I was 20. It feels like so long ago, but I think about it every day. I was driving after tutoring, same as always. It was spring, and this pedestrian just walked out. into the road. He's all choked up. Alright, we're done with this. I can't sit and watch you guys talk about stuff like this. For all we know, our past aren't even relevant. If this guy wants to talk, let him. It can't hurt. Plus remember, when this screen said our endings are deserved, it must be something about our past. Why else would we deserve this? It's clearly a sensitive topic for him. We don't need to make the situation any shittier. Just when I thought we were going to get into the juicy stuff. I don't think we should force anyone to talk about sensitive topics, but I'm starting to worry we're not going to get anywhere. We could just wait until we get to our destination, but we have no idea how long that will take. We're almost out of food too, and morale. Maybe I really need to take this into my own hands. If we don't make any progress by midnight, I have some guesses. Maybe tomorrow morning I should. Can you go to sleep? I'm tired. Maybe we should call it a day. I don't see us getting anywhere with this. Alright, let's divide up the food for tonight. They shared the rest of the rations, non-alcoholic food and drinks amongst themselves. There was much less talking tonight. I think I'm going to spend some time on the computers in the front car. Who knows, maybe with a little luck we can figure out the passwords. Yeah, I'll come too. I'm not very tired yet. I feel a little bit guilty, lads. I want to figure out the passwords, as you say, but ain't much help when it comes to technology. There's no harm in trying. Random words and phrases are as good as a guess as any. We might as well head up to the front as well. Hey Dan, I'm starting to get tired. I'm gonna hit the hay. Because I hit the late switch in the front car since everyone's going to sleep soon anyway. It's pretty hard to see it in here with the lights off. I'll come to see it. Czemu? Na front idziemy. They made their way to the back car. Well, good night Dan. Hey, sit before you sleep. How are you feeling about everything? Well, it's a little scary, I suppose. We're all out of food, and some of the people on board are suspicious. But I'm hopeful. Meeting someone strong and tough like you helps. I think you want to be like me. I've had pretty problematic past with the law. I don't care about that. All that matters for us right now is moving forward. We're gonna get off this train, safe and sound. After all, I have stuff to do. I'm gonna show my family the world. Damn right you will, kid. You can have the bed tonight. I'll sleep on the bench. Woohoo! Are you sure, though? I don't mind sleeping on the bench. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go to sleep yet anyway. Okay, good night, Dan. I can already hear him snoring. This almost makes me feel bad. Wait, what is that? There's something hanging outside the window about the food from the glass. It looks like a coin or maybe Corflink? I don't think that was there this morning. I guess someone put that out there earlier today. It doesn't seem worth the risk to open the door and get it though. Whatever, I don't have time to worry about that. Their ends are deserved. What a shame. I'm going to have to make a move. At least there is... What? Everything's dark. Sit? What a sticky situation. We've got a bunch of random people stuck on the train. Nobody knows what's going on, and to top it all off, we're out of food and water, but still, I can't help but think we can get out of here together. Psst. Hey Bert, wanna take some shots with us? Stella made me Bloody Mary, but without tomato juice or hot sauce. Huh. Yeah, I call it vodka. Marvelous, really. Is it really a good idea when we're out of food? I think I'm going to try and sleep. Suit yourself. Okay, Freddy is asleep. I'm going to say goodnight to Dan and sit in the back car and hit the hay. Tell them I say goodnight too. It is getting pretty late. Hey Bert, do you think... What? What's going on? Who did that? Knock it off. Where's everyone? Ah, mommy. It sounded like the world's biggest chandelier fell. I'm scared. Oh! Oh no. Was that a girl screaming? Wait, ooh, to girl screaming. Who was that? Is everyone okay? It came from the front car. Bet, you okay? Thank goodness. What was that? Why couldn't we see anything? I don't know. We need to check out the front car. Pewnie Pirat nie żyje. I'll stay here with Freddy and Suzanne. What's going on? I'm scared. The rest of us should go to the front car together. Agreed. The four of them, Bert, Stella, Dracula and Jenny, made their way to the front car. What's going on? Did your car go dark too? Yeah, but more importantly, what about that scream? Who was that? Scream? What do you mean? We didn't hear anything like that up here. Really? I could have sworn it came from the front car. Maybe it's just one of us in the bar car when it got dark. Speaking of which, you said it got dark in this car too? Yeah, almost like an eclipse. But the computer screen stayed on and gave us some light. Well, that's good, but... Oh no, what's wrong? Where is Sid and Dan? Maybe we were wrong and the scream came from their car. Plus, they were in the back car, but surely they would be here by now. Perhaps they are asleep, slept through the whole event. Even then, that noise. They would have heard it for sure. What are you on about? Oh, Pirat żyje jednak. He's right, there's no way they slept through that noise. As well, it sounded like it came from the back car. We have to check on them. Co, jednak nie żyje ten Sid? The eight of them ran to the bar car as fast as they could. Catherine and Freddy joined them on the way to the caboose. But when they got there... Wait, to jestem ja? Oh no. A to ja nie żyję. Sid, what happened? What the hell? Is he dead? Sid, did you kill Dan? No. I was asleep, I didn't do anything. Everyone back away from Sid. Can't believe it. You disgusting little... I swear I didn't do anything. Excuse me? Dracula walked over and inspected Dan's body for a minute. He's dead. Very, very dead. The metal rod is going all the way through his chest. This is what I woke up to just a minute ago. I don't know if I believe him, but we all have to calm down. Yelling at each other won't solve anything. What happened? Okay, hey, whoa. Let's not look over here. Come on, Freddy, come with me. Okay. I don't know what to say. Can't believe it. Lauren, I swear. I swear. Hold on. I need to stop and think. Dan is dead. We only know him for a day and a half, but I can't believe he's actually dead. Someone killed Dan. It makes sense. We're out of food, the murderer didn't have much time to act. And we don't know what consequences there are for the murderer not doing anything. It's all so logical, but still so shocking. But I can't figure out what to do next. Dan deserves justice. Sid being the one back here with him when he died is pretty damning evidence. Everyone being quick to point fingers at the kid. And I can't really blame them, so it does look like he did it. But we have to figure out exactly what happened here. It's not like we can call the police in a situation like this either. So I'll do it myself. Let's figure out exactly what happened. Okay? Everyone except for Sid and Jenny go to the bar car. Jenny and I can talk to Sid about what happened and we'll go from there. We probably shouldn't be alone with him. And hopefully Jenny's presence will calm him down a bit. So who made you the leader here? Oh please, as if Sid would even speak to you after that outburst a second ago. It's fine, there will be more time to investigate and discuss. Yeah, we have to start somewhere. Fine. Ain't exactly like Dan, but he didn't deserve this. But thank you for taking charge. Of course. I'll corral everyone toward the bar car. Alright, everyone else is gone. Let's just have a chat. We were getting so close too. He was like, my friend, I would never hurt Dan. Sid, we just need you to explain everything that happened. What were you guys doing before you went to sleep? We're talking about getting out of here. I told him I miss my family and that I can't wait to see them again. He told me I could take the bed since he did the night before. So I lay down and fell asleep. And then what? Well, nothing. The next thing I knew, It's okay, Sid, take your time. I heard a really loud noise, but when I rolled over, I couldn't see anything. I panicked for a moment and yelled out for Dan. And then, the next thing I saw was this. Did he yell or say anything? Before he couldn't anymore. This is incredibly uncomfortable. Well, I thought I heard him say my name with a faint breath. But it's hard to remember. I'm sure he did. You guys were friends, like you said. Yeah. Excuse me. Sid walked to the corner and began sobbing loudly. Jenny, I think whether or not Sid did it, we should do our best job investigating. I'm sure there's a lot we could find if we look around a bit and talk to everyone else. Yeah, I mean, for starters, where did this metal bar come from? We searched every inch of the train and definitely didn't come across that. You're right, there's a lot to figure out. Jenny, I need a favor. Can you get everyone in the bar car to go back to where they were when the lights went off? I think they'll listen to you. Sure, be careful. Back here with him. Thanks, I'll be there in a minute. I was worried about being alone with him at first, but he seems more devastated than anything. Bert? Yeah, Sid? I really swear I'm innocent. I believe you. I don't know if I believe him. We'll get to the bottom of it. Bert made his way to the bar car. Okay, everyone should be back in the car they were in when the lights... Everyone should be back in the car they were in when the lights went off. Perfect. And thank you for helping me calm down, Sid. Now to calm down Freddy, Shahar told him that Dan be as good as shark bait now. Oh jeez. Jezu, już przestaję kontaktować. Za dużo tekstu. Oh jeez. Jen is a big help, but she's also a suspect. Can't forget that. For now though, it's time to gather evidence. Anything could be useful, so I'll need to look around closely. Wait, to ja teraz przejąłem jego rolę? Czy to on jest automatycznie nie jest podejrzany? Czemu akurat nim się stałem? Nie miałem wyboru. The train bar. I don't think now is the best time to start drinking. It's pretty dark out. The lights are off, but it's still night. There is still enough light to see, even if just a little. So what? If the lights are off and there is no sunlight, but we can still see, then why couldn't we see during the commotion? Right, that's a good point. Car bar lighting was added to evidence. Some chairs and couches throughout the bar car. I don't think there's anything important about them right now. A, jest ptaszek, znaczy, że zbadane. Coś można szukać? Możemy iść do tego... No. Dan's body. It's hard to look at, but I think it's important for me to at least do a superficial autopsy. So much blood. I I don't there's too much to take away. I don't think too much. I don't think there's too much to take away from that. He has no visible wounds other than the metal bar through his chest. It seems pretty clear someone skewered him through the back, killing him. Rest in peace, Dan. We're finding out who did this. The window is cracked, seemingly from the murder weapon. The culprit must have used a ton of extra force when they stabbed Dan. There's something dingling outside the window. It's a ring. I'll hold on to this. There's an old-timey water heater and kettle back here. I don't think it's relevant right now. The lock closed. I might as well try it. Open. The door opened without problem? What? I thought this closet was locked shut. Stretcher. Well, I guess it's a good thing we have this. I don't think it's important right now, though. To znaczy, że ktoś tam się krył? The bench, I think this is where either Dan or Sid was sleeping. The bed. It's next to the closet, but other than that... I don't think it's important right now. Czy może jednak nikt nie jest winny, tylko osoba jest... Jest 13 osoba. Raz. Tu kliknę. No, muszę sobie odhaczyć pewnie wszystko, tak? Is he really dead? Yes, he's dead. Did you reach my body? You should go up to the bar car. You don't have to be back here. I was just talking to him. He let me sleep in the bed. Why did it have to happen to Dan? Who did this? I'm going to figure it out, but I need your help. Sid, where were you doing before this happened? I just told you I was sleeping in the bed. Dan took it last night, so tonight it was my turn. Then I heard Dan scream, the window break, and I woke up to this. It seems like Dan is the only one who you befriended here. But it also seems kinda like he killed Dan. See, the count was added. Shahar said Dan swimming with the fishes. Why are there fishes on the train? Did you see or hear anything weird when it went dark? I don't think so. I'm just a frog. Sorry. I guess that's what I expected from him. Technically, I can't confirm where he was when it happened, which means he, in a crazy world, could have killed Dan. Seems unlikely though. This is so scary. Catherine, when the lights went out, did you keep walking to the back car? I distinctly remember you on your way to this to say goodnight to Sid and Dan. No. I stayed in the car. In fact, I held onto the doorknob to the back car the whole time the lights were out. I was scared of getting lost and scared from the girl screaming, so I clung to the doorknob and waited it out. So you would know if somebody went to the back car while the lights were out? Nobody did. There's no way they could have. I see. Thanks, Catherine. Catherine account was added to the evidence. Personally, I don't remember much. It got dark and I called out to you. I think I reached out looking to grab onto you for a balance, but I couldn't find out. Next thing I know, we can see again, and you're right in front of me. She was definitely right next to me when it went dark, and when it got bright again. The period in between though, I can't vouch for you for just yet. Well, sheesh, that sobered you up quick. Stella, do you remember anything that might be useful? Or do you have an alibi for what you were doing while it was dark? Honestly, not really. I was right here with you guys, freaking out. It kinda turned me on, to be honest. It's true though. She was talking a bunch the whole time. Dracula was saying something interesting a minute ago though. He might be more useful than myself. By the way, what was that scream we heard? You're right. It sounded like a woman's voice. Almost in a very familiar way. Well, it had to have been one of us screaming, so it makes sense that it would be familiar. Yes, but familiar in a different way. Regardless, that's all the information I have. Moim zdaniem to była ściema z tym, że ktoś z nich jest tym mastermindem. I po prostu tu chodzi o zbudowanie takiej paranoi. I ktoś z zewnątrz po prostu go zabił. Ten computer system. Let's take a closer look. It looks the same as before, I think. It's something different. It should make a mental note of that. Wait, czy coś dało? To wygląda jakby z zewnątrz to zostało udrzone, tak? Tym... Nie mogę się zalogować? To jest 3, a powinno być... Jeden powinno być. Czyli 2 razy ktoś zalogował. No nie po to, żeby włączyć światła. The train front window. It's pretty dark out, but there is still some light coming through. If the computer is all on too, you would think it would stay pretty bright in here. I can't believe someone actually did this. One of us did this. For Dan's sakes and our own, we need to keep a calm head. No oni są czyści, tak? Bo nie mogli być w tamtym wagonie. Finding the culprit. That's the most important thing. Robert Gichał. So the 4 of you were in the car up until it happened? Yeah, Kaiser, Lauren, Sahar and I were up here. I don't think any of us left the car for the past hour or so. We're trying to figure out the computer password. Of course, to no avail. Since there were 4 of them up here together, it's pretty airtight alibi. This is crazy. I knew this was a mess of a situation from the start, but a murder, really? A shame. We've lost to Davy Jones. It'll be time to grave, so long as we can figure out who was behind it. Did any of you notice anything that might be important? Not really. Pretty much just what Jenna said. It got darker all of a sudden while we were on the computers, but since the lights were still on, it was easy to keep up a cool head. Okay, thanks. That's everything. I've searched all 3 cars and talked to everyone who seems like they have something to say. Time to call the others and get to the bottom of this. Hej, Emciu. Musisz się wyłączyć światła. No ale przypowiedzieli, że... Cześć Voltrix. Że to były inne światła. Że nawet jak włączyć światła, to i tak widać w tym pociągu, a był taki okres, że w ogóle nic nie było widać. Więc to musiał być jeszcze jakieś dodatkowe wyłącznik. Może ten komputer steruje tymi chipami i powoduje, że ludzie nic nie widzą. Coś w tym stylu. During the deliberations, you can access evidence and map from the menu. So what's the plan? I think I agree with the pirate at this point. Let's all just jump out of the window. That's not funny. We need to figure this out. For Dan's sake and for our own. One of us is a murderer. You say that quite confidently. Do you have something you'd like to share with the group? I'm ignoring her and I will continue to ignore her. Anyway, Bert, where do you think we should start? That's a good question. I think the most logical thing to start is when it happened. When the four of us went to the front car, Don was still here in the bar car. Yes, it's true. And then a few minutes later, Sid and Dan went to the back car together. A bunch of us watched the two of them go. So it had to have happened sometimes between them, then and when we made our way to the back car to check on them, which honestly wasn't a very long time, maybe 20 minutes. Putting a time to it somehow makes this even more disturbing. Also, we did all go check up in the front of the car first. Yeah, so for a few minutes this car had to have been completely empty. Well, Sid could have come into the car while everyone was up front, and we could have no way of knowing. But like, aside from that, yes. I don't think there's any time trickery going on here. It seems pretty clear cut. I think we should talk about alibis. That's why they do in all the crime shows, at least. Ah, I love the shows. Oops, damn it, Catherine. Now now's the time to fangirl. Anyway, who can here vouch with certainty about where someone else was during the darkness? It's important to figure out exactly where everyone was. Freddie and I, for example, were holding hands the whole time. In fact, I think Bert even saw us holding hands before it got dark. Yeah, we wanted Bert to play with us. We didn't get to play though. Yeah, it's true. They definitely came up to me together before it all happened. I don't think they even had moved a foot once I could see them again. I'd like to say that we can vouch for where Bert was too, but no, you can't. For all you know, I could have been anywhere. I just went back to the same spot. Yeah. So Jenny and Freddy should be cleared with alibis, as well as Lauren, Kaiser, Sam and Sahar. Sam was my alibi. Does that count? Not exactly. So it could have been Catherine? She could have snuck into the back car and done it. I told you it wasn't me. You're not a fast learner, Sid. Hey, wait, we don't need to argue like that. I suppose you are just a child, let me explain. You're about to take part in your first debate. Your four statements will appear. Statements with the blue text can be agreed with. To agree with a statement, click on it and press agree. Statement with red text can be refuted using evidence. To refute a statement, click on it, then press refute, then select evidence. To jest jak w ten. Jesus, Phoenix Wright. Find the correct or incorrect statement and its refutation to proceed. There's no penalty for choosing the wrong statement or evidence, except shame upon your family. Good luck. Objection. It could be true. We all saw her heading to the back car in the first place. There is no reason to believe she stayed here. I told you it wasn't me, Stella. It would also explain that perky attitude of hers. It's just a diversion. So refute? To jest kiepski evidence, kiedy ona sama sobie zaprzecza. Czekaj, go back. Agree? Wait, co? Aha, dobra, teraz muszę... To? Wait. A najpierw muszę to odbić, żeby to agriować, tak? Dobra. Czy mogę jako dowód podać jej zeznanie? Dziwne. That's it. Catherine couldn't have left the bar car. She heard the scream. Those in the front car didn't hear the scream. But couldn't she have heard it in the caboose? No, Sid heard a scream, but it was Dan's scream. He didn't say he heard a girl scream, so it must not be audible from the caboose. But Catherine knew it was a girl screaming in the bar car. So if she left the bar car, she couldn't have known it was a girl. Exactly. We can't prove exactly what she was doing, but it seems pretty clear she didn't leave this car. Unless, of course, she was the one that caused the scream. Then she would know about it even if she did leave this train car. Best to keep that in mind. I agree, I guess. I just want to be the only suspect. I really didn't do it. Czekaj, bo nie zrozumiałem, co się stało właśnie. Well, if anything, that just made it seem even more like Sid did it. It's hard to come to terms with that though. He's just a kid. Maybe we should pivot toward a different topic. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about it. Let's talk about the stabby stick. The stabby stick? The murder pole, whatever they're calling it. The murder weapon. Yeah. What is that thing? And where did it come from? It seems to be a pretty ordinary metal pole with a sharp end to it. I don't know what it's doing on the train though. And Jenny made a good point. Where did it come from? I thought we had all searched the train at least a little bit. Does anybody remember seeing it? Nobody spoke up. Nobody saw it? Unfortunately, that can't be true. Someone here used it to kill Dan. Where was it hiding? I thought it had checked everywhere, but maybe there is one place I hadn't looked. W tym było, nie? W szafie. That's it. I had to have been in a caboose closet. That closet was locked. Dracula checked it when they first explored the back car. He mentioned that to me too. But did anyone other than Dracula actually check the closet? I didn't. The bed was pushed up against it anyway. It would be annoying move to bed and fully open the door. I took his word for it being locked. Are you saying Dracula was lying about the closet being locked? This is an unfortunate situation. I was hoping this wouldn't wind up being relevant. What are you talking about? Truth be told, I was the first one to wake up on the train. I noticed everyone else was still unconscious, so I did a little exploring. That's when I noticed, as the girl says, stabby stick in the closet. There were some general supplies, some wood, and the murder weapon. Are you kidding me? So it was unlocked? Yeah, the closet was unlocked the whole time. When I saw the metal bar, I was worried about it becoming a weapon. However, I couldn't find anywhere better to hide it, so instead I made sure to dissuade people from opening the closet. Wait, a nie mu powiedział ten Dan czasem, jak ja grałem Danem, że ta szafa jest zamknięta? Wydaje mi się, że ten Dan też próbował otworzyć tą szafę. As well, I pushed the bed even closer up to the closet wall door, making it even more difficult to open. A może tego nie miał otworzyć. And will you simply believe that? Well, did anybody else check the closet to see if it really was locked? Nobody spoke up. As I thought. So unless Dan himself found the murder weapon, it seems like the murderer himself was the only one who could have it. This is progress. Now we just need to figure out who went into the closet. It might be easier said than done. It feels like it could have been anyone. Well, if you were accepting this reality, it once again seems Sid is the obvious answer. Sid and Dan were sleeping in the back car every night. Sid should have had access to the weapon quite easily. In fact, he could have just done it while Dan was sleeping and staged the scene afterwards. Yes, I do agree. The evidence seems quite damning once again. Wait, no way. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't have gotten into the closet. Why is that? Dan was sleeping in the cot last night, and the cot blocks the closet. It won't even open if you don't move the cot a little, like Dracula said. This is true. Oh my, this is starting to get interesting. So you weren't trying the code? I? What? No, of course not. I slept on the bench. Stella, I kid darling. Regardless, I'm not entirely sure your defense would hold up in court. How do we know you slept on the bench and not the code? Then you'll be able to grab the weapon while Dan was sleeping. No problem. Well, I don't know, I guess. I guess I can't prove it. No, but you and Dan both mentioned it in the morning. He did? I don't remember hearing this. For all I know, you might be making it up. I'm not. Somebody else heard this. In fact, not only did they hear it, they scolded Dan for taking the cot. Who scolded Dan for sleeping on the cot? To była ona, nie? Nie pamiętam. Nie pamiętam, której baba. Ta albo ta, albo ta. Mogłem źle wskazać? Huh? Me? What do you mean? Remember back to your conversation with Dan and Sid this morning? Oh, you're right. I completely forgot about getting mad at Dan this morning. Sorry, Dan. He's still dead. Anyway, you're totally right. She mentioned that his back hurt for sleeping on the bench. Yeah, that's it. If Sid was planning on murdering Dan, it makes sense for him to lie. But Dan agreed and said he slept on the cot, so it seems like we have proof. So it seems like it wasn't Sid, at least not while Dan was sleeping. Yeah, and I spent almost all my free time up in the front car trying to get into the computer. I was never alone in the back car, I swear. Can anyone prove the otherwise? Nobody spoke up. Does that finally prove that I'm innocent? More than anything, it shows we're not getting anywhere. You were basically our only lead. I mean, you were literally right next to him when he died. If it wasn't you, then who the hell was it? Hey, we're getting somewhere. We've learned about a lot of our alibis and about the murder weapon. Where do we even go from here? What are we supposed to do? Weren't you paying attention, Sam? No? There are a few more things to figure out. For example, those of us who were in this car. Catherine, Bert, Jenny, Freddy and myself. We called the loud scream we heard. Who was that? That's not mistaking that it happened. You're right, I heard it too. Pewnie z tego speakera to było. What are you about on? Who cares if someone screamed? Dan got stabbed through the chest. Of course people are going to be screaming. With all due respect, which isn't much. You don't know what you're talking about. What did you say to me? Oh, did that get you all riled up? I need to step in. I know the answer. Make your case. Siema Spartanie. Czy mam kupiony Silent Hill i Resident Evil 9? Nie. No, ale nowy Silent Hill, czyli F? To tak, F przeszedłem. Is it obvious? Think about this scream in particular. What are you even talking about? There shouldn't be anything notable about someone screaming. Do you think I'm making up the scream? Nie rozumiem, co ja tu mam zrobić. Z czym ja się mam nie zgodzić? Nie czaję. Coś mi przeleciało nad głową. What are you even talking about? There shouldn't be anything notable about someone screaming. Pewnie chodzi o to, co Dracula powiedział, ale... Nie rozumiem, o czym oni teraz rozmawiają. Hey, look. Believe it or not, Stella has a point. That scream was different, and we have a testimonial to back it up. I would hardly call it testimonial, but yes, I do agree with Stella. I find it quite easy to focus in the dark, and to me, that scream felt very peculiar. What do you mean by that? Can I be the one to explain it? I think I figured it out, if you insist. It wasn't really someone screaming, it was a recording. What? What do you mean? Yeah, this is the same conclusion I reached. How do you know? Well, it sounded strange, like a loudspeaker rather than a person. I immediately recognized that something was odd. No offense, but saying it sounded strange isn't enough to convince me. You agree? Which is why I did not speak up sooner. Truth be told, it took me a while to piece it together. The nail in the coffin, though, was that it wasn't just a random recording. The scream was Jenny's. Huh? Yeah, huh? What do you mean? I didn't scream today. You didn't scream today, but I think it was yesterday. Do you remember? Yelling? I don't think so. Are you sure I did? I suppose it would be hard to convince you or something like that. I will. When Sesam beat her. Yeah, that's it. I remember Sesam biting Jenny and she screamed. Yeah, she screamed bloody murder. And the scream we heard tonight sounded the same, except a bit lower quality, like it was played through a speaker. I think he's right. Now that you mention it, both did sound like they came from a little girl. Hey, I'm basically the same age as you. Anyway, I think Dracula's right. I agree. What can we do about it? What does that even mean for the case? This is getting really confusing. Yeah, I need to collect my thoughts for a minute. No time to be lollygagging. We shan't let our guard down, mates. Yeah, there's a dead body in the back car. No time to be messing around. I mean, damn, how am I supposed to be calm? Or even try to think at a time like this? Half of you just accuse me of murder of a person I just met. Plus I can barely even see. It's so dark in here. But I saw something click in your brain just now. Did you make the same realization as myself? I think so. How foolish of us. It seems obvious in hindsight something very different about now and the time of the murder. And that is... It's dark out and the lights in the bar car are off. I got it. That's it. It's the middle of the night now and all the lights in the car are off. The only thing letting us see in the residual moonlight coming through the windows. I don't get it. Why does that matter? Think back. Why was it even darker than this for a moment? Why couldn't we see at all during the murder? Exactly. We're in the front car, which was pretty well lit by the computers, but this car was pitch black. Yeah, I couldn't see an inch in front of my face for about 30 seconds. Thinking about it more, I can only come to one conclusion. Someone quickly hang shit in front of the all car windows. No, we're temporarily blinded by the Game Master brain chips. I feel like that will hurt a lot more. What? Czemu? Siema, Shanix. To jest bardziej logiczne niż to. Skoro ten... Czemu... Bez sensu. To czwarta odpowiedź jest bardziej prawdopodobna. Skoro to jest chip, który możecie unieszkodliwić i możecie zabić, to czemu nie mógłby cię na chwilę oślepić? Czemu wszyscy? Możesz wybrać 6 osób, na które by działać. That's it. That must be it. Something blocked all the moonlight coming through the windows. Or maybe you're right. He's definitely right. I have no proof, but I certainly cannot think of any other alternatives. Ja mogę. Well, if that's the case, how did it happen? How did it happen? You must have gone through a tunnel. Went through a tunnel and for the minute or so we were in it, we couldn't see anything. That makes a lot of sense. I don't think anyone who was in the front car would have noticed. They look around, but nobody else spoke up. Plus the train is really quiet and smooth. Some mentioned the same thing yesterday. It's hard to even remember we're on trains sometimes, let alone notice things like that. Exactly. The most obvious aspect is going through a tunnel would have to be the darkness. If I may interject, what is a tunnel? Freddy, I have a job for you. Job for me? Explain about the tunnel to Mr. Dracula, please. I don't have time for this. Hey, me as well, please. Czemu Dracula miał być widzieć ten tunel? Come on. Że ludzie kopali tunele już w czasach Strasznie Grecji przecież. Bez przesady. Okay. So we went through a tunnel right when the murderer was going to strike? Or did the murderer simply capitalize off the darkness and decide to kill? I don't know. It also doesn't change the fact that Catherine was basically guarding the door to the back car. It still seems impossible for someone other than Sid to be there to do it. That is true. Feels like we're uncovering some things, but no closer to real answer. I agree with Kaiser and Lauren. I don't think we're getting anywhere. Plus, it still seems pretty obvious to me that it had to have been Sid. Hey. Ooh. We already moved past that. It couldn't have been me. It's such a circular argument. Damn, are they right? Are we really not getting anywhere? So far, we've learned what everyone was doing, where the weapon came from, and why it got so dark. It feels close. It feels like if we just figure out a few more things. Hey, wait a minute. This doesn't make any sense. What's wrong, Freddy? I was telling the scary man about tunnels, right? But then I realized if we went through a tunnel, it would probably break the flag. Break the flag? Flag? What do you mean? You know, the one on the back of the train? Freddy, what are you talking about? Lauren knows. When I looked out of the window earlier, I saw a flag on the back of the train. He did mention something like this in the morning. We were up in the front car and I was half paying attention, but I do remember something about the flag. Come on, I can show you guys. I'm lost. Me too, but I can't hurt to hear him out. The 10 of them followed Freddy to the front car. I'm skeptical that this will lead to anything, but it's like we are getting that much done anyway. Look, Freddy ran over to the window. A few others followed. Looks about the same as the last time we checked. What did you say we're looking at for again, Freddy? The flag. It's all the way to the back of the train. I'm pushing my head all the way up against the glass and I can't see that far back. Me as well. Well, never mind, I guess. I think I understand. We need to wait a bit. Muszę być na zakręcie. Dan is dead. We have to figure out what happened. What are you talking about, Dracula? We're just making things up now and we're not getting anywhere. I think he made anything up. Just because we're not able to see the flag right now doesn't mean he didn't before. Yeah, but we can't even see the back of the car from this angle out the window. Surely Bertie must understand the situation now. A reason why he was able to see it earlier but we can't right now. Something about being in the front train car. I have to guess and I get it. We need to be going around the turn to see it. Ale zagadka. That's it. We have to wait until we're going around a turn. Then we'll be able to see the back car from the window. Yes, precisely. How long will we have to wait? We don't know. Aye, laddies. I don't get it. Are you saying the flag is invisible? I can explain. It's pretty simple. Nie muszę tego chyba tego tłumaczyć. This is what we see right now. We're the first of the 3 train cars. So we're going straight, we can see back of the train out the window, but we're going to turn around. If we're going around the turn, we have to better field the view. Does that make sense? Why is the stick figure smiling now? And even sign it with a heart. I think I did a pretty good job drawing it. I think you're correct though. Aye, that does make sense. I suppose we're just waiting then. Yeah, we should just hang tight until we start going around the turn. I feel we're investigating quite a bit of time into a child's theory. He's right. That's all we really got now. I've been meaning to ask, what do you plan to do if we figure out who killed Dan? She makes a good point for once. There is a killer amongst us. To me, it seems easy enough. We'll have to kill them. Agreed. What? We don't need another dead body on this train. What do you suggest then? I hadn't exactly thought about that far ahead. We can just lock them into one of the cars alone or something. But now, that's the time to worry about that. Hey, we're turning. I can barely feel it, but with a look out of the windows, it seems like Sam's right. Bert and Freddy made their way over to the window again. The crowd was right, we can see the back of the train pretty easily now. Oh, see? No, I don't really see anything. Well, yeah, the flag is gone. It's hard when I don't know what I'm looking for. Did it really look like a flag? What was it on it? Well, I don't know. It was a long, pointy flag. The stat ball is starting to bother me. Wait, let him keep talking. Freddy, what do you mean it was a long, pointy flag? That doesn't sound like any flag I've seen before. I can draw it. Can I draw it? Seems like I started a trend. If this is the train going left, it looks kind of like this. It's a pretty good drawing. Anyway, so Freddy, it doesn't seem very much like a flag then. Well, that's what it looked like. It was really thin and mounted on a stick. To jest narzędzie zbrodni. Ale to czekaj, że on powiedział, że to w szafie było to narzędzie zbrodni. Czyli z zewnątrz go zabił ten drut. I don't think we're going down the right path. Wait, no, I think we're just starting to get somewhere. I think I'm going to go inspect the body again. You can't, hear me out. Catherine, you can't. I'll give you 1 minute. I know it seems like a waste, but I think about what Freddy just said. Don't you think that this flag looked awfully similar to Skype? To? Does that agree? I got it. It's the murder weapon. That's it. What do you mean a Skype? Well, that's exactly a Skype, but look at this drawing. I think I'm starting to piece it together. Just look like a Skype, but what does that mean? No. The flag was actually the murder weapon. Wait, how? Who? How? It doesn't make sense, right? Are you suggesting it's pretty... What are you suggesting? It's pretty crazy. But, maybe? Lost me again, lads. She grabbed the piece of paper that Freddy was holding. Someone could have set up the mechanism to bonk the skive of the tunnel entrance and swing down to stop through the back car window. Bonk. That's a bad shit insane theory. Wait, but if it's alright, we should be able to check. The murderer would have had to set up a hinge or something to make sure it swung down right correctly. You're right. We should go check. To był farmer. Wait, what? Jaki farmer? I agree that it seems absurd. However, I also agree there is no harm in checking. We should all move to the back car together. Maybe someone can stay up here with Freddy so he doesn't have to see the body again. No, I don't trust any of you at this point. Bring the kid. Alright. Bring the kid. All of them made their way to the back car together. Damn. I don't want to climb over his body to check the window. I can do it. I don't want to, but I can. Hey, Valerie. Stepping over the dead body like this is unnerving, but I have to. It's hard to get a good view of the overhang outside the train, but if I lean up against the broken glass of the window just right... On second thought, this must have been where the object was hanging from. There really is a big hinge right outside the back door. Sid was right. Bert stepped back over the body and explained what he saw to everyone else. Well, that certainly changes things. Yeah, it seems that we have quite like mechanics on our hands. Mechanic? Well, to construct a mechanism that releases a sky specifically upon hitting the tunnel, especially in secret with such a little time, it's nearly impossible. In any case, it's a fun lead. Fun. Think about it, the whole case is changed now. She has a point. If we assume the sky contraption was actually used, everything is different. Though our alibis may be inaccurate now, we might not be looking for someone who was in the back car at the time of death. What? I don't get it. Someone had done even though they weren't there with him. Well, buddy, once they put the flag up there, all they had to do was wait for the tunnel. It's sort of like a cuckoo clock. Once it's installed, you don't have to do anything. What? That doesn't make any sense. Au contraire. Jest po francusku pewnie. Co ja tu muszę wybrać teraz? You're so mean to me. You know my mom. Dear, you're too young and stupid to understand. Leave this to us for now. We can explain after. They didn't need to be in the car. But why did Dan stand at the window? Didn't somebody have to hold him there? Just an hanging object. I got it. There was something that distracted him, Freddy. What do you mean? When I came back here to investigate more, I noticed this hanging right outside the back window. In fact, it must have been hanging from the same hinge. To think I missed something like that. My guess is that Dan noticed the same thing and walked over to the back window. Shiny. Hey, give me that. This is my ring. Huh, this is yours. Yes, of course. It's not. Of course it is. Now hand it over. I don't remember losing this or giving it to anyone. Are you admitting to hanging it outside the back car window? Of course not. Raclure de bidet. Bidet? Why would Stella Cantori do such a thing? More importantly, if she did do it, she probably wouldn't own up to the ring being hers. Someone must have stolen it from me. Or they just asked for it while you were blacked out drunk. Yeah, or that. If you don't remember who you gave it to, or who took it, then it doesn't really matter that it's yours. This also means, based on the positioning of the body and the window, Dan must have been stabbed through his front, which makes me think that Ron went all the way through his body when he fell onto his stomach. She did say that Dan called out to him before dying, so it would make sense that he turned around, then fell over onto his stomach, pushing the rod through his body. It's horrible and disgusting, but at least it's all tracks. We're making progress. More importantly, I have a question. We're assuming that murderer used the ring as bait for someone to stand at the window. I can get on board with that, sure, but I probably only stood there for a minute or two max. How did the murderer knew exactly when we get to the tunnel? Oh yeah, a few moments ago we didn't even know we would be taking a turn. How was the murderer able to perfectly time the tunnel entrance? That's true, we don't have access to the train road, or even a map of the area. Yeah, we're trying to find a map of the computers in the front of the car, but no luck. Ten kto wie, ten wie. Nas była, że na dachu Skype, ponieważ był farmer na dachu. A, to nie przyszedłem nawet jej, bo teraz przyszedłem po właściwą. A jak się gierka podoba? Jest ciężko ocenić, bo to jest gra, która wiesz, może ocenić ją po przejściu całości, nie? Grałem ostatnio jakąś taką grę, nie pamiętam co to było. Też się mnie ktoś pytał, jak się gra podobała i powiedziałem, że dopiero jak przyjdę to ci powiem, czy mi się podobała. Co byście ostatnio grali w to? Takie coś? Nie pamiętam jaka to była gra. A, w Wanderstopa grałem. We're trying to find a map on the computers in front of the car, but no luck. Someone must have gotten into the computers and kept it a secret from the rest of us. Damn it, right under our noses. Wait, hold on. I don't think anyone managed to get into the computers. Don't be so foolish, Lauren. Why are you so sure about yourself? Look, we don't have time to focus on the means, just focus on the fact that it resulted in murder. There's just no way for us to know if someone got into the computers anyways, so this is dangerous rabbit hole. So. I got it. Believe it or not, some might be onto something. The user counter and the monitors have a different value now. Yeah, it went from 1 to 3 at some point. That would mean whoever used the computer used it twice as well. Maybe wants to see what they can access and again to set up the murder. I have an inquiry. Why was the user counter at 1 in the first place? Is this value really something we should trust? I know this. When we first got on the train, the value was 0. After tinkering with the inputs for a bit, I found the directory. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anything useful in there. But afterwards, the user counter went up to 1 and stayed there. I see. Can anyone else back up this claim? Yes, I talked to Dan about this, but Dan is dead now. I guess not then. Well, it shouldn't be easy as accessing the directory? If we go back to the front car and put in the same input, the counter should go up again. Perhaps. And if not, it would look fairly incriminating for the boy here. He's right. If the counter doesn't go up again, something would be fishy. It would probably mean that Sid somehow has the password. It should. Let's go check. Only one way to find out. I'll try it. See, what do I type again? Just type in there in all caps and hit enter. Then I walked over to the keyboard and started typing. A few others watched. It should work. Why am I so nervous though? Yep, I accessed the directory and the counter went up to 4. Phew. Sid, why didn't you tell anyone else about this? It could have been useful to see the directory even if we can't open anything. Well, I talked to Dan about it, and he said we shouldn't. It's kinda hard to trust anyone, you know? Either way, we know now. So it seems like someone did access the computer, either using the same input or with the password. Couldn't have been me. I was never in the front car alone after the first time. Idea. Quick, if you're the one who used the password, speak up now. Was not prepared for Jenny to do that. Anyway, nobody's speaking up. It seems like this is silent someone admission of guilt. If the murderer said that they used their input, they could have absolved themselves of some blame, but they didn't. We're close to figuring this out. Let's take a step back, retrace our steps. Yes, please, I'm starting to get a bit confused. So is Sesam, I think. Agreed. With Sesam or with me? Both, I suppose. It seems the first half of our investigation was in vain. We spent quite some time considering ways someone could have stopped Dan. Not wasted per se, simply not the correct solution. Now we know that somebody snuck into the back car. That is true. As well as some information about the tunnel and the computer login. We don't know who figured out the password, what it is or how. But we know someone did. So the person who accessed the computer is the murderer. It seems quite that simple. They need to have learned this train route somehow for the Skype mechanisms to work. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to time hitting the tunnel so accurately. I see. Then I can't think of any other solution. It must have been one of the 4 in the front car at the time of the murder. Chahar, Sam, Kaiser, or myself. What? You can't just narrow it down so quickly. Think about it. It's the perfect excuse. Being able to claim I couldn't have done it, I was nowhere near the crime. Plus, if they accessed the computer twice, it's likely one of the times that was during the murder. Yes, I concur. If this theory is correct, it must have been one of the 4 in this car. But why? I think back to something we concluded earlier. Something essential to the setup that could only be accomplished in this car. Activating the PA system. What must be the answer? It must have been activating the PA system with the button. Precisely. And you forgot about the screen. Probably did it just to distract us during the commotion, but their plan backfired. You act like you have it all figured out, Mr. Dracula. Oh, sure, no faster than you do. Besides, I wasn't the one in this train car during the murder, so this does not incriminate me. Stay on task, we're so close to the answer. We know that you can't hear the PA system from the front car, generally proved that, but there is a way we can check. Wait, Sid. Sid ran over the train car door. He opened both the front car door and the bar car door, so everyone could see directly into the bar car. Hit the button. Ah. Wow, Jenny's scream really is programmed into the button. Press it again. Wow. That's little Sid then. He was one of the 4 from up here. They pressed The button when we went into the tunnel to cause a diversion. Despicable. Well, out with it. Who killed Dan? Whoa, take a step back. Sid's furious all of a sudden, but I can't blame him. We're so close. There's only one logical next step. This could be it. Let's settle this. Okay, Sam, Shahar, Kaiser, and Lauren. You four were up here at the time of the murder. I need you to each tell us exactly what you were doing up here at the time of the murder. Exactly what you were doing. Sam, you're first. It's pretty lame that I'm getting roped into this just because I was in the stringer. Whatever, I was pretty much just looking around. I want to see if you could find anything in the cabinets, in all the corners, etc. Okay, you're next, Shahar. Aye, Captain. You see, I was trying at the helm. If I could figure out how to control the train, I could stop it. Not such luck enough, laddies. Kaiser, if you insist. Ja nie wiem, zastanawiam się, czy w takim razie, jeśli gra sobie naprawdę sugeruje, że któryś z nich musi być mordercą, to albo on, bo jest Kaiser Soze z Visual Suspects. Nie wiem, jest Kaiser, więc to jest on. Albo Laura Palmer, bo jest z Twin Peaks i to było takie ironiczne, że ona jest mordercą. Podczas gdy w Twin Peaks opiera się na rozwiązaniu zagadki, kto zamordował Laurę Palmer. Więc teraz pytanie, czy autorzy grają na bardzo słynnym morderstwie i Laura Palmer jest mordercą teraz? W związku z tym? To by było ciekawe. If you insist, I tried some possible passwords, starting with all our names, to no avail, and I searched with Sam for a bit. And you, Lauren? I was unplugging and replugging some of the monitors, hoping maybe something would change. Nothing changed, and this is what became of it. I see. That settles it. I know who it was. Wait, ja nic do końca słuchałem, co oni gadali. The murder is... Wait, what? No poza czego mam to wyciągnąć? Ja musiał przysłać jeszcze raz, co mi powiedzieli. Ja nie słuchałem do końca, co mi mówili, bo gadałem o tym reżyserze. To było aż tak kluczowe w tym momencie. Co oni gadali? Co ona gadała, że na monitory przełączała? Ten próbował hasło wcisnąć? Ten próbował co? Sterować pociągiem? A ta coś, nie pamiętam, co ona gadała. A jak to można przeczytać? History. O. It's pretty much just looking around. I could figure out control the train. If I could, no such thing like though. Then I searched with Sam for a bit. No dobra, więc kilka rzeczy się nie zgadza, bo tak. Powiedział, że tried some possible passwords starting with all our names? To można na dwa sposoby interpretować, nie? Wpisał 5 nazwisk i mu wyskoczył error. Ale... Jeśli all our names mamy interpretować podkreślone z all our names, no nie mógł wszystkich pisać, więc on kłamie, tak? I to chyba o to chodzi, tak? To mam znaleźć, kto kłamie. Ale z drugiej strony, jeśli mam rozumieć, że on próbował coś robić, a ta mu wyłączyła monitor, tak? To by się chyba zorientował, że ona nie wyłączała monitoru, nie? Znaczy nie wiem, właśnie może to ona kłamie. Bo jakby nie zauważył, że ona monitor wyłącza. Chyba, że może inne monitory wyłącza, bo tam jest ich więcej. Find anything in the cabinets in all the corners, etc. I was trying at the helm. Helm to nie jest czasem front? Jak jest w statku helm? Muszę sobie sprawdzić. Helm to jest przecież... Nie, to jest Czyli siedział przy tym głównym monitorze, tak? Muszę sprawdzić sobie, gdzie jest helm. Ship. No przy sterach, no. Command Center and Apparatus. To jak on mógł być przy sterach, a ten jednocześnie wpisywał hasło? To ja nie rozumiem. Widać, że on kłamie, z tego co rozumiem. Bo dwie osoby wskazują na to, że... I w sumie ona też monitorem włączała, więc jakoś... On kłamie. It has to be Kaiser. Excuse me? Are you insulting that I killed Dan? No, I'm proclaiming it. It had to have been you. We all have the evidence we need now. But how did you come to such a ridiculous conclusion? Surely the four of us tell you what we're doing couldn't have been the deciding factor. It was Kaiser. You said you were trying everyone's names as password. That's exactly what I was doing, you fool. We know that can't be true, pardon me, but we have proved we couldn't have done that. Who said it? Jezus, kto to gadał? Czy ja mogę sobie sprawdzić historię, co było wczoraj? A to nie było on czasem. On to chyba wpisał 5 razy. Żeby przewinąć całą grę. Czy tu nie ma... Bąk, nie ma. On chyba, ja nie pamiętam, z kiepską pamięć mam. Siema, Okma. On to... Ja na pewno wpisałem. Ja napisałem, 5 razy pisałem. Mogę ze streama przewinąć? Przewinę ze streama i zobaczę, kto to gadał. Ja nie wiedziałem, że ta gra się opiera na pamięci, że muszę pamiętać, co się działo. Kto tam gadał? Mi się wydaje, że to był on, ten Kim. Albo Sid. Albo to był Sid. Bo oni siedzieli przy komputerze. Że mi się wydaje, że to było tak, że on powiedział, że o, spróbowałem 5 razy i odrzuciło mnie. A potem ten Sid powiedział, a to ja spróbuję potem przy tym posiedzieć. Nie pamiętam, kto to było. Muszę sobie sprawdzić na streamku. O, dobra, to był Sid. Sprawdziłem sobie. Nie pamiętają po prostu. Może więcej niż raz kliknąć? Ale ja chcę za pierwszym razem. Excuse me? It's true. You can prove that Kaiser was the one who killed Dan. Ja nie wiem, czy to cokolwiek udowadnia. You're right, I don't know. Kaiser could possibly have tested everyone's name as a password. After 5 attempts, it locks you out. Surely you're joking? No, it's true. Lauren rushed over to a computer and started typing. Did Kaiser really kill Dan? I know someone had to have done it, but it's hard to actually accept it true. It's true. After 5 attempts, it stopped me from typing anything else in. There's no pop-up or anything, but it's impossible to input any new letters. I can't believe it, Kaiser. Did you really do this? Yes, you figured it all out. I'm impressed, quite frankly. I killed Dan, there's no reason to claim otherwise now. But why? Why would you do something like that? A wonderful question, truly. And I wish I had a better answer. You see, I too have been hiding some personal details. I like to imagine I was past my crime days, but alas, crime? My homeland was very dependent on trains. Be it for bourgeois travels, international trading, civilian errands, everything revolved around the rails. I was personally never much of a fan of trains. Where are you going with this? You see, such methods are invulnerable to heist and robbery. I took great advantage of this. You were a train robber? Yes, I did what I must to make ends to meet my family. I did not hurt anyone, I simply stole from those with extra resources. Until today. Yes, until today. But why? I didn't have a choice. I had to kill the Game Master. What? How did you know he was the Game Master? I don't know for sure, but his personality was. So cold. You killed my friend, you didn't deserve to die? He didn't deserve to die. How do you know that? Maybe he was the Game Master. For all we know, he was behind this whole thing. No way. How did you know the password to the computer? That's exactly how I knew it was my turn. Your turn? What do you mean? I've been on and robbed trains quite similar to all three of these. My town had dozens of trains that closely resembled the caboose. My family business as well. Reminds me of my mother in an unfortunate way. The bar car as well felt familiar. Those privileged bastards always had something upscale like it when passing through. Even being in their past few days makes my blood boil. Disgusting. And then this car. It reminds me of one of heist in particular, my most famous heist. I'll never forget the day down to the most minute details. It was the coldest August 5th I've ever experienced, and one that changed my life. It was going to be my big break, and for a while I thought it was. How naive of me. This is nearly identical train from then. So you tried the same password from that heist? Yeah, and it worked. Regardless, I have made my decision. I killed Dan. Whether he was the Game Master or not, there's no way for us to know yet. I had hoped to conceal my guilt, akin to the Game Master's original message. The game will then continue with the surviving participants. However, if they can't identify who the real murderer was, everyone but the murderer and the Game Master will be killed, and the game ends. I'm not particularly well versed at hiding my guilt, so Game Master, was I correct? If you're still alive, punish me. What? No. If Dan was not the Game Master, my fate is death. Show me. Oh. Kaiser fell to the floor. What? Oh my god, oh my god. What happened? He just died. He just died. 10 out of 12 remaining. He was wrong. Dan was innocent. Dan, Kaiser. They're both dead. I survived. We, the 10 of us, survived. Technically, we were closer to winning this game. But really, we had lost more than we had won. What? No. A more human person would have given us some time. To celebrate, to reflect, to mourn. But instead, with no mourning, I passed out. Continue. Ale tu nie miałem za bardzo wyboru. Tenuously enjoying a dinner. Nie wiem, co znaczy tenuously. W ciągu 15 live z rzędu, a nie byłem raz na jeden tydzień temu, w piątek, jak to działa? Podobno jak obejrzysz woda, to ci dolicza. Oglądasz, że woda ukma? A few years ago. Dan Scagnelli, I take it. Nice of you to finally show up. What the? How did you know I would be here? This is no matter our damny boy. Really think you, a nobody, could waltz in here to kill one of the most influential people on the planet? Punks like you show up looking to do hair in the last ones. What? I don't have any skin in the game. I was just hired to do this job. Hired by that. What's his name? It was one of the documents we got, whatever. Seems like this is your first hit job, showing up here like this. Look, we could kill you right here, but that would get the marble dirty. So I'll make you a deal. A deal? Super simple. Kill the person who hired you for this hit and don't ever show your face here again. In the present. 2 people died, and there's nothing I could do to save them. I'm finally awake. I can't be negative right now. There were 10 people I did help save. We didn't investigate and uncover Kaiser's secrets, we we all would have been killed. Though I still feel no closer to the ground who the Game Master is. Either way, I need to keep my guard up and protect everyone here. Oh, Bert, are you awake? Feeling okay? This kid's one of them. I have to keep him safe. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. How are you? Kinda sleepy, like always. We're in a really nice house now, though. For a kid, he doesn't seem that shaken up about what just happened. But looking around, I had to agree. It seems like we're in a very posh dining room. A nice change of pace from the crowded train. Wait, Bert? I thought you were just someone in my dream. Does that mean... Dan, Kaiser... Oh no, he's audibly tearing up. What do I do? Hey Freddy, you doing okay? You wanna look around and try to find food with me? Everyone's probably hungry after sleeping. Sure. Thank goodness for Lauren, she's great with kids. Oh, everyone else is here too, waking up like this, like us. I see Lauren and Freddy have already started exploring. Something like that, I think she's just trying to keep him from crying. Something like that, I think she's just trying to keep him from crying. Regardless, they've gone to New Ara without consulting the rest of us. Seems somewhat rushed. As well, I was hoping we could discuss what little we've learned from Kaiser before his death. I agree with the vampire. We may as well discuss it now, and catch those two up later. No time to waste really. First, Kaiser mentioned the train we are in a very similar... Mentioned the train we were in is very similar to train he'd been in before. It seems we're in some sort of mansion. Perhaps the murder this time has been in the mansion before. Wow, so you think someone here has been in this mansion before? It would make sense, yes? Here's the point. If there were direct ties between Kaiser and the train, maybe someone has a direct ties to this mansion. Precisely. In which case, while exploring, let's look for clues that tie specific people to this place. That way we can identify the murder ahead of time. Ideally, that would just kill the Game Master. They would just kill the Game Master and we'll all escape, but if we not, we can protect ourselves in this way. Dracula's very calm and collected about this. It seems like a pretty good plan, though maybe a bit optimistic. Secondly, we know that Kaiser, Stella and Sam have all admitted to some sort of crime. Stella and Sam. Alright. And Bert almost admitted something on the train as well. Remember when the screen said in the first room we met in? In other words, whoever put us here seems to think we all deserve to die. Surely you can all finish this train of thought on your own. We're all criminals. Criminal. I wouldn't call myself that. But I wasn't ready emotionally to contest that statement, so I stayed silent. No way, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm only 17, I can't be criminal. I'm not sure if you're exempt from law for being 17, but... Well, I didn't do anything wrong, really. Well, nothing very wrong. Well, maybe very wrong, but... I think we got the point. Based on everyone's reaction, it seems like there's at least some truth to Dracula point. I have some doubts though, especially considering Freddy's a literal child. Yeah, it seems unlikely Freddy's a hardened criminal. It's also hard to me to imagine Lauren or Jenny being a criminal. I wonder what they did. Based on the lack of evidence against, it seems this conclusion is correct. Surely anyone who didn't view themselves as criminal could counter this argument. So it could be prudent to strategize around this information. Strategize how exactly? Maybe we could each continue discussing reasons we could be here and try to find a common link. And by discussing reasons, I mean confess to our crimes. That common link could help us identify the Game Master. The Game Master might even be the common link themselves. We'll be able to eliminate them, ending this all. For example, I've committed vampiric manslaughter. I think it's unfair to call my need for sustenance a crime, but I digress. Common link. The few things people had admitted to definitely didn't have a common link. Was Dracula really this irrational? No, I think I understand what Dracula was trying to do, but it was best not to say it out loud, and he must know that. We already concluded there is a reasonable chance the murder this round is tied to the mansion. If people honestly admitted to their past, we could rule out suspects who hadn't been near this mansion. But again, the murderer has no incentive to admit to a crime that could tie them to this location. So Dracula must be hoping that murder isn't so wise. Better yet, he's suggesting that the murder task... Za dużo myślą na głos, moim zdaniem. Siema Wojtek. Woda w sensie? Chodzi o to, że jak obejrzysz historyczną transmisję, czyli jak ja streamuję, to przez 2 miesiące na Twitchu możesz sprawdzić stare transmisje. I podobno jest jakiś tam okres, przez który możesz obejrzeć transmisję, która się już odbyła, zobaczyć, co się tam stało i to ci zalicza do streaka. Ważne, tu widzisz, to nie wiem, o co chodzi ci z tym tytułem. Jakby za dużo w tej grze oni wykładają kawa na ławę. Nie pozostawiają nic jakby między wierszami albo subtelności, tylko to jest takie oczywiste wszystko, że każda decyzja, każde przemyślenie musi być wypowiedziane głośno, a nie daje graczowi niczego takiego, żeby sobie mógł po prostu domyśleć się, co autor miał na myśli. To wszystko jest tutaj takie wyłożone. No, ale słuchaj, nie próbujesz szukać nie ma co tłumaczyć procesu, ja tylko mówię, co jest nie do końca zrobione. No, teraz tłumaczy mi, co kogoś miał na myśli, a może można to pozostawić graczowi, nie? Żeby sobie sam domyślił się, jaki jest plan, nie? Ja mam teraz wrażenie, jakbym oglądał niektóre anime tak czasami są, że masz takie flashbacki i pokazują ci, jak główny bohater sam głośno jak to się mówi, internalizuje się to mówi? Własne myśli, że on tak do siebie mówi i tak dalej, no to jest takie coś w tym stylu. I'm not sure if someone would step forward so easily, but the girl definitely is scamming something up. Babe, you're just coming off as a senile. The idea of discussing our crimes would be much more enticing from a younger guy. We already discussed this and it seems nobody else wants to speak up. Fine, maybe this is a conversation that should wait for all of us to present anyway. But even if we don't admit to our crimes, maybe we should take precautions like mandatory traveling in pairs. Rubbish. You see the room we're in? It's a place made for a queen like me. There's bound to be plenty of high-class booze, stuff you find in the VIP lounges. For the first time since the start of all this, Stella makes a great point. Hopefully there's some real food and sleeping arrangements. I'm not going to let some geezer tell me what to do. I worked hard my whole life to hire bodyguards, not to be one. Again, you're kind of derailing the conversation here. The point is that we have information and we should use it to maximize our chance of escaping. The particulars don't really matter, though I do think admitting our crimes might help. I want to think about it again. I don't want to relive the moment again, that poor woman. Honey, as someone who has confessed crimes, is that really fair when the vampire and pirate are going to keep playing pretend? What do you mean pretend? Ain't nothing pretend about me. Alright, if it means getting to see those abs, I can agree that you're a pirate. That's what I like to hear. I do have some concerns about us all admitted to crimes. I know it will sound suspicious, but I think for some of us this is very personal. One of those things that you have to keep bottled up or ignore for your own sanity. Yeah, like the awkward moment from middle school that ruins you when you think of it. I agree with the bell. I'm sure some of you have fetishes you wouldn't admit to. What makes a crime so different? That being said, are you sure you aren't just trying to get on Brett's good side? Suddenly all eyes were either on me or Jenny. What? Huh? But you're both young, do-eyed, happy types. And it's obvious Brett doesn't want to talk about his crime, so you're bailing him out. Is she? But hey, if you're not interested in Bert, I'll take him. I'm just going to ignore what Stella said. Anyways, I think about our crimes would create more sadness and distract than anything. Besides, look at the crimes we already know. Stella did some shady business deal, some dealt trucks, Bert is something about driving. What common theme would have those that we could figure out? Nobody spoke up. Exactly, so let's do something useful and explore this place. I look briefly at Sam and Dracula. Looks like that's the end of the conversation. Well, one more thing. It seems that despite not being in a fast-moving train, escape is unlikely. All the windows in this room have been boarded with a metal sheet. even if they were not there. I have a feeling that chips in our brains would likely kill us if we escaped. And given what happened to Kaiser, it would seem the chips are going to be hard to subvert. It's true, I can't imagine we can just run from this situation. Especially if the Game Master really did kill Kaiser just at the flip of a switch. That is all I wish to say. I would hate to see any more unnecessary deaths than we already have. So are we free to go explore? I've never been in a house this fancy. I was hoping we would do what we did on the train and got to explore a bit. Great idea. There's bound to be some new information here we can use. Oh, true, and maybe not mice to catch. She's as scatterbrained as usual, but it's probably good right now. Sid is clearly the most shaken up about Dan death. It's good to get his mind off that. Yeah, plus we have to figure out what there is to eat and where to sleep. I'll be happy to get my mind off for a bit too. I approached Jenny and made sure Stella wasn't within earshot. Hey Jenny, want to explore together? Oh, sure. I think after now she helped on train, I can trust her. Was Stella actually on to do something about Jenny and I? I'm not sure. Where should we start? This is quite an upgrade from the train. The others left as we started talking. Guess no one wants to look around here? Maybe they thought they saw everything. And to be fair, there isn't much to see. A large dining table, some furniture. Is that Omni's portrait though? She pointed above the fireplace. A middle-aged, ordinary-looking man dressed up quite nicely. Wait, who is that? No clue. It must be someone relevant, right? Unless the Game Master just took someone mentioned without a problem. But it seems like anyone rich enough to own this house wouldn't be so easily overcome. Surely they could afford some top-notch security or would have police trying to help them retake their mansion non-stop. You might be onto something. Maybe it's the Game Master and it's their mansion. Well, that would be contradict what the screen told us about one of us being in the Game Master. But maybe we would be naive to trust that without more evidence. Unless someone met this person before, I don't know if we'll get much information about all this. Let's look somewhere else. Look like this room connects to the kitchen and a bedroom. Let's head to the kitchen, I'm hungry. Bert and Jenny went to the kitchen. Hey, what happened to the other room? I heard lots of chatter. Well, I'm pretty curious how she'll react to the whole "we're all criminals" news. We've concluded everyone here is some type of criminal, basically. Some people suggested we all admit to our past crimes, but that wasn't very well received. Okay. Good news, the kitchen is rather well stocked. Is she not all faced by the fact that we're all criminals? Basically what you expect from a kitchen in a mansion. Plenty of tools, cutlery and cookware. Though there seems to be only one knife. Maybe the Game Master didn't want a knife murder to be too easy. Regardless, there's also a sort of meats and veggies and stove. The stove, the fridge, freezer and all functioning tap water. I heard fridge and freezer. Is there a ram here is there ram for the taking? If the mansion owner has any class, there should be. Hey Freddy, Shahar and Stella want a chance to check out the kitchen. Maybe let's not disturb them. We could just ask them to. It's easier to just not bother, honestly. True. By the way, some people brought up the idea of sleeping arrangements. Oh, Freddy, wanna go claim a big bet? Okay. Rum, vodka, med. They have everything here. Tequila shots, it's been so long. Bert, Jenny, want to join us? I'm not old enough to drink yet. Who's gonna arrest you? The Game Master who's already broken 20 different laws? Plus, it would be good for you and Bert to get to know each other with your inhibitions down. Alright, I think we've seen everything we need to see here. So let's go check out another room. A bedroom. Jeez, get me out of here. Hey guys, welcome to Catherine Garage Emporium. Catherine Garage Emporium. Just something I made up. There's no car, otherwise we could make a sick gateway. Well, you know, mine is the whole chip in your head thing. Also, the garage door doesn't open, though it's not surprising. In better news, there's some rope here Sesam can use as a scratching toy. He's having fun with it already. Wow, maybe Sesam can scratch his way out of here for us. What? Don't be silly. That's completely unreasonable. There's also some simple tools and supplies in here. We've got a drill, a hammer and nails, a screwdriver and screws, a step stool and some batteries. We could use this to repair anything that breaks, maybe. Not sure if anyone hears much of handyman though. I could repair things around here. We couldn't afford to hire people, so my dad taught me how to do basic household repairs. That's nice of you to offer, Sid, but hopefully we don't need... the need doesn't arise. There's also a clock and some boxes full of junk. According to the clock, it's early afternoon right now. Czwarta, tak? It's hard to tell for sure with all the windows boarded up. We might as well use that as our time standard for now. Catherine Garage Emporium Standard Time. I heard Jenny giggle behind me. I'm jealous of their lightheartedness and sometimes. There's also a small generator here. It seems like it's fully fueled. We have running power, so we shouldn't need it. But it's nice to know that won't be an issue. Yeah, the lights were on in the dining room, and the fridge and the freeze are also running. So I don't think we need to worry about that. Nice. Do you happen to know if the kitchen is well stocked? I used to work as a sauce chief in the kitchen. I could whip up some nice meals. Don't have to be vegetarian meals. Wouldn't want the meat to go to waste. That's awesome of you to offer. Catherine, if you're going to cook, I have an idea. Send it to me. Well, I think we all really need right now is something to bring us together. Something to bring us together. Yeah, like a fancy dinner party. That's such a cute idea. Let's do it. We probably need at least a day to prepare, so I would have to be tomorrow evening. That should be fine, and we can all chip in to help. Oh, a fancy party. I've only ever lived in my parents' cramped apartment, sustaining ourselves of budget meals. This is exciting. No, and just like that side, Sid is in high spirit. Sounds good to me. Honestly, anything to get Sid mind of a done, and this situation as a whole is welcome in my book. I'm glad something good is coming out of this. Ready to keep exploring? Sounds good. Catherine gave us a rundown of this room anyway. Let's see, we saw the dining room, kitchen and garage. It seems like we explored the entirety of this floor and let's go upstairs? Sure. Okay, so this is the upstairs, huh? Każda pierwsza litera wyrazu daje tytuł tead. To znaczy teatr, nie wiadomo co znaczy teatr. Więc jakie to ma znaczenie? Pretty suspicious. It seems like there are 6 doors up here. Let's check them out from left to right. There is some murmuring coming up from the room already. Maybe don't. Woohoo! Barge in. The master bedroom. Nice of you to join us. Sam and I were just chatting. There is nothing particularly interesting here. Just a fancy bedroom with an attached bath, befitting of an old accomplished vampire. Subtle attempt to make an early claim of the nicest room. Sure you're not saying that because your joints are giving out? Make ageist jokes if you must, but being a vampire means that despite my age I'm quite nimble. Also, may I remind you, I don't need to sleep. But if I'm to spend the night thinking, this room seems ideal to do so. Before deciding where people will sleep, or stay awake, do we know what other living arrangements are? There are 4 bedrooms, including this master bedroom. So enough for 8 of us to sleep on a bed, if people are willing to share. Unfortunately, beside this room, it seems the beds will only fit 1 adult. Fortunately, the couches in the living room seems rather comfy. Okay, I think in 30 minutes or so we should meet up and decide this like we did in the train. With a vote rather than someone making an early claim. Fine. Cool. Make sure to mention it to anyone you bump into. By the way, can I ask what you were talking about? We're discussing private affairs. You have secrets you're keeping about your crime, so surely you won't mind me keeping my own. Yeah, what the vampire said. Oh, yeah, of course. And maybe you'd like to give us some privacy so we may continue speaking. Continue going on your little adventure around the house. I nodded but was a little bit annoyed by the whole conversation. I don't think people teaming up and keeping secret with each other is a great idea. There's not much I can do about it right now. Let's move on. We can check the next room over. Sounds good. Oh, hi guys. I thought bouncing on a bed might get Freddy minds off things. It's fun. It's probably not what he's used to in terms of fun, but it's something. By the way, we're meeting soon in the living room to discuss who gets to sleep where. We can bring you down with the us when it's time to start. Got it. Do you mind if we look around here? Sure, don't mind us. You two kids. You two kids? Huh, looks like Sam and Dracula weren't lying about having only small beds outside of the master room. Yeah, it's very weird for how luxurious the house is otherwise. This room isn't particularly well furnished either. Normally there'll be a dresser or something like that in here. Maybe the game master is trying to minimize how many spots things can be hidden in. After all, searching for fully furnished bedrooms sounds like a chore. Zastanawiam się, jak ten Kaiser, co on skonstruował na tym pociągu, tą flagę, jak on to zrobił. To było niewyjaśnione. Co on się wspiął na ten pociąg? Nie rozumiem. I'll be awful considerate for someone who, you know, wants most of us dead. That's true. But if they wanted us dead, why not just kill us instead of making us play this game? I wish I knew. If you say so. Next room? Yeah. Tylko broń trzeba było zamontować. No to trochę wymaga jednak wprawy, tym bardziej, że oni cały czas łazili razem i nie widział, że on się wspina. Hi Bert. While we're alone, do the jokes everyone making about us annoy you as much as they annoy me? I don't get how people can be saying that kind of stuff while our lives are on the line. Okay, just wanted to make sure we are on the same page. I'll speak up next time it happens. And you should join me in doing so, since I don't think they all take me seriously. Mostly Dracula, since I'm not admitting my crime. Even though he's still claiming to be a vampire, don't worry about him. He's just a grumpy boomer. He thinks that since he's stuck here with a bunch of young people, he's in charge. You don't need to tell anyone what your crime is. I wasn't just saying that to protect you. I think that applies to everyone. Even if someone sharing our crimes could help us. I really do think revealing our crimes will just drive in unnecessary bridges. Ale czemu... Tutaj też nie widzę konsekwencji w dialogu. Przecież w poprzednim chapterze Dracula był bez dwóch zdań po stronie tego Berta i cały czas mu go popierał i się z nim zgadzał i tak dalej. Czemu on teraz uważa, że Dracula jest jakimś tam, kimś tam, jest starszy, więc uważa, że jest zamknięty z dzieciakami i tak dalej. Mu dokuczył. Raz mu coś powiedział. A co, wcześniejsze doświadczenia nie mają w ogóle znaczenia? To takie niekonsekwentne to mam wrażenie. Despite not enjoying people jokes, there is something about Jenny. Poza tym nie było czasem powiedziane, że morderca może kogoś zabić, a potem oni muszą wybrać, kto jest mordercą, bo jak nie, to wszyscy zginą oprócz mordercy i Game Mastera, tak? To kiedy oni dali autorytet temu kolesiowi, że on ma za nich decydować, kto jest mordercą? Czemu on powiedział, że Kaiser jest mordercą i wszyscy tak po prostu okej. Że oni dosłownie oddali swoje życie w jego rękach, w jego ręce. I najpierw kolnął, kto jest mordercą, a potem wytłumaczył dlaczego. No nie ma, najpierw wskazał mordercę, a potem wytłumaczył dlaczego. Ci nie mieli takiego opozycji żadnej, że ej, chwila, ale moment, zanim kogokolwiek wskażesz, może wytłumacz nam to, nie? W Wydziale Teus, co? Czy ja nie rozumiem, co napisałeś? Ale tu mówimy o kwestii życia lub śmierci. Nie mówimy o Among Us, to jest grą wideo. Oni oddali dosłownie w jego ręce swoje życie. Poza tym nie powinni oni w drodze głosowania decydować, kto jest mordercą? A nie, że oddają cały autorytet jednemu kolesiowi, który być może ma rację? Nawet jeśli argumentuje, to powinien chyba pozwolić do nich, powiedzieć: słuchajcie, kto jest, jak myślicie, kto jest mordercą? Każdy może mieć swoje zdanie, mogą się z nim zgadzać, ale powinni chyba mieć coś do powiedzenia w tej sprawie, nie? A nie, że on po prostu powiedział: on jest mordercą, a dam ci po prostu tak: o, okej. Może ma rację, ale jak nie, to zginę. Despite not enjoying people jokes, there is something about Jenny. I feel close and comfortable with her, even though our personalities aren't exactly the same. No, niech zgadnę, ona zaraz umrze. She has an air about her that just feels safe. Should I open up to her? No. Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't talk about our past like that. I shivered a bit at the thought of talking about it again. It seems like Jenny saw me look a little shaken up. Well, I can tell you mine if you want. If it makes you more comfortable with me. It's not that bad. If anything, I'm a little proud of it. Jenny had been so bubbly and supportive this whole time. It's hard to process that she's a criminal too. A few years ago, there was a pretty popular court case in a trial near me. A famous sleazeball businessman was caught for a whole ton of stuff. He was pretty well known, had his hand in a lot of our city happenings. Anyway, my friends and I would go hang around the town hall when it was in the trial. We went to pressure the jury to rule guilty however we could, even if we were just watching. From day one, it was so clear he was guilty. And I mean guilty. They had several eyewitnesses for tons of different crimes. And then guess what happened? I'm kinda scared to know. He was found not guilty, walked out with not even a slap on the wrist. Everyone at town hall went ballistic. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. People started screaming, fighting, crying. And you know, I've always been a bit of a loudmouth. I may or may not have screamed some choice words at the judge and jury. It's hard to picture you being upset. That must have been bribed or something, and I was so mad and didn't control myself. I got dragged away in handcuffs. I didn't think what I did was bad, but it was all just for show, really. For show? Yeah, they made a big deal out of my case to distract from the original not guilty verdict. Local pink-haired girl threatens to kill judge. It was all over the city. You threatened to kill him? I mean, a little yes, a little no. It's hard to remember. Oh yeah, that's been following me ever since. To think I got off worse than that bastard did, it's crazy. It was a dumb decision, but honestly, I don't regret it too much. I'm kinda proud. It's important to stand up for what's right. When it's framed like that, it definitely sounds like something she would do. That's my crime, if you want to call it that. Maybe I should just tell her. Then opening up definitely took some edges off. I can tell you mine too. Oh? Only if you want to. I do. Przecież się nie zgodziłem. Co to ma znaczyć? Siema Juby. Dziękuję bardzo za rajdzika, witam cię. Bez sensu. Masz wystarczająco Harry zmęczona, ludzi pójdą za tobą, nawet jeśli możesz niepewnie mówić. Nie zgadzam się z tym argumentem w ogóle. Całe te dochodzenie nie zgadzali się o mordercy w pierwszym... Pierwszy morderca był jednak Sid? Można twierdzić, że reszta też... Tego samego jak my? Siemaj, bo dzięki za rajda. Co za rajd z jedną osobą? Cześć Sef. Nie zgodzę się z tą rajd. Moim zdaniem to jest po prostu źle napisana scena, no. Do tego nie można tego usprawiedliwiać w ten sposób. Tamta scena po prostu była źle napisana i powinna być inaczej po prostu rozpisana, no. Jakby ona ujmuje wazę tego wydarzeń, tego co się dzieje w grze, moim zdaniem. I'm much less exciting? I was 20 driving home after touring. Someone was walking on the sidewalk and suddenly walked into the road without looking. The next light up ahead was green, so I was going pretty fast and I had barely any time to react. And well, I couldn't stop in time. Oh no, they didn't make it. It's impossible not to relive that moment back in my brain 100 times now after saying it. The impact, the fear, her scream. I can't even picture the dress and her purse hitting the windshield. The noises. I can't keep thinking about this. I have to move on. I had a dashcam with footage that convinced the court to let me go off. But it still haunted me. Even if I was legally fine, should I have been driving slower? If I was paying more attention, would I have reacted sooner? I moved after that, not wanting to be near that city or that memory. Moved somewhere where I could take the train to work. Haven't driven since. I'm so sorry you went through that. Thank you for telling me, but Bert, I won't tell anyone else. I don't have to talk about this more if you don't want to. Yeah, I would appreciate that. There isn't much to explore in here. Oh yeah, exploring. It sounds like a hotel. This room is nearly identical to the other bedroom. We might as well peek into the last room. We check the last bedroom. It seems identical to the previous room. Alright, so 3 basic bedrooms and 1 master bedroom. That leaves 2 more doors up here. First up is the closet door. Let's see what's inside. I tried to open the closet door, it was locked. It won't open. Last time there was a closet that was locked, it wasn't good news. Nothing we can do about it besides keep an eye on it though. Yeah, I guess not. I guess that just leaves the bedroom. Czemu oni po prostu nie wyważą tych drzwi? You mind checking that out without me? Why is that? Well, it's a bathroom. You make a good point. Sounds good. I headed to the bathroom by myself. O, Lakeman. Siemano. Jeszcze miesiąc i wielka rocznica 4-letnia. Cześć Lakemanie, dziękuję ci bardzo za 47 miesięcy. So, yes, this is bathroom. Who am I talking to? It's just me in here. This is the nicest bathroom I've been in, I think. Even some of the hotel bathrooms I've been in weren't quite this nice. There's so much space, the largest bathroom mirror I've ever seen. More drawers that I can even think of a use for. I think the knobs on the faucet and the tub are gold plated. And this huge mirror. Man, looking at myself, I feel like I've aged 20 years in the past few days. This is such a terrifying situation, but I'm hopeful we can get everyone on the same page and keep everyone alive. Especially with news of this party we're going to throw. Maybe it'll give us a chance to chat with people and learn more about the situation. Well, I'm done admiring the bathroom. Time to head downstairs for the meeting. It's kinda spooky in here with most of the lights off. So Bert, you called this meeting, right? Yeah, mostly to discuss the sleeping arrangements, though Catherine might have an announcement too. Yes, sir, but I wait until you're done, Bert. Alright, so there's 4 bedrooms upstairs, each with twin bed, except the master bedroom that has a bigger bed. So 5 of us can sleep pretty easily. For what it's worth, Freddy can probably fit in a twin bed with someone, if both Freddy and the person don't mind. Freddy, that sounds okay to you? Yeah, okay with me. Can Lauren be the person I share the bed with? Thought you'd never ask. I could have guessed that. I do appreciate Lauren watching after Freddy so often. We're getting along pretty well now. Okay, so 3 of us need to stay somewhere that isn't a bad bedroom. And 2 people can probably share the master bedroom. Any young guys want to share the master bedroom with me? I think we'll make the best use of it, if you catch my drift. Your libido isn't a valid reason to give you that room. Fine, the lovebirds should have it then. You have not been me and Jenny. Just because you're drunk doesn't mean it's any less callous to matchmake people in the middle of life or death scenario. You're all such killjoys. I remember why I work long hours now. At least when I'm on the clock, people have to respect my whims and fancies. Fine. If I can't have the best master bedroom, I'll take the living room. Okay, fine. I volunteer to sleep down here too, since I organized this meeting. You sure you can deal with Sela? Oh no, but I'm not sure anyone here really can. Okay, let's leave one more person that needs to sleep out on a couch. Any volunteers? I hope Jen would volunteer. It seems like we were closer now. It would be fun to talk to her more. Just as I thought she was opening her mouth. I'll do it. Stella got the point. The living room right next to the kitchen, and the kitchen has drinks. Guess I'm sleeping with the drunkards. Sleeping with 2 cute drunk boys. Hell yeah. Who needs a master bedroom? 2 drunk boys. You think we're gonna let you go away without drinking with us? Hopefully one of the couches will only fit me. Anyway, we also need to decide who goes in the master bedroom. I had an idea about that. Sid, you seem really excited to be in a nice house. My family isn't that well off, so this is the nicest place I've ever been. I say we give Sid a treat and let him take the master bedroom. He should get to know what a boogie life is like. That's really nice. Kind idea, Catherine. Yeah, you're okay with that. Wait, are we really going to trust what Sid said at face value? He could just be lying about being poor, so we're nicer to him. Why would I lie? You do remember the part where we all criminals, right? Everyone here has a reason to lie. Sam, do you have a better suggestion? Yeah, that doesn't involve you getting the master bedroom. Catherine got closer to Sam and whispered, just barely loud enough for me to hear. Do we need to bring up the fact that Sid got close to Dan, and then had him die right in front of him, and got framed for his murder? No, fine, he can leave the room. Room's all yours, Sid. Impressive, strong arm by Catherine. Well, yours and others person. Thanks, Catherine. Dracula, do you want to share the room with me? It's if that's okay with everyone else. I'm not opposed, but why me? Well, I don't like Sam. So an obvious no from me. Sid started to look uncomfortable. Also, I don't think I can share bed with Jenny or Catherine. Sahar and Bart are already sleeping in the living room. So pretty much the only option I have. Well, I wouldn't mind switching. Not that anyone would be down to take my spot. Plus you claim you don't sleep, so I will have someone protect me at night. Well, wait, if Dracula doesn't sleep, then the big bed isn't getting used. Surely a gentleman like Dracula would want to protect two of us instead of one. That's true. Wait, I can't share bed with you, though. You're a girl. Sesam's right, it's no big deal. That bed is huge anyway, we can leave a 3-foot Sesam gap between us. Okay, then Catherine, you can join me. Party suit. Just me, Sesam, and the boys. Alright, then Sam and Jamie get their own rooms upstairs. Guess we figured that out? Catherine, do you want to tell them about your announcement? Yeah, so tomorrow evening we're going to have a dinner party. It would be a shame not to make good use of all the food in the kitchen. Plus, I'm sure we could all use a mood lifter. I can do most of the cooking, but anyone can contribute. Will there be booze? I guess so. It's a party. Don't overdo it. Girlie, I've never drunk too much in my life. I have a liver of iron. Please just don't overdo it. We're still children here. And I'm already worried about you and Sahar forcing Bert to deal with your debauchery. This is debauchery. In her defense, the point of the party is to lift our moods, right? A little bit of drinking isn't going to do any damage. I might drink a bit myself. Cześć, Winter. I cześć, Senex. Pozdrawiam wszystkich z pracy. Chowam się przed kierownikiem. Cześć, Matpol, dobry wieczór. I might drink a bit myself. Are you even old enough to drink? Again, all criminals, murder game, trapped here against our will. True. So that concludes the meeting, right? I guess so. Yeah, meeting over, I guess. Everyone free to go. Before people begin to despair. Earlier, we had discussed sharing our crimes and there were some negative reactions. Chances are that even if people did share, they might lie about it. But to build trust and provide us with information, I still think it would be prudent to share. Maybe not with the whole group, but in private with someone you trust. Sam and I have already done this. It would be nice to see others follow our initiative. Is that what they were discussing earlier? Some close pairs seem to have already formed anyway. That is true. Some pairs are forming. Sam and Dracula share their past with each other, apparently. Stella and Sahar are getting along pretty well. Lauren and Freddy are definitely very close now. And there's me and Jenny, though I don't know how close we really are. I guess everyone is desperate for someone they can trust in an environment like this. Even if that person could be the game master, even the illusion of trust is very comforting. I will not bother trying to enforce this request, since I do not expect everyone to be fully cooperative. But keep in mind, everyone here has a secret, whether you like it or not. That is all. Is that all the business you're gonna jabber about? On the sea we don't have meetings, we just sail with the flow. I fell asleep for most of that discussion, to be honest. You fell asleep. If I can sleep on a stormy sea, I can sleep through anything. Plus, I'm loaded with rum and whiskey. I hope that doesn't stop him from sleeping tonight. Yeah, if no one else has anything to bring up, everyone can go. Everyone except Catherine, and Freddy slowly left. Catherine, can I play with Sesame again? Sure. In fact, do you mind taking care of Sesame while I'm checking out the kitchen? Sesame will eat pretty much anything left out, and there's stuff in there cats shouldn't eat or drink. Yeah. Catherine turned and whispered to me. Alcohol can kill cats in small doses, and I expect Sahar and Stella might have left an open bottle around. With that dark comment, she went to the kitchen. Seems like there's still some time before we go to sleep. Guess I should find someone to talk to. Since you're now playing as Bird, the number of times you've talked to each participant has been reset. Dobra, zaraz wracamy tylko wodę i na stronę. Nie wiem, mam wrażenie, że także jest strasznie mało gameplayu. Ja wiem, że to jest visual novela, ale przez całe pierwsze chapter ja nie miałem w ogóle żadnych decyzji, nie podejmowałem. Teraz też mam wrażenie, że jestem cały czas prowadzony za rączkę. Mogę tam iść? Mogę. A czemu tu jest zamknięte? Ja grałem tylko raz w Phoenix Wrighta, ale to było z 15 lat temu na DS-ie i nie pamiętam nic z tej gry. Ale tam było dużo więcej rzeczy, które można było robić. Tam można było przegrać sprawę przede wszystkim. A myślę, że to też było zamknięte. Znaczy tak, moim zdaniem tym Game Masterem jest to dziecko. To jest od początku wiadomo, bo ono się cały czas ukrywa twarz z jakiegoś powodu, nie wiadomo czy... Nikt nie pomyślał o tym, żeby mu ściągnąć ten kubraczek, spojrzeć na niego, co ktoś tam kryje. A teraz nie wiem, czy twórcy gry chcą, żeby gracz tak myślał. Myślę sobie... A to pójdę pogadać z tym dzieciakiem. No dobrze wiem, co on mi powie. Jakąś głupotę mi powie, w stylu jestem żabą. I tyle. Więc wiem, że się niczego nie dowiem od niego. No. I wonder if system understands frog noises. Should I talk to Froggy? Okay, but I want to keep petting Sesam. Hey Bert, do you like frogs? Not really, sorry Freddy. Okay. Wow, I'm really bad with kids, huh? If Freddy was a girl I was dating, I would respond differently. Okay, take two. Just kidding. Who doesn't love frogs? I know, right? Well, my dad doesn't. And my mom says she does, but she never remembers the frog facts I tell her. But I think that's just because she's forgetful. Still, mom. Huh, yeah. So, what's your favorite frog? The poison dart frog. They're so colorful, and they have so many color designs. Cool designs. It's like they have their own fashion line. And they're opossum-matic. Opossum-matic? Like opossum? No. I'm bad at spelling and saying big words, so I don't know how to say it. But it means they use the colors to tell predators they're poisonous. It's so cool. It's like they're like grrr, but also cool doing it. I wish I could be opossum-matic. When I meet other kids, they always make fun of me. Who wear a frog costume like that all the time? They don't get how cool frogs are. If I was poison dart frog, I would look like this, but I will have to be scared. Because I could touch them and they would get poisoned. Then they would make fun of me for looking like a frog. Talking about frogs so much made me tired. I wanna take a nap. But we should talk about frogs again sometime. Oh yeah, I'd love to learn more from an expert like you. Yeah, bye Bert. Freddy has a not so great past hidden in the costume of his. But I appreciate that he can cherry even in a scary place like this. Talking to him is kind of refreshment breaking from some of the adults here. Ja w tej grze widzę tylko jedną osobę mogę rozmawiać. Tylko dwa rozwiązania. Albo jest ten Game Master na zewnątrz. I on jest kimś poza tym kręgiem. Ale to jest coś w sprzeczności z tą pierwszą tezą. Albo ten dzieciak jest tym Game Masterem i to jest tylko takie rozwiązanie widzę. Ale nie może być z zewnątrz, bo tam powiedziane... Chyba, że ta zasada jest skłamana, no to dobra, no to jeśli gra mi podaje fałszywe informacje i mówi, że rozwiąż zagadkę, opierasz się na tych faktach, ale połowa tych faktów jest fałszywa, no to nie ma co rozwiązywać, tak? Bo jesteś po prostu i tak wodzony za nos. Ale jeśli podaje mi prawdziwe informacje, to jedyna informacja, jaką mam, na której się mogę oprzeć, to jest to, że każdy z nich jest winny. I się każdy przyznaje do jakiejś winy. Nie wiem, jakim trzeba być psychopatą, żeby 12-latka, czy tam 12 lat ma powiedział, że ma, tak? Że się trochę zachowuje jak 8-latek bardziej niż 12 lat. A zobaczmy, że ma... Wydaje mi się, że gdzieś było 12 lat powiedziane. Raz. Or at least try to. Jakim trzeba być psychopatą, żeby 12-latka skazywać na śmierć za jakiekolwiek popełnione przestępstwo? Siema, Wernus. Właśnie nie zachowuje jak 12 lat, nie zachowuje jakby miał 8 albo 6, ale... No już, okej. Uznajmy, że to autorzy mają trochę spaczone postrzeganie tego, jak dzieci się zachowują. Sorry, Freddy, I think I'm gonna take Sesam up to bed now. Oh, okay. You can play tomorrow though. And if you fall asleep quickly, then tomorrow will be here soon. Yeah, let's go upstairs. Bycie mściwym? Co? We are also off. Ale nie o to, ja nie o to mówię. Żaden 12-latek nie zasługuje na śmierć, nieważne co zrobił. Żaden. Ej, ale panowie, bez takiego języka, bo zaraz tu będzie czystka robiona na kanale. I trust you three will not be loud enough to bother me. I'll take that as a yes, and if not, Bertie will be held personally responsible. What? Why me? Anyway, good night. Well, lad, looks like it's just you, me, the lady, and the rum. And vodka, tequila, and all other drinks. How much have you guys had to drink already? Oh, just each one shot, lad. Oh, that's not that. Every 15 minutes each. And it's been roughly 2 hours. Buff for Dual Loser, not for me. Bert, you're gonna get drunk with us, right? I was hoping to sleep soon given. You know, we might need to solve another murder case sometime soon. Come on, haven't you heard the saying? All work and no play makes Bert a dull boy. Yeah, lad, surely I've some stress pent up in you. Says you can release through the joys of alcohol. No, we should sleep. You can sleep when you're in Davy Jones' locker. Ahaha. If you really want to sleep, you can sneak into bed with one of the girls upstairs. Just don't squish the cat if you get in the bed with Catherine. Why are you so obsessed with me and romance right now? Romance is a cute word for it. I'm just saying, you talk a lot about me and my love life, but never about you and yours. Do you want to hear about my love life? I guess more than I want to hear about you trying to matchmake me. Alright, but I can fall asleep, we're sleeping... But if you fall asleep, we're slapping you awake. My job involves a lot of travel. Co za niego? Spoko, dopóki zachowujecie kulturę, możecie sobie pisać co chcecie. The stress of duch jobs. A czemu na tym ten duch pisze? To jest jakiś... No... Wypełniacz mający pokazać, że ona jest pijana? Czy to jest jakiś skrót od czegoś, albo jakiś idiom to jest, duch job. No ten duch używa w paru miejscach się już pojawiło. I spend pretty much all my free time drinking, which means I can't really keep a steady boyfriend, or even meet a guy while sober. The numbers of guys I've met drunk though. Oh, it helps that I'm a rich businesswoman too. You don't ever want to settle down? No strasznie dużo powtarza to, że jest rich businesswoman. Not really. Life's so much easier and more fun this way. Not even if you retire? Well, I could probably retire now if I wanted. I have billions saved up already. My bloodline will be forever wealthy. Billions with a B? You're only a few years older than me. Sorry kid, life is unfair. You should have figured out when 1% of people own 40% of wealth. No to chyba chodzi o to, że ona tak sobie czka. So why don't you just retire now? What is this? An interrogation? Did someone commit murder while we drinking? Sorry, just trying to make conversation. Fine. Thing is, kid, retired life is boring if you don't have a passion. And really like that she's calling me kid. Right now my only passion is ruthless business. It's a sincere passion, but it's the only thing I'm good at. Well, that and holding my liquor. And wrapping cute young boys around my thumb. But my body can only take so much alcohol and so many cute guys. So for now, my life is dedicated to my work. She took a big swig after that. Hey, can I ask? Why are you two drinking so much? Are you not scared about our current circumstances? Bert. She came a bit closer to me. Tell me, is there anything we've done today you feel like has been useful? Well, I figured out our sleeping situation, explored around the mansion. Jeez, you're so helpless. What does that mean? Were those things really that useful? Did they get any closer to getting out of here? I know, but if you hadn't stopped up, we would have figured out where to sleep eventually, and exploring the mansion is the bare minimum you can do. It's like saying you used the toilet today. Here, I'll be more useful than you were all day with one sentence. Guy in the painting behind me? His name is Mr. Seidel. Huh? Why didn't you mention this before? I didn't just remember his name. Don't know him that well. He was probably a footnote on a report I had to read or something. I hire lots of suits whose job is to step on guys like him. I don't have time to keep up with all them. Siema, Srogo. Here are lots of suits we'll skip. I don't have time to keep up with all of them. But I think at some point my company sunk his company into ground. I'm surprised he still had enough left over to keep paying taxes for a place like this. Your company bankrupted him and you couldn't even remember his name. Then breaks. If you want to pretend to be useful some more, you can go around asking about him tomorrow. Seidel. I don't think I've heard that name before. Would anyone confess to knowing him? Here, I'll get you started. You ever heard of Mr. Seidel? Is it a fellow pirate? Unless he's an ocean lover like myself, I reckon I don't know him a lot. As expected. Anyway, see, in 2 minutes I've done more for us while drunk than you did in a day while sober. I'm not trying to be harsh on you, kid. You didn't do anything useful because there's very little useful to do. Someone already has been assigned to murder, someone's going to have to be their victim. Nothing you do will save them. What a jarring change from my day-to-day this all is. I used to be so powerful that there would be assassination attempts on me weekly. My team got so used to it that they even turned Hitman back around to kill their bosses. That's insane. But now, here we're all equally powerless. If that's the case, why not relax? Isn't that too fatalistic? That's being realistic. Take it from someone who works 16 hours a day. Sometimes there's something you can do about a shitty thing. And so best thing you can do is whatever has you most ready to deal with the fallout of shitty thing. And for a guy like me with robust liver, drinking to relax is that thing. I kind of followed until the last part. Well, I've given up, kiddo. Hey, pirate boy, what you doing over there? Can I get you a shot of something? Hey, was I kind of this off? Oh, come on, you're not gonna let this little lady out-drink a buff man like you, are you? No, of course not. Just needed to find a second wind. I thought you needed to find one a while ago. Don't pirates drink a lot? This feels very uncharacteristic for one. I just haven't been out to sea in a while. Oh, why is that? I'd rather not to talk about it, laddie. You don't ask a man why he hasn't had a lover in a while. And the sea is my love. That sounds more like taking a break from relationships than not having a lover. But, what you tell ya, don't ask. Oh. Boys are about to fight. Cat fight. What? No, I don't want to fight. Sorry, I won't say anything else about it. Look, lady. Maybe I'm getting old. Pirate life is long hours, good pay, but ask a lot of ya. But little time you're not working, you're drinking. That's a toll on your body. I'll drink to that. And the time you're working, you're putting your whole body into it. Why would you get into pirate life then? I don't remember much, lad. Far back as my memory goes, I've been a pirate. I vaguely recall something about trouble with the law. And while being a pirate, you don't really care much about the law. But I don't remember why I got in trouble to begin with. Maybe you were a businessman in your past life. I've gotten plenty of legal trouble myself. Granted, when you reach enough legal trouble, it's just financial trouble. I don't think as a rich Sahar would choose to become a pirate. He'll probably be sipping cocktails, enjoying more intimate relations with the sea, reading a good book, since I never had time. But I do get motion sickness reading on vehicles. But you're a pirate. I didn't say I get motion sickness while reading that. Do you think a pirate life is being out on the sea reading poetry? Yeah, but never mind. Not worth getting into an argument over this. Speaking of pirate life, does pirate owns a lot of jewelry? Sahar, I feel like you're rather bare. Not that anyone minds. Ah, you're right about that. I do own a chest full of booty. But booty is inconvenient to carry around. Oh yeah, a fat booty makes walking hard. Easy to look at though. Regardless, we had nary a chance to prepare for this game. Oh, I wonder if this mansion got any treasure we can plunder. You want to steal something to bring with you when you get out? Aye, this you can do pass the time. Oh, we could pass the time by sleeping. I don't know if I can approve of stealing from rich given well, you know. Aye lass, it's not like I'm pillaging your village. That's true. After what my lawyers did to this guy, he probably too poor now to enjoy his life anyway. Ha, loser. Alright, let's steal something. Woo. Boom. Stella took 2 steps and fell over. I'm alright. I really don't think you are. Ah, the hell you know. You probably haven't had more than 2 shots in your life. Come on, let's go steal something. Aye, a good pirate adventure. If I join, will you let me sleep after this? Fine with me, lad. Fine, Buskill, have it your way. So, what exactly are we stealing? It ought to be something small. Gotta be able to keep it in my pocket for the rest of our time here. It should be shiny too. I love shiny. What about something from the upstairs bathroom? It has a lot of gold things, like a sink knobs. That will probably fit in your pocket. It will also probably take a lot of effort to unscrew one. Maybe enough that I will tire them out. Aye lad, you're finally contributing something useful. I mean, not like I helped us all avoid dying in a train by solving the murder or anything. Let's go. Stella was off before we could even get started. Dracula probably not going to be very happy about our noise level after this. Be quiet, we don't want to wake up anyone sleeping. Plundering is not about being quiet. Charge! Yeah, stealing from the rich. This must be what Robin Hood felt like. I don't think it counts if you're a billionaire and plan on keeping what you steal. Didn't expect the noise out here to be you. Sorry, you probably heard Sahar yelling. They're not letting me sleep and are a bit hard to control. Think you can keep them quieter? Some of us are trying to sleep. Yeah, I'll try. Whatever, good night. You know, I could just go to sleep now. But I get the feeling Stella will force me awake if I try. Okay, to the bathroom we go. Aye lad, what took you so long? We should really be quieter, there are people sleeping on the other side of these walls. I fell asleep in the corners of clubs, they can sleep through a little tomfoolery. That doesn't sound like the safest idea, sleeping in a club. And you know someone on the other side of the walls might be trying to kill us? Probably shouldn't give them a reason. Damn, you really are Killjoy. Maybe I'll start calling you that. Well, Killjoy, do you have any idea how to steal this sink knob? We pulled on it really hard, but no luck. Did you check under the sink? Like, in the cabinet under it? Yeah, in a fancy house like this, the nuts and bolts of the sink are in the cabinet. It looks nicer, but still lets a plumber work on that sink. Aren't you rich, Stella? Why didn't you think of this? I'm drunk, Killjoy. I'm not here to thinking, I'm here for doing. Stop screaming. Plus, it would be very ladylike for me to bend down and try to look down there. Wouldn't be. Killjoy, you mind doing that? Why not Sahar? I don't think his muscle will fit in that cabinet. If I lie about it, maybe they'll give up. Okay, going in. Pick under the sink in the cabinet. Sorry guys, I don't see any way to detach the handles from the sink down here. That was a lie. There was some bolts holding the handles in the place. Bye Davy Jones, this plundering mission might be over, lads. Oh well, it was a noble effort. Let's go sleep. Fine. I'm starting to calm down anyway. Finally. Cześć Kuniu, dobry wieczór. Kojarzy teraz tą rozmowę, co mieliśmy, że odbywała się w przeszłości? Nie pamiętam. With that, they downstairs. Powinno być chyba they went downstairs and slept in the dining room. The next morning. What time is it? Those two are still asleep. Good morning. Oh, morning, Bert. How are you? I haven't checked the clock in the garage, but I think most of us got 8 hours of sleep. You probably had less. I heard about your adventures last night from Sam on the way down. Yeah, that will explain why I'm so tired. What are you doing down here before everyone else? I'm getting ready for the party tonight. I'm going to be cooking all day pretty much. We have a feast planned. Freddy offered to take care of Sesame today, which is great since I don't want his food or anything getting in the food. Plus there's some stuff in the kitchen he shouldn't eat. Wait, besides alcohol? Yeah, raw meat can contain bacteria that can kill cats. Well, at least Freddy will be distracted for a bit. Yeah, anyway, I should go get started. Have a good day, Bert. Thanks, Catherine. Let us know if we can help with cooking. Will do. Oh, before we go, one more thing. Oh? Stella said the guy in the picture over the fireplace is Mr. Siddell. You ever seen or heard of him? No, can't say I have. Unless he was an extra in one of the dramas I watched. But extras probably don't make enough money to live somewhere like here, right? Damn, Hollywood is rough. But not as rough as being red-headed teenager in Creekway. Okay, was just wondering. Thanks. See you later, Catherine. Is it even worth asking anyone else? I think even Dracula suggested that murder has been here before. No one admit to knowing him. Besides Stella. But she claims she barely knew him at all. If that's the truth, what reason would she even have to come to his mansion? She probably sent a henchman. Plus, it might make me look more suspicious if I seem to know about the guy. Catherine light-hearted enough to not really care if I ask, but someone like Dracula might be. Speaking of which... Good morning, Bert. Morning. I must say, it was quite loud last night. Sorry, I can't really do much to control the drunkards. I did try at least get them to sleep as early as I could. I suppose it's not your fault if you tried. You're not mad? I thought you might drink my blood or something. I don't think you're my type. Well, that is all I wish to say. I'm returning to my room to think. If you wish to talk, I will be there, although we should perhaps wait until the city is awake. Okay, have a good day. He's so weird. It feels like I'm talking to a robot, not a vampire. Oh well, I should find some way to kill time. Maybe we'll go upstairs and see who there is to talk. We don't want to distract Sahar or Stella Beauty sleep. Oh, Bert. Good morning. Sam and I were just about to head downstairs and help out Catherine. Oh, you guys can cook? Not as experienced as Catherine, but I like being helpful. I'm more of a baker, gonna make some dessert. Some of my customers prefer to receive their products in brownies or cookies, so I got pretty good at baking. Oh yeah, how was last night? I heard some noise. They tried to steal the sink knob from the bathroom. Why? Boredom, I guess? Anyway, it wasn't too bad. Once that failed, they let me go to sleep, though I'm pretty tired now from having stayed up. We really shouldn't be enabling their shining guns. I wouldn't say we're enabling them as much as tolerating it. Besides, I tried to talk them out of it, and they seem pretty set in their ways. Lauren tried yesterday as well. I guess so. Anyway, Jenny, shall we head down? Sure. Have a good day, Bert. Feel free to stop by the kitchen if you're bored. Well, no one else is around, and it doesn't look suspicious. Nope, closet is still locked. Well, I guess I have some time to kill before the party. Everyone probably awake by now. Maybe I can find someone to talk to. Dobranoc, Sukma. To co Dan w niej był. No tak, ale nie pamiętam, o czym dogadali. To jest tyle dialogów. Skąd ja to mam pamiętać wszystko? A tu nie ma żadnego dziennika. Po prostu musiał pisać wszystko chyba. Wyjadę z tą żabą znowu. Cats jump almost as well as frogs do. Should I talk to Froggy? Can I ask you a question about being old? I'm not old. Well, I guess I am. Sure, go ahead, Freddy. How much ice cream do you eat every day? Well, like when my mom gets ice cream from the store, there's a lot, but I can only eat one scoop at a time. I'm not tall enough to reach the freezer, otherwise I could eat more. But you're old enough to buy ice cream and tall enough to reach the freezer. You must eat a ton of ice cream every day. I mean, I eat a little bit every few days. What? But do you not like ice cream? I mean, I do, but if you eat too much, your tummy hurts. I know it's annoying when adults say eat your veggies bad. I feel a lot better after eating veggies than eating ice cream. Oh man, is this because you're old? Huh. Like you know how old people are wrinkly. Do old people also have weak tummies? I mean, kind of. But I bet if you ate a lot of ice cream, you'd feel sick even as a kid. Also again, I would say I'm old. But ice cream makes me so happy, no way it can make me unhappy. Well, sometimes too much of a good thing is a bad thing. Like you poison dart fox, right? Yeah, they're my favorite. Well, imagine if there were like trillions of them on Earth. Trillions? What's that? Imagine if there were hundreds of them in your house. That would be so cool. Yeah, but you might accidentally poison yourself on one because there's so many. But if you had on one, it'd be a lot easier to keep track of. So it would be a lot safer, but you still have a poison dart frog. Maybe you and your old eyes couldn't keep track of 100 frogs, but I could. I'm a frog expert. But that's a good idea. I'm going to ask my mom for a poison dart frogs when I get home. I had to keep a ton as a pet. I'm sorry, Freddy's mom, for whatever chaos I caused. To Dan był... A skąd ty to wiesz? Skąd ty to wiesz? Ale on nie powiedział tego. To jest... To mówisz, że to jest spoiler klasyczny. Tam nie padło żadne imię. Ale ona nie będzie zadanie. Ale co ty mówisz? Tak nie... Nie no, ale to jest spoiler, co ty mówisz. No bo czy nie faktów, okej, ale jeśli ktoś tego nie połączy, to jest spoiler. Okej, sorry, że nie pilnuję, no. Okej. Sorry, że nie notuję 500 dialogu, który się już pojawia w tej grze. Że nie notuję wszystkich. I tried few more examples, wasn't able to convince Freddy. Well, I guess that's why it's fun to be a uncle. You give the kid advice, and if they don't follow it, you don't have to deal with it. Still a tiny amount of time before. Hey Bert, are you busy right now? I guess not. Do you mind watching over Freddy and I guess Sesam? Dopiero tam byłem. I've been with them all day and was hoping to take a shower while I could. Yeah, I don't mind. Cool, thanks. They both should still be in a bedroom right now. Sorry, the only other people I trust are Catherine and Jenny, and they're both working on a party right now. I'll head up right now. Come on. Oh, hi, mister. Yeah, Lauren had some stuff she wanted to do. Oh, cool. Not that I wouldn't want to hang out with you normally. Huh? Never mind. Check out all these tricks Sesam can do. Tricks? Yeah, Catherine trained Sesam really well. Turns out Sesam was trained more like a dog than cat. He could high-five Freddy, fetch objects from across the room, even do a backflip. Sesam and Catherine are really close. So he's much easier to train than other cats, she says. That's rather impressive. And convenient for keeping Freddy's mind distracted. So, I'm still not great at making conversation with this kid. Maybe I can ask him for some information that's useful. I feel like we haven't really talked to him meaningfully yet. As weird as it is, he's here, which means he's involved somehow. And we're assuming everyone is some type of criminal, it really begs the question. What kind of crime could Freddy have done? Hey Freddy, what hobbies do you have? I really like frogs. No shit. Is that a hobby? I spend a lot of time just watching videos about them and learning new frog facts. Are you in a club at school? Clubs? Yeah, like things you do with other students for fun. I'm homeschooled. My parents pay for a man. They say it's so I get a better education. I think it's really because my dad got upset when I went to school with other kids. What happened? We had a homework to talk about our parents' work. I tried asking my dad to help, but he said it was too hard to explain, so I didn't turn in the homework. The teacher got angry during class, and then a bunch of the kids started asking me about it at lunch. My dad wasn't happy people were bullying me, so he pulled me out of the school. That's, you know what your dad does? No, after that day, I felt like it was better not to ask. I just know he's not home a lot and is angry all the time. Do you get to meet other kids still? Not really, no. I also says I should wear this hoodie and mask so that kids from my old school don't recognize me. I don't mind though, because I feel like a frog when I'm in it. Isn't that lonely, Freddy? Maybe. It's okay though, my mom loves me a lot. And if I behave, my dad gets me whatever I want. Well, as long as you're happy. That sounds like a really sad existence. Why are you asking me all of this? Just trying to make a small talk and understand why a kid is in a group of criminals. Maybe it's a mistake. Or maybe it's some petty crime. I don't really feel like I'm criminal as much as someone who happened to be in the wrong place. Maybe that's the case for Freddy too. And I'm back. How are you two doing? Oh good, we're just making small talk. The party is about to start. We should head down if you want to eat while the food is hot. Sesam, let's go. Oh, Sesam shouldn't come. Why? There's gonna be a lot of stuff Sesam can't eat or drink at that party. I'm sure you'll have a great time at the party, hanging out with us. Okay? Let's head downstairs. Yeah. I'm sure the food will be great anyway. Na pewno ktoś zostanie otruty. Oh boy, I can't wait to eat it. Pewnie ta Katrin od razu z mordercą. Dlatego ona się zgłosiła od razu do tego party. Should I check to see if the closet is locked again? No, I'm probably just being paranoid. Besides, there's a food waiting for me. I can smell it from here. Dinner is on my way. My first dinner party. I'm so excited. Hopefully you're first of many. I've hosted quite a few in my lair before. Kto zostanie zamordowany? Spróbujmy wyczaić, kto zostanie zamordowany. Moim zdaniem będzie ta Jenna pewnie. Ona będzie zamordowana. W pierwszej kolejności. Dziwne by było, dopuszczam możliwość, że zostanie zamordowany... Pytanie, no to jest to, że... Tutaj trzeba by to zrobić reverse engineering, tak? Możliwe, że zostanie zamordowany nawet ta żaba, tak? Nie, raczej nie. No, żaba pewnie z Game Masterem, na końcu będzie jakiś taki dziwny reveal. Wstawiam, że ta Jenny będzie zamordowana, bo próbowali nawiązać relacje z głównym bohaterem. Dziwne będzie, jak znowu główny bohater zostanie zabity, bo to będzie bez sensu. Ale okej. O Dracula nie, Pirat też nie, bo nikt nie będzie podejrzewał. Musi być ktoś, kto jest mniej spodziewany. Znaczy mniej oczywisty, ale też taki, że ma być szokujące. Więc ja obstawiam, że to będzie Jenna. Bo ona miała dialog taki o romansowaniu i w sumie jej... Śmieszne jest to, że jej przestępstwo też nawet nie jest jakoś specjalnie uzasadnione, nie? Sam dealuje narkotykami i sprzedaje normalnie śmierć, a Jenna, kurde, wyzywała sędziego, tak? I to jest niby przestępstwo, za które zasługuje na śmierć, więc możliwe, że Jenna nie umrze dlatego, że... Znaczy, jeśli ona jest kryminalistą i z punktu widzenia autorów, tego masterminda, który ma ewidentnie... jest omnipotentny jest, tak? Chciałby karać tą Jennę za to, że ona nakrzyczała na sędziego, to będzie absurdalne. Więc dopuszczam możliwość, że ona popełniła jeszcze jakieś inne przestępstwo. Natomiast... Nie wiem, jaki jest motyw przewodni póki co gry, ale sugerowanie, że koleś, który przypadkowo kogoś przejechał na jezdni, zasługuje na śmierć, też jest idiotyczne. Więc czy oni mają coś jeszcze za skórą? Pod paznokciami? Czy to nie wiem, czy takie coś, w którym kierunku gra pójdzie, no. No zobaczymy. No, w każdym razie żaden z nich nie jest przestępcą, który zasługuje na zdecydowanie na śmierć. Nie licząc ewentualnie właśnie tej Sam, Drakuli, Pirata, tej bilionerki. Czy nie sugeruję, że ktokolwiek z nich zasługuje na śmierć, ale jest jakiś kierunek moralny, który mógłby to uzasadniać, nie? Sid, Siema, Bulu. Sid, skoro mam pewność, że on jest okej, bo poprzednio zabił, więc jakby 2 razy zabił to... No i to jest na przykład spoiler, co ty mówisz, no. Zresztą, ale co to ma znaczyć, że oni się znali? Z punktu widzenia gry to nie ma znaczenia, się znali. Ja teraz zakładam scenariusz, w którym Katrin jest mordercą. Że ona otruła. No bo coś będzie odwołanie się do jakichś pierwszych dialogów, które dialogi są ważne. Ja już rozumiem jakiś gameplay lub, że tak powiem. Masz masę dialogów i musisz po prostu pamięcią sięgnąć, w którym dialogu ktoś coś mówił i w którym ci nawiązywał do czegoś tam. I teraz nie pamiętam, czy ona była u góry, czy nie, ale ona pewnie z tej szafy wyciągnęła... Pewnie ktoś się otruje jakimś wybielaczem albo... środkiem czyszczącym może i z tej szafy ona pewnie wyciągnęła to. Teraz szafa jest zamknięta. Ja obstawiam, że taki będzie ten, ale zobaczymy za chwilę. Taki będzie scenariusz. I... A chociaż pewnie Katrin będzie... Katrin pewnie będzie główną podejrzaną i trzeba będzie ją bronić. I trzeba będzie zadać sobie pytanie, kto był innym mordercą. Zaraz, kto mógł być innym mordercą? Kto nam pomaga przy tym? Jenna pomaga. Jenna umrze. Stawiam. I pomaga ta druga jeszcze. Sam pomaga, ta narkomanka. No ta co sprzedaje dragi, ona będzie mordercą, podejrzewam. You there? I guess what humans call a mansion. You have a mansion? Being a vampire pays well, in its own way. Anyways, enjoy the party seat. Will as much as one can without drinking. Hey guys, has the food been served yet? No, I believe that chefs are putting the finishing touches on the first course. Oh cool, in that case, I'll go see if they need any help. Zobaczymy, że dobrze przewidziałem. Hey Bert, what's you up to? Just came to see if I could help with finishing dinner. You just want to be the first to get served, don't you? Maybe? Regardless, is everything going smoothly here? Mostly, yeah. Mostly? The display for the clock on the stove and microwave aren't working anymore for some reason. So we've been using the clock from the garage to manually time everything. Huh, that's weird. Do you know why? We haven't thought to look into it. We've been busy with prepping food. Everything else is still working, so it's fine. It's probably just busted. Who knows how long it's been since someone lived in this house. Yeah, makes sense. Anyway, first course should be out soon. First course? Yeah. We're fancy people eating a fancy dinner, we gotta serve everything in courses. Is that a lot of work for you? Don't you want to go out and socialize? It's fine. If everyone else is enjoying themselves, I'm happy. Plus, I miss cooking. It's fun to be in the kitchen. Don't worry, I'll be able to party once everything besides dessert is done. Oh, who's making dessert? I'll be out in the living room soon. Me. Okay. What did you make? I made an ice cream cake. Was about all I could manage with the ingredients we had. Still sound pretty tasty. Well, as much as fun as baking is, drinking is a bit more fun. My cake's already in the freezer, so I'm going to go out and mingle, I guess. Anyway, Bert, I think we're good to go here. You should feel free to go out and talk to the others. The food will be out when it's out. You know what they say, a watched pot never boils. That's just untrue. Most idioms are. I guess so. If you need help in here, let me know. Thanks, Bert. Now go out and party. Ja mówię logicznie, skoro jeśli Sid nie zabił poprzednio, staje postacią bezużyteczną ze względu gry. Nie ma to w ogóle logicznego związku. Jeśli Sid nie zabił, poprzednio staje się postacią bezużyteczną ze względu gry. Dlaczego? On nadal może być Game Masterem. Z punktu widzenia gry. I guess I have nothing to do besides mingle until foods get here. Who should I talk to? Do kitchen nie mogę iść. I miss Sesam, but I'm hungry. Should I talk to Froggy? Maybe my tummy will rumble less if we talk. Hey Bert, how come you talk to me so much? What do you mean, Freddy? It's fun to talk to you. Well, a lot of others don't talk to me. Is it because they hate me? I don't think anyone here hates you. How to explain it? Okay, you like poison dart frogs, right? Yeah, they're best. Well, not everyone likes poison dart frogs, right? But that's because they're dumb. If they knew as much about poison dart frogs as I did, well, they would have told me their favorite thing ever is poison dart frogs. Okay, you love poison dart frogs, but there are other animals you don't like as much, right? Like, what do you think about dogs or cats? Cats are cute. I love seeing. Dogs can be cute, but some of them are mean. Pitbulls scare me, and they poop everywhere in public. That's gross. Well, it's totally fine if you think that. But the people who own dogs love them a lot. Maybe as much as you love poison dart frogs. No way, that's impossible. I love them so much. But maybe they love them half as much as you love poison dart frogs. Well, okay, I could believe that. But what does this have to do with people here hate me? Well, I don't think they hate you. They just don't like you as much as they like talking to other people. Just like some people like frogs more than dogs, and other dogs more than frogs. I see. What you're saying is, they're just dumb. Huh. What do you mean? Well, if everyone were smart, everyone's favorite animal would be poison dart frogs. And you're saying I'm like a poison dart frog. So if everyone were smart, they would like to talk to me. But they're still not smart, so they must be dumb. Well, there are options besides smart and dumb. Never mind, this is getting off track. Dumb, everyone's dumb. Let's start walking off, chanting about how everyone's dumb. I'm going to have a lot of explaining to do to the others. I feel like Freddy is starting to trust me. Well, I could use that trust to explain things to him properly. First course is served. We have a charcuterie board with various crackers, cheeses, meats, and some fruits to start. Isn't this what fancy dinners are like? Only part of it. We're going to make multiple rounds of food, with the main part of the meal being in the second to last round. The idea is to avoid filling you up too early so you can enjoy a variety of dishes. Oh, okay, so I was gonna say, it doesn't seem like a meal. Thanks, Catherine, this looks really good. No worries. Anyway, gotta get back to the kitchen. Wow, there's so much food here already. It's insane to me that this is only one course. I got a big stomach. To me, this is a light snack. That sounds like a challenge. That's all before I could finish my sentence, it was already digging in. Guess that's the end of my conversation with him. Food's here, so the party started, right? Yeah, but I don't like where this is going. Party started means drinking time is started. Have you not been drinking all day? On and off? Even someone like me needs breaks. What constitutes a break? Oh, you know, an hour-long power nap to sober up. Aye, did someone say time to start drinking again? I'm gonna go talk to some other people. Suit yourself, lad. We'll be drinking with you tonight anyway. I made my way to chat with Sam and Dracula. Hello, Bert. Hey, sorry I needed to get away from them. I'm not interrupting anything here. No, you're free to join us. Thanks, just needed something to do. Something to do. Oh, in that case, maybe you wouldn't mind grabbing us a round of drinks from the kitchen. I get the message. Sorry, Bert, nothing personal, but trust and time are limited commodities here. As are the drinks. Not sure I really fit with anyone here. I'll probably just be distracting Catherine and Jenny in the kitchen. Well, that only leaves me two people to talk to. Hey, how it's going? It's okay. Freddy's pretty torn up about not having Sesame at the party. Well, it's very nice of Catherine and Jenny to cook for us. They were some of the people Freddy got along better with. So, no offense, but it's pretty much just me that gets along with at the party right now. Though we were getting along fine. I thought we were getting along fine. You asked him about home life, right? He told me on the way down here. Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out why he's here. I get that you're trying to be helpful, but given some of the very innocent crimes people are admitting to, I don't think knowing more about him will accomplish much. And from I gather his home life wasn't great, so maybe it's the best not to remind him of that. That's true. I don't think you need to do that constantly. You don't need to spend every moment like we did on the train. What do you mean? Every moment on the train we were fighting for our lives. We're still fighting for our lives here, but not as directly, if that makes sense. I think events like this party are overall helping our morale and make sure there is no more action. That's true, but I worry we're giving up or losing motivation to find a way out of this. Maybe it's the motivation, maybe it's just we're somewhere more relaxing. I wouldn't overthink it, not that like Shahar and Stella are particularly helpful sober anyway. That is unfortunately true. And people like Sam and Dracula are reclusive, but I still think they're trying their best in their own way. Anyway, the food is only going to keep Freddy entertained for so long. I should probably go back to talking to him before Sahar and Stella try to do anything stupid around him. I'll join you. In part because I forgot to try out the food. Hey Freddy, how's the food? It's so good. So many different types of cheese. I don't think I know all of their names. Some are a bit long. Like Camembert? Hey, that's me. Huh? Oh, I get it. Don't eat too much cheese, because gotta have some space for the rest of the meal. As I talked, I picked up a plate and took some of the cheese and meat on crackers. Oh my god. Huh? Everything okay? It's beautiful. What is the food? Oh, looks normal to me. It's so tasty after all those turkey sandwiches and bar snacks. The spices and seasoning on the sausage. The nibbles of pepper in the jack cheese. The slight saltiness on the cracker. Are you sure okay? Sorry, I'm having a bit of a moment. It feels like ages since I had real food. You know, it's been only a few days since this whole game started, right? Or like a few days too many. Come on, Freddy. Let's give Bert some space. Well, it seems with my hunger pangs, I've alienated everyone except Sid here. The next course is ready. We have appetizers and salad. For the appetizer, we have kebabs, and the salad is kale... coś tam. Wow, Jenny, did you make this? While Catherine prepped the meat, I just put the kebabs together. I used to make these all the time when I was younger. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Is a salad that filling? If you had eaten enough, yeah? This all looks really good, but are you and Catherine getting a chance to eat? We've been testing the food throughout the day, and we have some portions saved for ourselves. No need to worry, Bert. We're taking care of ourselves too. Well, if you want to take a break and come out here, I'll be happy to swap in. Might be saying this so I can take a break from Stella and Sahar shenanigans. You mean their Stellingans? Or maybe their Sahaningans? Did someone say Stellingans? Huh. How was that a word that caught your attention? That's what a lot of my subordinates called my drunk antics. Huh, it was a good word. Stella, you look like you're having a good time. Thanks, sweetie. You look good too. That's not what I said. Anyway, Bert, you remember our adventure last night? I think it's time to Act 2. Want to join? Not really. Does Sahar not want to join you? He's carrying a lot of muscle, but he's a bit of a weak drinker. Says he's still tired from last night and wants to stay down here. Oh, no. Killjoy as always. Well, I'm off. Wait, Stella. I really don't think it's a good idea for you to... Vroom. And she's gone. Well, if you don't want to help out Bert, do you know where I can find some batteries? Catherine said the clock we're using died and wanted me to find some replacement. Oh, I think there's some in the garage. I'm surprised Catherine didn't tell you that. She was the one who found them yesterday. She's cooking like crazy. I'm sure she's just distracted. But thanks. I go get them right now. Hi lad, is Stella gone? Yeah. You're not going to join her? There's a bounty of rum in the kitchen and I wanted to have as much as I could after she drinks it all. That lass is stashing a second liver somewhere in here, I swear, blackguard. If I open a bottle, I'll have hardly a shot full before it's gone. Oh yeah, then you're good to grab it now. Aye, to the kitchen for the Room of the Rocks charge. Do tell Bert, what was that all about? Well, Stella went upstairs to continue trying to break apart the bathroom, and Sahar is using the opportunity to have a drink without Stella stealing some. Well, as long as they're gone, we can have peace and quiet. Aren't you two drinking right now as well? Yeah, you didn't get us one, so I went to the kitchen and got us around. I thought you wanted me to leave you alone, not actually get you a drink. Well, yeah, but a drink would be nice too. Regardless, I have basically infinite alcohol tolerance. Vampires' metabolism works differently than the relatively weak human metabolism. And I'm not going to drink that much, just a casual amount. Enough to loosen up without causing a ruckus. Oh yeah, isn't your course of the meal coming up? Yeah, just the entries are left before dessert. But again, I just need to take my dessert out of the freezer and find something to cut it into pieces with. There's only one knife in the huge kitchen, and Catherine wanted to serve it with the entry so people could cut themselves a portion. Clever. The knife can be used as a murder weapon if it's in the middle of a crowd. I'm not sure if that was her intention. She's a bit of a ditz. I don't think she thinks that far ahead unless cats or food are involved. You know she's in the other room and could walk in any moment. I'm sure she heard it before or figured out it herself. Regardless, I don't really want to talk about the person selfless cooking dinner for us behind her back. Huh? Is something the matter? Nothing. I saw someone over there. You haven't gone delirious, haven't you? No, I think that's my cue to leave you two alone again, though. Hey Bert, I found the batteries BT tabs. Thanks for the help. The entry should be out soon. Oh, what is the entry? Catherine and I made a meatloaf and French onion soup. Ah, a giant slab of meat. I'm so in love. With Catherine? No, with meat. Oh, wait. Catherine can't eat meatloaf though, right? She's a vegetarian. She can't eat the meatloaf, but she had a pretty hearty portion of soup set aside. Anyway, we need to heat the meatloaf in the oven for a few minutes with the sauce on top. I'm off to go hand the clock off to her. See ya, Bert. Hi, Bert. I got this bottle of wine, but I need help opening it. I seem to have lost my corkscrew. Do you know if there's any screws I can use to uncork me a bottle? Are Catherine, Sid, and I the only ones who bothered checking the garage? Screws? Yes, lad. All the corkscrew does it turn a screw into the cork and yank it out. I can't just do that with a screwdriver and the back end of a hammer. I can just... Jezu, że gubię wątek, o czym oni gadają. Requires some elbow grease, but I got the greasiest elbows around. I don't think saying you have greasy elbows sounds as good as you think it does. Regardless, there's some in a toolbox in the garage. Aye. Lad, I knew you would help me out. To the booty I go. Should I talk? Bert. Huh. Fred's my name from behind the couch. I walked over and sat behind the couch with Freddy. Don't let anyone see you hide back here with me. I saw you poke your head out earlier, but I don't think anyone else did. My parents always said children are best seen, not heard. But they lied about the seen part. At home my parents argued a lot and I would listen while hiding. My dad would get really angry at me if he found me trying to listen in on him. Jezus, nie wiem co on powiedział. My dad would get really angry at me if he found me trying to listen in on him. This kid really had a weird life, huh? There are some scary people here like my dad, so I thought I should just hide and listen. Wait, there are some scary people here like my dad. Ha, Jezu, ja myślałem, że on mówi, że jego ojciec tu jest. A mu chodzi, że są strasznie jak jego ojciec. Bo to nie może brzmieć, że to jego ojciec tu jest. There are some scary people here like my dad. You don't need to tell me twice, but parties aren't for everyone. Oh, thanks, Bert. But, could I ask you not to tell anyone else I'm hiding back here? Sure, but let's make a deal. Huh? If you hear anything that might be useful, let me know. Well, I did hear one thing. I don't know how useful it is. No? Let's make sure no one is listening. Looking around, no one was really paying attention. Sahar came back in the middle of our conversation but was too focused on opening this bottle. I think we're good. Freddy started to whisper. I think I overheard Mr. Dracula discussing his real job with Sam. It was hard to hear much, but he said he's an expert on the human body. Knows a lot about stab wounds and blood. I guess that's expected of a vampire, but not just that. Had some experimenting. Yeah, that's that. He did a lot on humans. Also, suffocation. That, or Dracula really doesn't like catering food. Tie that out. Also, electricity. Oh, and fire. That one probably just fire. Is this real or is just Dracula fabricating a vampire story and Sam entertaining him? This is very gruesome for a kid to overhear. Thanks, Freddy. That's really helpful. Did you get any more details? No, and you can't tell anyone I told you this. Mr. Dracula reminds me of my dad. I'm scared of him, przepraszam. And I want to give anyone a reason to hurt me. Does he understand what kind of situation we're in? I won't tell anyone, you told me. But I might bring this up without saying you told me if it's relevant information later. Your secret is safe with me. Thanks, Bert. And the entry is served. Czy nie chcę tego powiedzieć na dwa streamy? Oj, nie wiem. Ciężko. Druga? Nie, drugą nie. Nie, tekstuję przecież od co? Ja od 4,5 godziny po prostu bez przerwy mówię. Ja tak mam bardzo dobrze wyćwiczony głos i większość ludzi w tym momencie już by straciło głos. Ja od 4,5 godziny czytam na głos. Nie wiem, czy zauważyłaś. Że on mi się krypka lekko łapie. Meatloaf with French onion soup. There should be a plenty for everyone. I brought the knife from the kitchen. Use it to cut yourself as much as you want. Don't walk away with the knife though. We only have the one. Meat? Meat. Like a zombie I walked to the meatloaf and cut myself a large portion. So juicy. Po prostu w tej grze się nic nie dzieje. Po prostu... Sorry, ale... Tu się nic nie dzieje. Oni gadają o niczym, no. Jest strasznie dużo zapychacza w tej grze. Po prostu tu się nic nie dzieje. To była jedna intryga. A teraz jest od 2 godzin, oni po prostu gadają o niczym. Ja wiem, że potem to będzie trzeba wiązać fakty, tak? Wyciągać z tych dialogów, co oni tam mówili, gdzie kto był i nawiązywać tego, ale Boże, ile tu jest filera. Masakra. Jeszcze good cook, Katrin. Thanks, Bert. Ja wiem, że to są visual novele, nie? Ale smuci mnie to, że ja gram w tą grę 4 godziny i ja nie podjąłem ani jednej decyzji w tej grze. Największą zaletą visual noveli jest to, że możesz zrobić bardzo skomplikowany scenariusz, ponieważ masz niesamowicie wolne ręce od strony mechanicznej. Gra nie jest w żaden sposób ograniczona gameplayem. Wiele gier ma problem z poziomu gameplayu, że musisz się trzymać pewnego core gameplay loopu i jeśli chcesz dywersyfikować albo odbić się jakoś od głównej ścieżki, to musisz designować osobno całą nową grę. Jeśli na przykład masz Wiedźmina, w którym masz decyzje do podejmowania, to razem z tymi decyzjami idą całe skrypty, nowe modele, nowe tekstury, nowe poziomy, które musisz zadesignować, napisać i zaimplementować do gry i wiąże się to z tym, że połowa ludzi, którzy podejmie inną decyzję, nawet nie zobaczy tego, więc inwestujesz ekstremalnie wysokie środki w projekt, którego większość ludzi nawet nie jest w stanie doświadczyć, bo większość ludzi nie kończy gier, nie mówiąc o tym, że ją powtarza, żebym przechodzi 2 razy. Więc przeciętny odbiorca gry wideo, jak widzi skrzyżowanie na drodze, to wybiera albo lewą ścieżkę, albo prawą ścieżkę i koniec. I nigdy więcej nie zobaczy kolejnej ścieżki. To jest tyle. Więc deweloper musi sobie zadać pytanie, czy chce stworzyć grę, której przynajmniej połowa jego odbiorców nigdy nie zobaczy na oczy. To po co ludzie płacą za to? Mają płacić za produkt, którego w połowie nie zobaczą. Dlatego się nie robi takich rzeczy, jak rozstaje na drogach. A przynajmniej bardzo rzadko się to robi. Bo po prostu nie warto, bo skoro robisz teraz, dzielisz budżet na 2, bo tu masz jedno rozwiązanie questu, a tu masz drugie rozwiązanie questu, to możesz całe środki z tego jednej ścieżki przeznaczyć na drugą stronę i teraz dopracować tę jedną ścieżkę. Dlatego przeważająca większość gier jest liniowa. I teraz, dlaczego visual novele mają przewagę nad tego typu grami? Ponieważ visual novele to jest 95% kontentu, to jest tekst. To jest tylko i wyłącznie tekst. Więc jak napiszesz scenariusz, to możesz napisać scenariusz, nie musisz razem z tym scenariuszem wiązać żadnych aspektów gameplayowych. Po prostu inwestujesz wszystko w to, żeby napisać dobry scenariusz i ewentualnie parę nowych artów zrobisz, bo tu na przykład masz modele postaci, które są wszystkie takie same, one się w ogóle nie zmieniają, nawet ubrań nie zmieniają w tym momencie w tej grze, bo wiadomo, to jest niskobudżetowa gra. Jedyne co musisz, to ewentualnie czasami nowego arta namalować, czasami nowy model stworzyć, może, zazwyczaj masz dwuwymiarowe modele, więc i tak to jest bardzo proste, a często są to tylko wariacje na temat modeli, bo często te arty to jest tylko na przykład dorysowanie czegoś na twarzy, czy coś opiera się na tym samym szkielecie. Więc w związku z tym, że twój budżet jest przeznaczony w 90%, 95% na napisanie scenariusza, możesz sobie pozwolić na to, żeby dać graczowi możliwość tworzenia wielu ścieżek. Dlaczego? Ponieważ koszt jest znikomy. Bo piszesz jeden scenariusz, piszesz drugi scenariusz i tyle. Ja gram 4,5 godziny. Ja nie widziałem ani jednego rozstaju na drodze. Ani jednego. A to jest visual novela, co jest jakby najlepszym medium do zrobienia tego typu gry. Bo w tym momencie to nie jest gra, która jest visual novelą, tylko w tym momencie to jest po prostu interaktywna, no. Nawet nie interaktywna. W tym momencie to jest po prostu książka. Po prostu ktoś napisał książkę. Jeśli nie daje mi żadnej możliwości gameplayu. Nie? Mnie ta gierka znudziła. No słuchaj, no dla ciebie nie są visual novele, nie? Znaczy, to nie jest gra dla każdego. No. To jest taki gatunek. Są ludzie, którzy RTS w ogóle nie ruszą, nie? Ja tam nie mam nic przeciwko visual novelom, ale tutaj po prostu jestem zawiedziony faktem, że kurde, najprostsza rzecz. W pierwszym chapterze mogliby zrobić nawet, ja wiem, to też nie jest ten typ gry, ja wiem, że to nie jest ten typ gry, ale przykład. Masz okno z tyłu w tym ostatnim wagonie, mówią, że nie ma tam platformy, wyjść, otwieranie tego okna nawet nie ma sensu, bo tam platformy nie ma. I jest to bezpieczne, coś w tym stylu. Kurde, dodać opcję, wyjdź na platformę i zabij się. Wypadłeś, zginąłeś, GG, game over. Byle co, żeby była jakakolwiek interaktywność, żeby gracz miał poczucie jakiejkolwiek agendy, że on ma kontrolę, jakąkolwiek, nad czymkolwiek. W tym momencie ja po prostu przewijam tekst i nie mam ani jednym miejscu możliwości podjęcia kontroli nad tym, co się dzieje na ekranie. I to jest problem, moim zdaniem, to spory. Tyle tekstu, żeby przywiązać się do porównania z postaciami? Ja to rozumiem, ale... Możesz brute forsować relacje z bohaterami, a możesz napisać po prostu dobrze postacie, z którymi się zwiążesz 15 minut. Bo to jest teraz, w tym momencie to jest brute forsowanie. Ty wymuszasz czas na graczu, aby spędzał z postaciami czas, wymuszasz to na nim, żeby on musi z nimi spędzać czas i siłą woli, znaczy mimo woli, tak działa psychika ludzka, że jeśli z kimś spędzasz dużo czasu, to będziesz miał z nim jakiś emocjonalną więź będziesz nawiązywać. Na tym polegają właśnie wszystkie telenowele i te siemcowe seriale, że one brute forsują relacje widza z bohaterami, nie na podstawie dobrego scenariusza i dobrze rozpisanych postaci, a na zasadzie ty po prostu jesteś z nimi związany, ponieważ znasz ich od wielu, wielu godzin i wiele czasu z nimi spędziłeś, w związku z tym masz jakąś tam emocjonalną więź z nimi. To się nazywa brute forsowanie. I ja teraz mam wrażenie, że to jest to samo zabieg. Siema, pijany rycerzu. Taka platforma była krytykowana przez społeczność? Nie wolno pokazać takie rzeczy. Czekaj, o czym mówisz teraz? Bo nie zrozumiałem. No, jaka platforma? Co by było krytykowane przez społeczność? Anyway. Cały ten chapter, na razie się w nim nic nie stało. A ja nie wiem, ile w tym chapterze już siedzę. Godzinę? Ponad godzinę chyba w nim siedzę. Nie wiem, której zacząłem. Ile mam, nieważne już? Okej. I przez cały ten chapter ja tylko tak. Oni się upili znowu. Pogadałem przeszukałem cały mansion i co? I obiad przygotowali. I tyle się stało. Przez godzinę. Nic się nie stało dosłownie w tej grze, w tym momencie. Ten cały drugi chapter. Nawet nie ma... Właśnie to jest to, że nawet nie ma jakiegoś napięcia, które by rosło, żeby coś się... żeby ja coś antycypował czegoś. No to co, jedynie to czekam na tą kolację. No i w końcu się doczekają tej kolacji i oni teraz będą po kolei każdy posiłek, który podają, będą teraz się nad nim rozwodzić. Ile ta gra trwa? Nie mam pojęcia. Nie mam pojęcia. Już straciłem powoli cierpliwość, tak samo, a wiem co jeszcze było. Ustalili kto gdzie śpi, no kurde, to jest takie ważne, żeby przez 45 minut gadać o tym kto gdzie i z kim śpi i dlaczego. Już wtedy chciałem się odpalić i skrytykować, że ileż można gadać o tym, kto z kim ma spać i dlaczego. No ale dobra. Ja wiem, że to ma miejsce gameplayowe, bo pewnie to będzie istotne, kto z kim spał i z kim był, gdzie, kiedy i tak dalej, bo to jest taki visual novel Among Us, tak? Musisz teraz rozgryźć kto z kim, gdzie był i w którym momencie i jaki jest timeline. Ja to rozumiem. A może to było zrobić trochę lepiej, no. Mocna gra jest? No, założenie gry jest ciekawe. Naprawdę interesujący jest sam setup, tak? Jest 12 losowych postaci, każdy jest z innego backgroundu, każdy ma inną przeszłość i zostają nagle porwani i ktoś im mówi, że wśród tych 12 postaci jest jeden wielki game master, który ich tu sprowadził, tak? I ja nie pamiętam jaką motywację ktoś tam miał, ale było chyba powiedziane, że jedna osoba będzie wyznaczona jako morderca. Nie wiadomo jak. Po prostu w pierwszym za to, że okazało się, że koleś się domyślił, że to on jest mordercą. I jego zadaniem jest zabić kogoś, kto jest Game Masterem. Jeśli zabije Game Mastera, to wszyscy przeżyją i będą wolni. Jeśli on zabije kogoś, kto nie jest Game Masterem, to wtedy cała reszta musi się domyślić, kto jest mordercą. Jeśli wskażą mordercę, to gra leci dalej. Jeśli wskażą złą osobę, to wszyscy umrą. Oprócz tego, kto był mordercą i Game Mastera. Żabistwo. No to jeszcze od razu kolnąłem, bo też mi się wydaje, że to on jest. Ale podejrzewam, że to może być też taki tak zwany red herring. Bo ja nie wiem na ile ta gra wciula cię robi, wiesz, bo to... Jak to w typowym kryminale masz masę tak zwanych red herringów, nie? Będzie miał wiadomość z tego, że będzie znał, kojarzy miejsca... No, to też masz nie do powiedzenia, no. Because that means I should get this ready. Meat, weirdo. Sorry. Since there are no knives in the kitchen, Catherine, did you see anything else we could use to cut the dessert into slices? Not sure, though there are some cabinets that we haven't looked in because they're high up. Maybe you could try those. Sure, I think there was a step stool in the garage. I'll go grab that one and use it to search. Sounds good. Jenny, it's still there cleaning up so she can help you if needed. Got it. Well, that's it for cooking. Time to party hardy. I'm so full. How am I supposed to eat this meatloaf? Ate too much, big guy? I just have taken what you said as a challenge. Well, how are we gonna eat that big slice? Have lots of experience at all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue. My stomach has slowly expanded over the years throughout rigorous training, by which I mean getting fast food at midnight even after having a big dinner. Well, I don't want to be outdone. I'm gonna eat a big slice of meatloaf too. That might be not the best burp. Oh jeez, pace yourself, sit. Don't go overboard. I will eat this meatloaf, just let me sit down first. Well, I cleaned the kitchen up the best I could. How's the party been, Bert? Good, it's nice to just make conversation with people and eat good food. I took yet another large slice of meat. Guess I should go socialize with others while you have your mouth full. Okay. Have fun with everyone. You should learn to swallow before talking at a fancy party. I'm sure I looked like a dork in front of Jenny, but oh well. I spent a while eating my meatloaf. My eating speed was starting to slow down, for better or worse. It really was nice to have this time to relax with everyone, despite the various levels of friendships. As I sat and ate, Sam had come with step stool and walked through the kitchen. Walked to the kitchen after some more time has passed. The dessert is ready. Nothing too fancy, just an ice cream layer cake. Ice cream layer cake. Yeah, it's like a normal layer cake, but one of the layers is ice cream. Did you find something to cut it with? Yeah, there's no more sharp objects in the kitchen, but I found the sheath for the knife Catherine was using. It's much blunter than a knife, but it should work fine for this. Just like before, I cut myself way too big slice. It seems Sam had already cut one piece out with rather clean cuts. In contrast, my cut looked more like I beat my slice of cake to death. Good thing the shape of my slice doesn't matter, it's all getting digested anyway. Well, my work here is done. I'm gonna go party. Ona już wycięła kawałek, tak? Znaczy, że wycięła ten kawałek dla kogoś. No to pisałem, że ona jest mordercą i ona pewnie otruje kogoś. To jest moja predykcja. Bert, please. Huh? Help, I need help. Bert, help. A bo on już został ukryty? Już został otruty. Is he okay? What's going on? I don't know. I might be dying. Dying? Yeah, dying. Or, what's it? I'm just really full. I ate so much, bro. I think I'm gonna vomit. Throwing up and dying seem pretty different to me. Come on, let's get you to the bathroom. It hurts to move. Jeez. I guess we can walk you there. Bert, you can lend me a hand in getting up the stairs? But my cave's gonna melt. Yeah, let's go. Thanks, you're my heroes. We each got an arm under one Sid's shoulders and knocked him up the stairs. Alright, come on buddy, just a few more steps. I swear I'm gonna throw up everywhere. Don't throw up in the bathtub, I was hoping to use that at some point. No promises. Sid sprinted to the bathroom door and pulled it open. He really had to vomit, but I can't blame him. After seeing what we saw in there, I wanted to vomit too. O, ta już nie żyje, okej, już ją ktoś zabił. What? Stella body lay in front of us, slumped on the sink, a stab wound in the dead center of her back. A smell that felt too familiar lingered in the air. Another one so soon. Was that not enough? Hold on, maybe she's still alive. I ran to Stella's side trying to feel for a pulse. I don't feel anything. Come on Stella, don't die on us. Just a cut in your back, right? Bert, I think she's dead. Don't say it so casually. Sorry, I don't know how to handle this either. But we gotta process it eventually. Yeah, you're right. I hate the Game Master. What good does Stella dying do? And now one of us is a murderer. No one deserves to have that on their hands. We should go tell the others. Yeah, can't give the murderer time to hide evidence. I'll go do that. Bert, can you look after Sid and make sure he's okay? Maybe it would be good if you and Sid stepped outside. I could be imagining it, but there is definitely a certain smell a corpse has. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Lauren. Of course, Bert. We're gonna get through this together. Yeah. I can't tell if she said that for me or for herself. Though both of us probably needed to hear it. Bert? Did it happen again? Yeah, it did. Why am I always the first person to find the body? I swear it wasn't me. I know there wasn't a moment where we weren't together since we last saw Stella. Okay. Sorry, I'm just still shaken up from everyone accusing me of Dan's death. Well, we're gonna get through this once to Sid. Let's step outside. I can't handle being in here right now. Holding in my tears, I made my way into the hallways with Sid. As we walked out, siema wyciek. Others made their way upstairs. Lad, tell me it's not true. Stella could drink a tornado. How could the lassie die so easily? The fact that she drank so much might be why she's dead. Scallywag, how could 2 days of drinking get her shanked if a lifetime didn't? That's not what I meant. Stella, my matey. Whoever the murderer is, they best be ready for Davy Jones' locker, even if it takes my own hand to bring them there. Shaker exited exited to the bathroom, presumably to grieve on his own pirate way. Perhaps someone should go in there with him to make sure he doesn't tamper with the body? I'll go. Last time we let Bert do all the investigating. I'm so sad Stella died, but this time we will help more. I won't be useless this time. Seems like the state of the body would be a crucial bit of evidence, so I'm gonna start with her. Fine with me. It's a shame we were not able to figure out more before this happened. What do you mean? I had a plan. Hey, if we want someone to make sure Shahar not tampering with evidence, shouldn't we send someone downstairs to make sure Lauren not either? Oh yeah. Where's Lauren? Why didn't she come up here? She's hanging out with Freddy. Thinks the kids shouldn't see that dead body. That's reasonable. In that case, I'll go. I want to investigate downstairs anyway. Dracula glared at me. If anyone wants to discuss my plan, come meet me downstairs. Well, I guess the party's over. I don't know if it's the most pressing concern. Oh shoot, yeah, Stella's dead. The party didn't get her killed, right? What? What do you mean? Everyone was congregating in one space. When people left, they were all alone. It's like the train where Kaiser had to kill Dan while someone was with him. It's not like the train where Kaiser had to kill Dan while someone was with him. Is it my fault someone died? I get why you feel that way, but it's not. It's the Game Master's fault, we can't forget that. Yeah, I guess. Oh, Sism. Kot go zabił. This is the longest I've been away from him in a while. He must have been so lonely. Kot jest Game Masterem? Jak Kot będzie Game Masterem, to będzie najgłupszy twist w historii twistów. I need to take care of him too. Make sure he's fed and groomed and all that. Is it okay if I take care of him while the rest of you looked around? Why are you asking me? Well, you were kind of in charge last time. Is it kind of suspicious to leave right now, Catherine? But my kitty? I don't know if it's any more suspicious than Freddy not investigating. Yeah, I guess. So now let's get you fed. Well, if she's allowed to be on her own, I'm gonna go look around as well. No, I don't trust you. How do I know you aren't the one that killed Stella? But you trust Catherine over me? Yeah? Why? Does that really need explaining? You're a jerk and secretive and sketchy. Fine, if you insist, then you can investigate with me. But keep the talking to minimum. Fine by me. Wanna go to the garage? Sure, I guess. I suddenly started tearing up. I was holding it in front of the others, so we could all seem strong and survive together. And we considered someone like Stella a friend in my normal life, but as much as I wanted to sleep back then, we had a good talk. Maybe we don't see eye to eye on things, but I got some perspective. This game is cruel. I formed connection to not feel alone, only to have them yanked away. And for what? So what do we solve this murder? There will be another murder in a few days. None of us have the power to stop that. No. I can't let those thoughts win. Gotta distract myself from them somehow. The investigation is the perfect excuse. We have to make it to the tomorrow, even if we don't know what lies ahead. Ja nie rozumiem, czemu oni się nie zbiorą i po prostu nie uznają, że wszyscy teraz jesteśmy razem. I tyle. I nikt go nie może zabić. Po co nie łażą po tym domu i tak dalej. Mają master bedroom. Dobra, wszyscy leżymy w jednym miejscu, wyznaczamy dwie osoby, które będą na straży. Po problemie. I przeczekają to. I'm not sure where to go. Also, who left the party that could have killed Stella? Only 3 people. Skończy mi się jedzenie. No ale mogą w tym czasie siedzieć i na przykład dyskutować na temat tego, kto jest Game Masterem. Chyba tylko ten Dracula próbuje to rozwikłać. Jenny, Sam and Shahar. I have to keep that in mind while investigating. It's go time. I don't want to look at the stab wound too closely, but I probably should. Here goes. As expected, it's roughly the shape of a knife, long and thin. Not surprising, but you should keep that in mind. Wcale mi się nie dziwi, gdyby było drugie narzędzie zbrodni. Wait, when Dan was stabbed, the wound was pretty wet, and there was much more blood. If it's dry, she probably wasn't stabbed recently. Also, if there is not that much blood here, does that mean Stella was able to stem the bleeding? That would be pretty impressive. Right, Bert? Impressive, but not something to be happy about necessarily. Alright, dead body. Well, got any more useful observation here? Feel like the back of Stella's suit's around the wound. Not where the blood was sipped into her suit, just outside that area. Okay? Huh. It's pretty damp. Right. But her suit's not stained where you just felt it. So something else must have made it wet. Maybe water. Why would there be water on Stella's back? Damp clothing was added to evidence. You figured it out a lot. You helped us figure out Kaiser death. We gotta all chip in. Jen has been so helpful. A killer couldn't be this helpful, right? Maybe she's a killer masking her true intentions. As much as I want to trust her, I gotta proceed with caution. As much as I would love to take a relaxing bath and just forget everything happening, now it's not the time. Stella hands. Sahar. Is that Stella ring on your finger? What? I'm a pirate. I own lots of booty. What makes you think I stole this one from my good friend? So if I check Stella hands, there will be a ring there? Okay then, let me look at her hands. Yep, there's no ring here. I mean, maybe the lass just lost her golden piece at the party. Sure. Hey lad, don't deny a grieving seafarer a memento of a fallen comrade. Fine, you can keep the ring. Huh. Does this guy burns on her palms? Did the killer burn Stella before or after stabbing her? Also, they're shaped like rectangles. I wonder why. Hello, Senex. Witaliśmy się? I Frozen dzisiaj już? Nie wiedziałem, czy on powiedział coś na temat tego, że wszystko to zbadałem. Tu coś jest. Under the sink. I wonder if Stella made any progress stealing the sink handle before she died. I doubt it really to anything, but might well as look under here. Huh. There's wires under the sink. They seem to be attached to the sink, and they're fed through a hole in the wall. These were not here last night. Are they relevant to the murder? Wires and hole under the sink was added evidence. More questions than answers. Oh, accumulator. What's the generator doing in here? It was in the garage earlier. And as far as I know, nothing in the house has power, so someone must have moved it here for some other reason, right? Generator was added to evidence. What's up with the rope tied around the handle? Generator has wheels, so you can use the rope to tug the generator almost more easily. I think that's the only interesting thing in this room. I don't know if it will end up being important or not, but I should remember that one too. Let's hope so. Let me check this nightstand. Nope, nothing in here. Nothing hidden in the vase either. Nothing noteworthy, except for Jenny's, that's it. Jenny miała ten generator, okej. Huh, I wonder if anything is in the nightstand? It's empty, guess that makes sense. And it's a bit too simple to try hide a murder weapon in here. I wonder if anything hidden in the bathroom here. Nothing. It's not exactly very private. Is there anything in the vase? It would be a convenient place to hide a long skinny stabby stick. Just water in here. Nothing in here. Tu nic. The microwave and oven digital clocks are working like Jason said, but Catherine was still able to cook. So the kitchen did lose power. Did someone mess with them? Let me try looking through the cupboards and drawers. Lots of silverware, fancy glasses and utensils. No sharp objects, just like Sam said. Minąłem. Any leftovers in here? Oh, there's a lot of food in fridge. We could have stayed here for days. Unfortunately, dead bodies kind of ruin my appetite. I should check the freezer as well while I'm here. Przepraszam. Yeah, it's pretty empty. Just an ice cube tray. Guess the homeowner isn't a fan of frozen food. I was able to double check what people said about the kitchen, but I didn't learn much new. Maybe you should check elsewhere. So you explored around here on the first day, right? Do you remember what items were here before there that aren't now? Let's see, what's missing? The clock, for one, and some batteries. Right, Catherine and Jenny were using the clock because the microwave and oven clocks broke. And Catherine asked Jenny to grab the batteries for the clock. The sharp tool gone too. Sam brought that to the kitchen to search for something to cut the cake with. The generator missing, also some rope. I saw the generator and the rope in Jenny's room earlier during the investigation. Besides that, I think everything is here. Sid, were there not wires in here before? Wires? Not that I can remember. Interesting. I wonder where the wires I found under the sink came from. Okay, that's actually very useful. Everything that was in the garage is accounted for, so we don't have to worry about the surprises tools. Thanks. Yeah. Well, you'll solve this one too, right? Will I? I don't know, but... Yes, I have some theories on it actually. Okay, cool. As nice as it would be to think about escaping through here, I don't think that this door is going to open anytime soon. We have to focus on the investigation now. Nie powinieneś kolnąć, że wszystko jest sprawdzone? Pewnie tutaj będzie reszta. The knife was used to cut the meatloaf. I don't think Stella was stabbed with it. After all, it was in the kitchen or dining room for the whole party, and there are multiple accounts for this. It's probably not relevant to the murder. The shift, on the other hand. Some claim to find it in the middle of the party. If Sam was the first person to find it, that means after we found it, it was around us the entire time. In that case, it wouldn't be relevant to the murder either. But maybe someone found the shift beforehand. I should keep that possibility in mind. Może kogoś zarżnąć tym pokrowcem na nóż. Mr. Seidel portrait. At this point, I doubt anyone will admit to knowing him. Maybe if we catch the murderer and they're feeling nice, they'll tell us about him. For now, I think that's our only lead for finding the mastermind. Powiedział na temat tego garażu. Tu się nie da wejść. Aha, mogę z nim jeszcze gadać. Did you find anything? No, everything I found Sid found first. You talked to him yet? Yeah, I have. Then yeah, I have nothing new to tell you, sorry. Fair enough, good luck. You too. Sid, you explored around here on the first day, right? O, dobra, to z nim gadałem. Jak to jest, że masz zaznaczony język polski, a przez cały czas słuchać angielski? Ponieważ czytam zawartość gry po angielsku. Mam nadzieję, że rozwiązałem zagwozdkę, na którą się natknąłeś. Z nią miałem gadać. Hey Lauren, hey Froggy, hey Bert. Froggy, doing okay? He's a bit shaken up, you know? With the whole, incident. Is Mrs. Stella going to be okay? Probably not Freddy, but it's okay. We'll get through this. Is it okay if I ask Freddy something? In private? Fine, but it better not be about you-know-who. Hey Freddy, I know you're not feeling the best, but can you do me a favor? Yeah? Can you tell me what you heard Dracula and Sam discuss again? Dracula said, explain it with some words I don't understand. With suffocation, fire, and electricity, right? Yeah, those were it. Seems like Stella died from a stab wound, so it's not like any of those related to Stella's death, but it might be worth remembering this anyway. Thanks Freddy, you're all your help. You're welcome. Nic się nie zmieniło. Czemu nie ustawić polski angielski? Bo ta gra nie ma w wersji polskiej. A chodzi ci o opis streama, że jest polski, angielski? Nie wiem. Po co? Źle ocenia? No nie oceniam najlepiej, bo jestem trochę zawiedziony, wiesz, kierunkiem, który autorzy obrali tej gry. Moim zdaniem. Bo sam koncept jest interesujący. Sam koncept, tylko realizacja tego konceptu moim zdaniem jest troszkę nietrafiona. Bo jakby... Ja gram w tą... 6 godzinę zaraz będę grał, nie? W tą grę. I przez 6 godzin zdarzyły się dwie rzeczy. Co jest... Co jest moim zdaniem bardzo kiepskim rozwiązaniem pacingu gry, nie? Słuchaj, w 6 godzin ja jestem w stanie na przykład przejść... Przejście mi na przykład Wanderstopa zajęło mi chyba jakieś 10 godzin. A tam się wydarzyło tyle rzeczy. I był gameplay. A to też jest taka gra typu opowieść, nie? De facto... Można powiedzieć prawie, że visual novela, gdyby wywalić cały gameplay, jaki tam jest, nie? Z tym sianiem herbaty i tak dalej. A bardzo dużo motywów tam było poruszonych i tak dalej. Ja do tej pory nie wiem, jaki jest motyw gry. Jaki jest motyw przewodni, oprócz tego, że to jest kryminał, nie? Przejście... Przypomnę, jak żeśmy grali w Slay the Princess. To też jest visual novela. To ja po 2 godzinach tą grę chyba przeszedłem 3 razy i tam się tyle rzeczy działo. Łocie panie, musiałem sprawdzić, ile ja miałem w Slay the Princess w sumie. Sprawdzę sobie. Ja mam 4 godziny przegrane w Slay the Princess. I zobaczyłem tam chyba 8 zakończeń. Po prostu pacing tej gry jest ślimaczy. Ja wiem, że ja czytam wszystkie dialogi i jak ktoś by nie czytał na głos tych dialogów, tylko w głowie czytał, to by miałby szybciej, ale nadal jest tu tyle dialogów niepotrzebnych, moim zdaniem. Are you here to discuss my ploy from earlier? Your ploy? I was hoping someone would admit to a crime that could be tied to this location. If so, they would probably be the murderer. Oh, he's referring to the conversation we had earlier. Back then, we concluded as a group the murderer this round is probably someone who's been in this house before. This is the first time we're resolving a murder with this information in mind. Maybe I should remember it. Location of the murder was added to the evidence. Oh, Dracula, I'm curious. You didn't think it would work so easily, right? What do you mean? Even if people were open to sharing their crimes, wouldn't the murderer be incentivized to lie if they could? Well, I would hope they would be honest with me since I was honest about my crime. Honest? Yes. Do you not believe I'm a vampire, Bert? This again. I don't really want to try and convince him that his crime is unbelievable. Maybe it's the best if we just leave him for now. I guess I believe you. Well, let me know if you find anything. You as well. I think that's everything to find here. Not that I found much, mostly the sheaf and talking to Dracula about stuff I knew. Actually, I think I found most of the major pieces of evidence. At least enough to start discussing with others. Let's go gather everyone. Ale nie znalazłem nawet narzędzia zbrodni. To co on chce? What the fuck? Czemu on to podsumowuje? Everyone gathered in the dining room. Well, this murder should be easier to figure out than the previous one. Well, what should make this very easy to solve? Well, there's not a tunnel for this mansion to go through that caused Stella to get stabbed, so someone had to be physically there to do it. Also, it's pretty obvious that what the murder weapon was. Is it? Yeah, it had to be the skewers from the dinner party. Oh no, did the dinner party get Stella killed? I wouldn't view it that way. The skewers would have been in the house regardless of us having a party or not. But what makes you so sure it was the skewers? Let me explain. The knife was in the dining room the whole time. No evidence suggesting the knife was used, so it must be the only sharp object we had access to, the skewers. Tutaj pewnie trzeba wybrać te... Knife Shift. Nie? Dragon? Czemu to się nie zgadza? Przecież się zgadza. Dosłownie o tym powiedział. A shift that some found during the party and used to cut the cake. As far as we know, the shift remained in the kitchen or dining room for the entire party. As far as we know, ale bym powiedział, że mogło być wcześniej to użyte. Że nawet do tego się odniósł. Okej. Trochę sam sobie zaprzecza, bo powiedział, że mógł być ten shift użyty. No tak, ale on powiedział, że mogłoby to być użyte w tym dialogu. Ja też tak uważam, że to by było bez sensu. Ja to sam powiedziałem, ale on tak powiedział w tym dialogu. Że to mogło być użyte. Mogę ci nawet to udowodnić. I mój komentarz na to, co on powiedział, było to, że to jest dziwne, że ktoś by pokrowcę mógł zabić. Czegoś nie zrozumiałem? Może nie kontaktuję. Czekaj. Ja znajdę ten moment. O, tu jest. Jest to? The knife was used, I don't think Stella was stabbed with it. After all, it was in the kitchen dining room, and the murder accounts for this. So it's probably not relevant to the murder. The sheet, on the other hand, Sam claimed to find it in the middle of the party. If Sam was the first person to find it, that means that after we found it, it was around us entire time. Czyli on sugeruje, że ten sheet mógłby być użyty, tak? Chyba, że sam go znajdzie pierwsza, ale jeśli nie znalazła pierwsza, to znaczy, że nie. Znaczy, że mogłaby być użyta, nie? To tak zrozumiałem. Ale to dobra, może nadinterpretuję. Knife was in the dining room the whole time. To mam się zgodzić z tym? No nie mogę się z tym zgodzić. No evidence that the knife was used. No chyba, że chodzi o shape of the wound. I think you missed something because you were watching over Freddy during our investigation. When we took a close look at the body, the stab wound was the shape you expect from using the kitchen knife. Ale nie przyszło mi to pierwsze do głowy, bo on pierwszy co zrobił, to odrzucił hipotezę noża, tak? Że nóż nie mógł być użyty. Co sugeruje tutaj, że jest drugi nóż gdzieś? Ale nie znalazłem narzędzia zbrodni, więc... It'd be pretty hard to create that kind of shape with a skewer. Why did they stab Stella with the skewer multiple times in the line? They could have, but I don't think it will produce the same shape. It would probably look more like a line of varying width. Also, why would the killer try to do that? I guess. But how did they use the knife then? It's still pretty sure it was in the dining room the whole time. I looked around. Seemed no one had a good answer for that. Despite our initial hopes, it seemed this case wasn't going to be much easier. I have something I want to talk about. When did the murder actually happen? Come on, say it. Isn't it obvious? I mean, I don't know exactly when it happened, but we have pretty good estimate. Sugerowali, że ona nie została zabita w tej łazience, tylko gdzie indziej, nie? Ale nigdzie nie było... Ja muszę do toalety. Bo tam śladów krwi nie było, więc on sugeruje, że ona została zaniesiona do tej łazienki. To też kwestia, jak oni interpretują koniec party. Czy to jest ten moment, jak ona powiedziała koniec party? That's it. In the middle of the party. Yeah. She was around the start of the party, so obviously she didn't die before that. And she definitely died for a bit before we found her. How do you know? You're not a coroner or anything like that. Maybe not, but there's evidence that shows the body being dead for a while. I don't believe you. Fine, you don't have to believe me. But if someone else can prove my point, you'll have to believe me, right? Fine. But I don't think Sid and I will ever see eye to eye. Can you explain it to him? Let's see. Evidence shows that Stella didn't die recently. To? O. To. Tak. No, mam problem czasami z interpretacją tego, co Grab mi wysyła. Nie mówię, że to jest wina gry. Znaczy bardziej moja wina. The blood dried. Yeah, when you looked at the wound, some of the blood had dried. Blood normally dries after an hour or so of exposure. But it varies due to other factors. How do you know? In my line of work, I see a lot of human blood. Anyway, this suggests Stella died a while ago. That also makes it pretty clear who the killer must be, huh? I was thinking about this when Lauren was speaking. Our assumption is the knife wasn't used to commit the murder, but that's because the knife was in the dining room after the meatloaf was served, where everyone could see it. Before then, the knife was presumably in the kitchen. There's one person who could have taken the knife from the kitchen before the rest of us even saw it. Didn't you go to get a step stool during the party? Yes, but I only left after the meatloaf had been served, when the knife was in the dining room. Oh, that's true. In that case, the person Sam is talking about must be... to jest Katrin albo Jenny. Who left the party the same time as Stella and had been in the kitchen? Właśnie, to muszę pamiętać. Ona też była. Nie pamiętam, Katrin. Jenna. Jedna z tych trzech osób. Nie umiem co przypomnieć. Ja już jestem trochę zczekautowany. Kompletnie nie umiem co przypomnieć. Co tam, o czym oni tam gadali wtedy. Jenna jednak. I got it. Is it really Jenny? I thought we were becoming closer, but I guess I hadn't really kept much of an eye on her after we initially explored the mansion together. Sam, are you suggesting Jenny murdered Stella? Me? Is there another Jenny here I could be talking about? Why me? I swear I didn't do it. You did leave around when Stella did go grab batteries. Okay, poszedł po baterię. And you could have taken the knife with you, unless Katrin can attest to the knife being in the kitchen the whole time. No, I was focusing on preparing dinner. I wasn't paying close attention to specifics like that. So anyone who came to the kitchen when I wasn't using the knife could have taken it out without me noticing. Did you really do it, bestie? Catherine? I swear I didn't. Jenny was starting to tear up. I want to think she could have committed murder. Can I believe her? Or would I be letting my emotions get the better of me? I don't really follow what you're all discussing, but I got a riddle for ya. Riddle? This isn't the time for games. We might as well move to Jenny. Do you mean a suggestion, Shahar? That's what I said, you scallywag. A riddle. Don't make me repeat myself. I'll be already plenty exhausted whipping over the death of me drinking my tea. I'm starting to think this pirate speak is just Sahar way out of coping with the situation. Why am I not suspect? I went to the kitchen for me room, and I left the party to grab some tools for me makeshift corkscrew. But the scallywag seems focused on the fact that Jenny and Stella left at the same stroke of the sun. As much as calling me a scallywag makes me wish we had an excuse to pin it on you, you didn't return to the kitchen after revisiting it the first time, correct? Yeah, but how's that relevant? You could still have grabbed the knife and shanked the lady. Is that true? No, if the murder happened as Sam described it, the murderer must have returned to the kitchen. W ogóle nie czaję tego dialogu. O czym tu gadamy? Because of the knife? Wait, what? Sam suggesting that the murderer had to have returned the knife... musiałby zwrócić nóż, okej. Knife to the kitchen after stabbing Stella. Ja nie wiedziałem, o czym oni w ogóle gadają teraz, nie skupiłem się w ogóle. Catherine brought the knife from the kitchen to the dining room later, so the knife must have been in the kitchen at some point after Stella murder. In which case, we're looking for someone who left the dining room towards the foyer and then was in the kitchen. The only person whose movement follows that pattern is Jenny, so she's the only one that could have reasonably stabbed Stella with a knife. No, but there must be something wrong with the Sam argument. Something to save me. I have to admit, Sam does have a point. If Catherine wasn't paying attention and Jenny hid a knife on her while walking around, it wouldn't be that hard to get away with the murder as Sam had described it, and Jenny would be the only one that could have done it. Is it really it? Is the person I thought was my friend as a murderer? Something doesn't make sense. Sam, I'm disappointed. I thought you were more rational than this. Care to enlighten me then, Mr. Vampire? I think I'm being perfectly rational. Pewnie chodzi jeszcze o te oparzenia, które ma, tak? And I was clearly returned to the kitchen shortly after the murder. What part of that do you disagree? No reason for the murderer to wait upstairs after the murder. Didn't leave the murder weapon in the body. So, what do you think? The knife was straight to the dining room instead to the kitchen? Of the kitchen? The knife went... Może to? Nie. Do you think the knife went straight to the dining room instead of the kitchen? No reason for the murderer to wait upstairs. There was no reason for murderer to wait upstairs after the murder. And clearly the murderer didn't leave the murder weapon in the body. Znaczy to wygląda jakby ona umarła od... Może to o to chodzi? Ona umarła, bo ją popiesił prąd, tak? Ona chciała ukraść te kurki, ktoś podłączył do akumulator do tych kurków i ją poraził prąd, tak? To chyba o to chodzi. Ja nie wiem jak to mam do tego się odnieść. Że to i... to? Może o to chodzi. Might actually be wrong about that. Some respected the wound during... To znowu taka sytuacja, że to był ktoś inny, ktoś kto był w pokoju i tylko czekał aż ona umrze. Czyli ten pirat to będzie mordercą, tak? Bo tylko pirat wiedział o tym, że ona będzie chciała ukraść kurki. Nikt inny o tym nie gadał. We inspected the wound during the investigation. It looked like something was used to plug the wound after Stella was stabbed. What it was? I think I can take it from here, Bert. Man, I hate being interrupted. I watched this Netflix show that was super popular a few years ago. There's an episode where a serial killer builds blades into the belts of a victim who were royal guards. Their victim would only die after taking off their belts, so they would die in isolation and it seems like a ghost killed them. Can you guess why? Catherine, maybe it's the best if we try to solve the murder in front of us instead of a contrived fictional one. Oh, true. Okay, so when someone is stabbed, the bleeding doesn't tend to get bad until the sharp object is removed. The idea is that while the sharp object causes the wound, while it's in the body, it also clogs the wound. When you take it out, the wound is free to bleed out much faster. If your internals weren't critically damaged by the stab wound, the loss of blood tends to be the cause of death. We know a lot about this. I used to be really into the show. I did a lot of searching online after each episode to learn more. Anyway, something similar probably happened to Stella. We can't be sure whether bleeding or damage to her internals killed her, but Bert's suggestion is that whatever caused the stab wound was left in the body and helped limit the bleeding. It seems like a stretch. How can we know precisely how much blood there should or shouldn't be based on the knife being taken away? I feel like we pinned it on Jenny and Bert just grasping us for straws to protect someone he considered a friend. Sam, I was the one who pointed this out initially, not Bert. And I guess Catherine explained it in whimsical terms. I'm helping. Vampires understand very well how human bodies bleed, but Catherine described perfectly explains the state of Stella's corpse. Perhaps I'm wrong, and the lack of blood is just due to other factors. But it won't hurt us to consider all possibilities, and it can't help to rush a vote for Jenny. Fine, but you agree your theory is tenuous. Very funny. Siemanko, very funny. Miło ci widzieć, dziękuję bardzo za Prima. 4. miesiąc. Czemu jak ktoś mówi, ktoś inny niż twoja postać, to nie ma jej awatara, nie powinno być jak inny wizual. Tak powinno być, zgadza się Frozen. Jak ktoś inny mówi, to się pojawia tylko imię tej osoby, a mój awatar się wyciemnia, tak, zgadza się. To jest niedopatrzenie ze strony twórców. Puść. Albo, wiesz, masz te awatary tutaj, nie? Mogła być alternatywa, że na przykład te awatary się podświetlają tutaj. Albo... wiesz, jakoś... bup, coś się z nimi dzieje, nie? Mogliby to wykorzystać, nie? No, zgadza się. No jest nick podkreślony, więc... I suppose yes, but I think we can do a simple test to see if the kitchen knife could even have been used for the murder. Only now? Why didn't we do this while we were... Why didn't we do this while we were investigating? Well, during the investigation I thought it was obvious the knife wasn't the murder weapon. It was only when your theory was proposed that I began to contend with the idea. Anyway, my proposed test is to try inserting the kitchen knife into the Stella stab wound. How well it fits should be very informative. That's a bit inhuman, don't you think? Shouldn't we be respecting the body? You're not really respecting my body if you think I shouldn't maximize my chances of surviving this game. Besides, shouldn't you be in the favor of this? This could be exonerating evidence for you. That is true. I'm not going with you. I don't want to see what happened to poor Stella. Me neither. That sounds kinda gross to watch. Oh, and the stuff about respecting the dead too, I guess. Don't you watch mystery shows a lot? Yeah, they're so entertaining. I don't need anyone to follow me. I'm happy to do the test on my own. Wait, someone should go with you. You could be the murderer and be lying about the results of your test. Me? The murderer? I never left the dining room. Fine, if you're not the murderer, maybe you're the game master, trying to spice things up. I'm just saying, we should have a second person there to confirm. Sure, doesn't matter to me. Sam, I assume you're volunteering? Ha, not so tough after all, are you? Teraz powiedział Sid, którego w ogóle nie ma na ekranie. Fine, yeah, I want to look at the body again. I'll go, mateys. Sahar? A stab wound is more gross than some of the scurvy I see on the sea. Works for me. Let's not dilly-dally any further. Dracula grabbed the knife and headed upstairs with Sahar. The rest of us sat in silence for a few minutes waiting. I wasn't sure why. Eventually Dracula and Sahar returned. So what happened? The knife didn't fit in the wound perfectly. This is where there was a tiny amount of wiggle room. It's quite curious, unless the killer intentionally jiggled the knife after making the initial cut. My guess is the murder weapon is something a bit bigger than the kitchen knife. And I don't see a reason for the killer to jiggle the knife. I can verify everything the geezer's saying. He did jiggle the cutlass around a bit after shivving the lad. To clarify, I did not shiv Stella, I merely reinserted the knife in the existing wound. I will also say there was a little resistance in the reinserting the knife. I think this is further evidence that the murder weapon was left in the body for the extended period of time. Had it been removed, I might expect the cavity formed by the wound to start healing, creating resistance during my test. But there was a minimal amount. Sahar would be able to verify that, right? Since he didn't put the knife back in. No, I'm merely asking you to trust me on this one. Are there any further questions or objections to my rebuttal of Sanctuary? There was some silence. It seems like there is none. In that case, let us proceed. Proceed how exactly? I'm so glad Dracula was able to prove my innocence, but I'm not sure what other lead we have at the moment. I have an idea. We go with another Sid idea. Hey, screw you, your idea was wrong beforehand. Sid, ignore Sam. Tell us your idea. Discussing something is better than discussing nothing, Sam. Dracula said the stab wound was slightly bigger than the kitchen knife. So really we just need to identify the object that's slightly bigger than the kitchen knife, right? There can't be that many of those in the house. Something slightly larger than the knife. What fits that description? Knife sheath. Czyli jednak użyli tego. Okay. The sheath? You know the sheath is a blunt object, right? The whole purpose is to carry a knife around without the sharp part being exposed. It's pretty silly for a sheath to be sharp enough to cut something. Well, what else fits the description of being slightly larger than the knife? Since it holds the knife, the sheath obviously is slightly bigger. Can I propose another experiment? I thought we were in a mansion, not a laboratory. What's with all these experiments anyway? This one is less gruesome and involved. Dracula took the knife again and grabbed the sheath out of the now melted ice cream cake. He stuck the knife in the sheath and wiggled it around. There's about the same wiggle room in the sheath as there is in the stab wound. Yeah, a sheath has to have some breathing room for the knife. Otherwise it'd be hard to put the knife in the sheath and pull it out later. Sure, but my point is that maybe Sid's not too far off. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I understand too. I think I get it as well. I think you're all about to speak over each other and spout some crazy theories. Are they really all on the same page? They clearly inverted the sheath, and the inside must be pointy enough to stab with. They used something to make the sheath sharper before stabbing Stella. Lauren, the killer used the sheath as a mold to make a sharp object. I found the sheath during the party in the kitchen and then it stayed here in the dining room. Believe me, then the sheath couldn't have gone nearly... To będzie to... Wait. Refute? Szczerze mówiąc, nie wiem, która historia jest prawdziwa. Myślałem, że nad zagraniem kiedyś w jakieś karciankę, na przykład Hearthstone Gwint. O, grałem w karcianki przecież, Frozen. Ale na pewno będę grał w przyszłym tygodniu w karciankę, może w tym tygodniu. Czekaj, w tym tygodniu chyba nie, już mam grafik. Czytałem twoją wiadomość, Laraj. Nie no, na razie gramy, nie? Widziałeś? No, ja na Steamie grałem przecież w tego. W Slay the Spire grałem dużo. Ja grałem na streamie w Monster Traina, to są karcianki. Chodzi o takie online karcianki, czy w ogóle karcianki. Ja bardzo lubię karcianki, ale online nie przepadam. Kiedyś dużo w Gwinta grałem, ale to było dawno temu. Będę grał, bo wiesz co, wyszedł wczoraj. Nie, chciałem nawet grać dzisiaj miałem grać, powiem ci. Ale zrobię tego streama dla Nalaraj. I w przyszłym tygodniu też będę robił dla Rubiego streama, bo po prostu musiałem gdzieś wcisnąć to, nie? I grałbym, gdyby nie fakt, że w docie się kończy event. I teraz grinduję tą dotę, nie? No i do tego jeszcze dochodzi fakt, że w Deadlocku są nowe postaci, więc też gram w Deadlocka. Dużo się pojawia nowych rzeczy, nie? A 2 lutego wyszedł dodatek do Monster Traina. Ja bardzo chciałem w niego zagrać. Nie wiem, czy kojarzysz Monster Traina, czy widziałeś u mnie, nie wiem, czy ci podobał ten Monster Train. Ale moim zdaniem ten Monster Train jest świetny, ta dwójka. A teraz wyszedł, nie dość, że wyszedł free update, w którym dodali nową nację, to wyszedł dodatek płatny, w którym jest jeszcze dodatkowa nacja i nowy tryb gry. Bardzo fajne są update'y do tego Monster Traina. A podobał ci się Monster Train, czy nie? Bo ja wiem, że niektórzy ludzie krytykowali tego Monster Traina za oprawę graficzną. Moim zdaniem niesłusznie, bo ja nie uważam, że ta oprawa graficzna jest jakaś specjalnie tragiczna. Ale gameplayowa jest świetna i kurde... Powiem ci, że naprawdę ten dodatek, jaki oni dodali, ja się w niego nie grałem, ale sam fakt, ile kontentu oni za darmo dodali jako free update'y i teraz jeszcze dodatek wyszedł, ja go z przyjemnością kupię i przetestuję. A to jeszcze na tak urozmaica rozgrywkę, bo przez fakt, jak jest ta gra skonstruowana, nie, że jak masz dwie nacje, nie, każda nacja ma swój zestaw kart. Więc teraz jak dodasz nową nację, to ją możesz połączyć z każdą aktualnie istniejącą nacją, nie? Czyli tak naprawdę ci się otwiera 10 kolejnych nowych gameplayów, nie? Niewiarygodne to jest, po prostu jak ta gra jest... Ile tam jest po prostu interakcji, nie? I na pewno będę... No chciałem w tym tygodniu zagrać, tylko mówię, no teraz w Dotę ciorałem, w czwartek też będę grał w Dotę, bo chcę ten event skończyć. No w piątek będzie DBD, w sobotę tak samo, no a w niedzielę będę Ghost of Tsushima grał, bo miałem grać w tym tygodniu Ghost of Tsushima, bo też sobie już zacząłem, nie? Więc w przyszłym tygodniu pewnie wcisnę, może w poniedziałek zagram w Monster Train na 2. Tak, grałem Garden Quest, ale Garden Quest tak powiedział, że no taki okej jest, nie powalił mnie no, jakoś specjalnie. Było okej, było kilka fajnych motywów, bardzo mi się podobały niektóre rozwiązania, ale całościowo niestety ta gra trochę za bardzo rozwlekła była. Natomiast koncepcyjnie podobała mi się. Wyobrażam sobie, że wyjdzie kiedyś Garden Quest 2 i będzie bardziej dopracowany. Ja grałem w kilka karcianek jeszcze, więc więcej nawet. Na pewno grałem Inscription, to pamiętasz, może... Musiałbym sobie zobaczyć, co tam jeszcze grałem. O, zdecydowanie polecam Cobalt Core. Kurde, ta gra jest piękna. Bardzo mi się podobało Cobalt Core. Ostatnio Spire to grałem na sumie, tak, ale to jest wiadomo, to tego nawet nie trzeba przedstawiać, nie? Nie wiem, czy można nazwać to karcianką, ale Dicey Dungeon? Świetna muzyka tam jest. Ja pierdzielę, jaki tam jest zarąbisty soundtrack w tym Dicey Dungeon. To też grałem na streamie, nie wiem, czy to oglądałeś. Patrzę sobie, co jeszcze... Inscription... Jak najbardziej, a czemu nie? Cały core gameplay to jest karcianka przecież. To jest taka fabularna karcianka, ale to jest karcianka. Gameplay lub to jest tylko i wyłącznie karcianka, tam nic innego się nie robi, tylko kartami się gra, nie? Niektóre gry są takimi, powiedzmy, pseudo-karciankami, bo na przykład fajna gra jest, co grałem też na streamie przez chwilę. Kurde, jak ona się nazywała? Lone Star, o. Ona nie jest karcianką, ale trochę jakby karcianką jest. O, Balatro też grałem, o, to na pewno, tak. Balatro święty. Ja bardzo lubię, bo ja lubię generalnie te, nie? Roguelike'i, a większość karcianek są karciankami, nie? Znaczy, większość karcianek są roguelike'ami, nie? Więc to... Czekaj, if you believe me, then the Sheaf couldn't have gone near Stella body. Shape of the Wound? To? Nie. Bo nie rozumiem, czy mam tego użyć, ale przecież to jest... Czy ja się z tym, z któryś z tym zgodzić, ale to jest... Każdy z tych to jest takie... okej. Ja nie wiem, co autor miał na myśli, no tak, okej, ta teoria jest prawdziwa, tak. Mógł ktoś wywrócić na drugą stronę pokrowiec i użyć go jako... Ale nie wiem, tak samo to... Ktoś mógł naostrzyć... Ja nie wiem, nigdy nie pokazali tego pokrowca. Czy ktoś mógł naostrzyć go jakoś? Nie wiem, może? Tak samo... No, Molt raczej nie, no bo jakby ktoś użył tego jako... No nie, to też to jest prawdziwe, no, ale... Każda z tych teorii jest taka okej, może być. Ale to nie jest dowód. To jest wszystko agria, po prostu się zgodzi z tą teorią i tyle. Jak ja tam agree, to jest koniec, ja tu nie wybieram wam dowodów. Przy agree nie masz dowodów, tylko jest po prostu okej, zgadzasz się. Ostatnim razem jak kliknąłem agree, to po prostu było okej i nic więcej. Nie musiałem udowadniać tego, po prostu się z nim zgadzałem. Nie wiem, czemu akurat to miałem wybrać, szczerze mówiąc. Każda z tych teorii była prawdziwa. Ale dowody tam nie mają nic do rzeczy, mówię ci. Jak jest agree, to nie musisz dowodów dawać. Po prostu musisz zgadnąć, o które chodzi. Tylko nie rozumiem, dlaczego akurat to jest prawdziwe. Ale nie muszę, widzisz, że nie muszę dowodu dawać. Po prostu trafiłem dobrze. Dowody nie mają nic do rzeczy. Nie rozumiem, czemu akurat to jest prawdziwe, a tamte nie. Ale ty mi mówisz, po co mam patrzeć na dowody, jak ja nie potrzebuję dowodów, żeby potwierdzić coś. Mechanika gry nie wymaga ode mnie pokazywania dowodu na to, żeby coś potwierdzić. Dowód potrzebujesz tylko wtedy, kiedy chcesz zaprzeczyć czemuś. Everyone quiet down. Lawrence say that again. The killer used the sheath as a mold. It's a bit out there, I'll admit, but I would explain the inside of the sheet and the stab wound are roughly the same size. Plus, if the sheath was used as a mold for a weapon itself, the weapon could leave the area without the sheath leaving. So unlike Catherine and Stellatori's, Lauren isn't invalidated by some account or where the sheath was during the party. No, to... Tamte teorie były... Tamte teorie zakładają, że Sam może być mordercą. A ta teoria zakłada, że Sam mówi prawdę. Z jakiej paki? So Lauren is right? We figured it out. I always forget there is a kid here during discussions of how someone was murdered. Freddy, are you okay with talking about this? Oh, I was napping. I just woke up when I heard your voice. Oh, that's cute, Freddy. Wait, the story still seems wild to me. Jenny, shouldn't you be the one supporting alternate theories? You were just accused earlier. Look, I want to survive, but that doesn't just mean not being accused. It means finding the truth of what happened, even if I make myself look suspicious in doing so. That was kind of cool, Jenny. Thanks. I thought of it while we were waiting for Dracula. I know... Is now really the time? Right, sorry. Jenny, your objections to Lauren Torre? I feel like we searched the whole mansion pretty thoroughly after finding the Stella Cross. If the killer used the sheath as a mold, shouldn't we have found a stabby stick that wasn't the knife? Oh, okej. Że to... lodowego noża, tak? Dlatego jest mokra rana. So what do they even have filled the mold with? Water. Maybe... Ale jestem przekonany, że nie jesteś w stanie kogoś zabić. Chociaż może. Sopel lodu jest, czy jesteś w stanie wbić komuś w plecy? Nie wydaje mi się. Maybe it would be the best if we answered this one at a time, starting with why we couldn't find this object. No need, there is a simple solution really. Yes, one that can answer both of Jenny's questions. What the mold was filled and why we didn't find the makeshift knife during the investigation? Do you want to tell us? But I think it's the best if someone else fills the gaps. If both of us can arrive at the same theory independently, it's more likely to be correct. That explains both missing weapon and what it's made of. Dumb clothing. Dracula, I assume you're referring to Stella cloths being damp. Yes, I believe it was water. Water? For sure it wasn't a splash of vodka? That's be more in character for the lass. No, the way the killer formed the weapon wouldn't work with alcohol due to its chemical properties. Not that the liquid itself is particularly relevant to the case, but care to explain? Is the part of you arriving at the same conclusion independently shtick? You call it a shtick, I call it deliberate method to maximize our odds of survival. Dracula suggesting that shit was filled with the water. Water? How are we gonna stop Stella with a knife made of water? Water ain't sharp at all. Well... Water was frozen. Okay, let me rephrase it. The ship was filled with ice. As the killer filled it with water, then put it in the freezer. Again, not that it matters, but something like vodka has a freezing point below the temperature a household freezer is usually set to. Thank you for the science lesson. Oh, ice is pretty sharp. I was read a story about a guy who got speared in the head because he walked under the icicle right as it detached from the roof. Yes, thanks for the support, Catherine. How does she have all this esoteric knowledge about random deaths? Also, will I get to finish the explanation without being interrupted again? Anyway, the point is, Dracula theory is that the killer used the sheath to make an ice knife. Since ice melts at room temperature, we weren't able to find the ice knife. Well, I guess we did find it, but in the form of water that had been absorbed by Stella clothing. This also explains why the wound wasn't that bloody, without the killer needing to come back and remove the knife. Yes, it is a rather clever and elegant idea, ignoring the fact that it's a murder. We had been using the murder weapon location as a means of passing innocence, but if the murder weapon never had to move after Stella was murdered, all of these alibis need to be re-examined. This is still kind of fishy theory, right? We're assuming the existence of an ice knife was never actually so. Well, is there another explanation for water on the back of Stella cloths right where the stab wound is? Maybe the killer tried to wash off the blood. What incentive would they have to do? None, I guess. Well, unless there is another object, I think we can move forward with the theory, especially because it has a clear suspect associated with it. Oh, that is true. that this invalidates one person alibi directly. Plus, they would have been able to pull the ice knife murder easier than everyone else here. That person is... Katrin? Co ona była w łazience, nie? W kuchni. Ciebie, nie rozumiem, co znowu gadają. Sam? Albo on? Nie wiem, nie słuchałem teraz, co nie gadałem. Ja nie wiedziałem, że będę musiał zgadywać tu coś. Dobrze. Nie wiem, chyba ona, bo ktoś musiał wyciągnąć to z zamrażarki, tak? Ale ten też tam chodził, nie? Ten pirat. Myślę, że ten pirat ją zabił, ale okej. Bullshit, you don't have a proof. True, Sarah and Jenny both could have also pulled it off. O, dobrze mówiłem. But think about it, an ice knife would have been stored in the freezer in the kitchen. You also were the one who found the sheath in the kitchen later. Your ice cream cake gave you an excuse to frequently access the freezer. And you were the one who was adamant about the sheath not being related to murder. So what, you're going to declare me the murderer just because you have a few vague ideas pointing to me? By that logic, you should have agreed about Jenny earlier. As far as I... Kurczę, przewidziałem sobie dialog. That's not true. Oh? Wasn't expecting that. Sahar, care to tell us what drink you got? Rum on the rocks. What does matter to you? On the rocks. As in, you had ice in the drink, right? Aye, stop asking me such trifling questions. Where'd you get that ice? The freezer. Yeah, you're blaming me. Are you landlubber? Not blaming you, just saying. You also went to the freezer. And when did you go to the freezer? After Stella went up plundering. And Bert, when did you suspect I would have killed Stella? When you left to grab the step stool from the garage. Right, and I was just in the kitchen, but I was in the dining room. I was just in the kitchen, but I was in the dining room for a while before that. So if the ice knife was used in the murder, I must have grabbed it after Sahar went to the freezer. If I got it beforehand, it would have melted while I was waiting around. So did you see any ice knife in the freezer? No, I can't say I did. All I saw in there was an ice cube tray and some pile of tooth rot. So there you go. If there was an ice knife used, someone else must have done it. And they must have taken it out before Sahar went to grab and drink. And then they killed Stella shortly after. Damn, that's a good point. I really thought we figured out everything out. We had such a convincing theory, but I guess there wasn't anywhere for Sam to hide the knife. So what now? Are we lynching Sam? What? Did you not pay attention? I'm not exactly the brightest matey on the poop deck. Ugh. Wait, Sam, what now? Just because Sahar didn't see the knife doesn't mean you couldn't have hidden in the freezer. Oh, can you tell us where? Did I hid the knife in a nearly empty freezer? The knife could have been hidden. In the cake. Było nawet powiedziane, że o, ładnie ucięty był kawałek. It has to be it. In the cake. You could have easily pushed the ice knife into the cake to hide it. Wouldn't there be an obvious hole in the cake? Well, when you open the freezer, the hole could have been in the back. And before the cake was brought out to serve, someone had already cut a slice. The edge of the slice could have been aligned with the hole the knife was hiding in. After the slice was cut, there wouldn't be any evidence of a hole in the cake. Piecing it together makes me sad in a way. Hiding a murder weapon in food, that's idiotic. Not to mention, the slice was cut rather cleanly, like you had used a real knife. When I tried using the sheath, the cut was much less flat. I think in your attempt to hide the fact that you hid an object in the cake, you gave an evidence you had access to knife of some sort. And we all saw the normal knife in the dining room the whole time. So you must have cut the cake with an ice knife. Fine, just vote for me. Time to have a game master kill me, I guess. But like none of us have made any progress on figuring out who the game master is or how to get out. Might as well just all die swiftly by voting the wrong person. I think in a weird way, this is some way of admitting to stabbing Stella. There's no more arguments to be had, only anger. I knew something was fishy with Sam. You're a jerk and a murderer. Yeah, you were right this time. You're really cruel-hearted, you know that? You couldn't just settle for stabbing her. You tortured her for fun, then killed her. Huh? What? You know exactly what I'm talking about? Not really. Sam just as confused as I am. Czyli on ją zabił. Torturing Stella before killing her. Pewnie chodzi o to rażenie prądem, tak? No to co? What are you talking about? Got it. The burn wounds. Yeah, some burned Stella hands, then killed her. Sid, I have no idea what you're talking about. You can't lie your way out of this one. How did none of us bring that back up until now? No, ja o tym mówiłem. Przepraszam bardzo. Wait, Sid, calm down. Maybe we can settle on the killer being Sam just yet. What, Bert? Realize your conclusion from before were rather silly? If you want us to not suspect you, you should cooperate rather than making quips. The burn wounds. We haven't discussed them at all. I need to think for a moment. Burn wounds? What burn wounds? Yeah, I didn't see them either. Stella hands had what looked like burn wounds on the palms. Her corpse hands were face down when he found her. So if you didn't go out of your way to flip her hands over, you wouldn't have seen them. But this is really relevant to how she died? For all we know, they have nothing to do with the murder. Yeah, we already know Sam's the murderer. No one else is mean enough to do it. Oh boy, we're going to have to get Sid's emotion under control before we can make progress. Sid, let's not jump to conclusion. We still need to figure out a lot about these burn wounds. For example, how do we know they happened before Stella was stabbed? If someone already planning to stab Stella, why would they put more effort into hurting her? If her hands were burned, she couldn't defend herself. Assuming her hands were burned before she was stabbed, which we don't know. But do you know her hands were burned after she was stabbed? I don't, but someone else should. Who should know if Stella was stabbed or burned first? Dracula. Yeah? On? But who would know if Stella was stabbed or burned first? Ja? Nie wiem. What the fuck? Kto ją widział? Wszyscy ją widzieli. Sześć godzin czytania i nadal masz 30 widzów? Słuchaj, jak ja bym zostawił włączonego streama i samo krzesło, to bym miał 30 widzów. What? Nie rozumiem tego pytania. Who would know if Stella was stabbed or burned first? Nie rozumiem tego pytania, szczerze mówiąc. To ja widział w łazience, a czemu miałoby to... Jakby to się miało przekładać na rzeczywistość? To ją widział w łazience jako pierwszy? Sid ją widział jako pierwszy, ale czemu to... Co by to miało... O czym to miałoby świadczyć? Że oni ją znaleźli martwą. Nie mam pojęcia o co chodzi z tym pytaniem. Kto ją widział teoretycznie żywą w łazience jako pierwszy? Kto miał ją widzieć? Nie wiem kto. Bez sensu jest to pytanie. No, pytanie jest, kto ją zamordował? No okej. Fajne pytanie. Wychodzi na to, że Jenna, bo u niej był akumulator. Też nie. Ja nie mam pojęcia, o co chodzi. Że wszystkich kliknąłem. What? What? It comes down. What? Or lie and directly save someone else in the process. Sam, what do you want to know? We need to ask you to cooperate with us fully. That means owning up to stabbing Stella. What reason do I have to do that? Even if I did it, I wouldn't admit to it. What? To jest bez sensu przecież. Ale to jest fest bez sensu jest konstrukcja tego kolejności wydarzeń. Jest! Dosłownie jest bez sensu to jest. Oni mówią, Sam, jesteś mordercą. A on mówi, nie jestem mordercą, skażecie kogoś innego. O, jak mnie wybierzecie, to wszyscy zginą. I Sid mówi, a, to ty jesteś mordercą. I w tym momencie ona mówi, nie wiem, o czym mówisz. I główny bohater mówi, wait, zaraz, coś się nie zgadza. Like, what? Przecież dosłownie na nią wskazaliśmy, że ona jest mordercą? Why do I have to do that? Even if I did, I wouldn't admit to... Aha, dobra, ja rozumiem, o co ci chodzi. Dobra, rozumiem, o co chodzi. No, to jest bez sensu. Chcesz powiedzieć, że ona ją chciała zabić, ale to nie ona ją zabiła, bo zabił ją prąd pierwszy, tak? Więc to nie ona jest mordercą, tylko technicznie jest ktoś inny jest mordercą. Jakie to jest głupie akurat. Fest głupie to jest. Ale dobra, zobaczmy. One reason that I have to do that, even I did, I wouldn't admit to it. We have no reason to believe anyone but you was with Stella as she died. So unless you help us identify someone else who could have done it, we're going to have to choose you as a murderer. But we can tell us what happened honestly, and that includes evidence it wasn't you. It could get you off the hook and find the real murderer, saving us all. Wait, I don't buy it. What now? There's one more thing we forgot to bring up. If the Game Master didn't choose Sam as a murderer, there's no reason for Sam to kill Stella, unless Sam had a grudge against Stella, but I don't think so. Kaiser made it sound like it was pretty clear he was chosen as a murderer, so there's no way Sam was confused about being the murderer. The only other possibility is that two people were chosen, but that can't happen in this game. So the fact that Sam tried to kill Stella means Sam must have been chosen as a murderer. No way Sam was confused about being the murderer, too. Oh. Wait, remember the discussion we had on the first day here? We said the murder was likely to have been in the machine before. Czy oni chcą powiedzieć, że ona się zabiła sama? We never figured out how the murderer knew they were chosen, because Kaiser died before he could tell us more. Which means it's possible Sam wasn't chosen as the murderer by the Game Master, but has been here before. Say what? Ja może jestem zbyt skonfundowany aktualnie. Sam wasn't chosen as the murderer by the Game Master, but has been here before. For all we know, multiple people could have been here before, which would mean someone other than Sam could have actually been assigned to be a murderer. Also, I guess the Game Master had never clarified who we should vote for if the designated murderer isn't actually the murderer. So even if Sam was chosen as a murderer, we might still want to vote for someone else. This all seems so complicated. Isn't there that saying about the simplest explanation as well being the best one? Sam killing Stella just makes so much sense. It doesn't explain the burns on Stella's hands though. Right now, only Sam can help us find a way to explain that. Fine, but it's better be convincing or I'm going to vote Sam anyway. Sid's cooperating now, but will Sam confess and tell us what happened? Okay, I'll talk. This damn game. Bert's right, I've been here before. The guy who lived here, Mr. Siddle, was one of the people I sold drugs to. I didn't want to murder Stella, but I thought I had to. We don't know what happens if days go by without a murder. Do we starve to death because we run out of food? Does the murderer get killed by the chip in their head for not complying? No offense, but you're all strangers to me, and now we think you're all criminals. I can't in good faith put your lives above mine. And even if I could, what if everyone gets killed if the murderer doesn't comply and kill someone? What if I was a chosen killer and my hesitance led to everyone dying? I never thought about it from that perspective. Am I feeling bad for Sam? I think all of us understand just how messed up the whole situation is. You or whoever murdered Stella aren't the enemy. The Game Master is the enemy. I think we can agree with that. Thanks, Lauren. Nay. You blew a defenseless woman down, not to protect yourself from a cutlass, not for revenge. Just a poor defenseless lassie. Even if Sam didn't deal the killing blow, I can't forgive a murderer so be calmly. I'm sorry, lads and lassies. Shahar, maybe we can talk this through. No, Shahar, right. I hate what I've become. I wish it was someone else turned to murder me instead. Look, Sam, what happened happened. I miss Stella as much as she annoyed me, but we have to look past that now. Our lives are on the line. We can't save Stella now, but we can save the rest of us. But you need to tell us what happened in the bathroom. Okay, no emotions this time, I guess. I went in there with the knife made out of ice, just like you figured out. She saw me and greeted me drunkenly. Then she turned back and was messing with the sink. I took that opportunity, pulled the ice knife out and stabbed her in the back as hard as I could. Once I swung down, I tried to look directly at the wound. We had asked Sam to do it, but we had seen the corpse, but killing a murder described so casually wasn't easy. She fell hard onto the sink after I stabbed her, trying to brace herself, but she let out a scream when she made contact with it. I think because of the pain of collapsing onto it so quickly, then her body went limp. I checked her pulse a second later and her heart had stopped. I think I got lucky with where I aimed the knife, and yeah, I left the knife in her body so it would melt. Something seems off about some story. Could one stab wound in the back really kill someone so easily and quickly? I guess we can figure out that later. For now, I think I know precisely what caused the burn wounds. I had suspicion even before hearing Sam's story, but what Sam said makes me even more sure. Stella's hands were burned by... A, miałem kliknąć, dobra. Has to be it. Brace yourself on the sink, right? She fell onto the sink and must have grabbed the handles. If we look at the shape of the burn wounds, they're very rectangular, just like the sink handles. Before hearing Sam's story, from the shape of the sink handles and the position of Stella's corpse, you could have guessed the sink handles caused the burns. But Sam's story makes me even more sure because Stella apparently braced herself using the sink. So the short version of the events is Sam stabs Stella, causes her to fall into the sink. She grabs the sink handles trying to brace herself, and then the sink handles somehow burn her. If we can figure out what burned her, and if it was little, then that means you didn't murder her. Why sound so quiet? This is a moment of hope for us. Thanks for trying, Bert, but I don't think the sink handles can be what burned her. So it seems like I'm not off the hook. Care to explain? Sure, but we may as well vote me off now. So I'm giving up. I need to figure this out fast. Jest, przecież wiadomo o co chodzi. Get on with it. Generator mówi. It's admittedly a bit weird, but I don't think the handles were heated until Stella fell onto them. There was a generator upstairs, and when I looked under the sink, it saw some wires faded through the hole into the wall. It was hard to tell where the wires connected to, but it was probably the sink handles. And they were probably connected to the generator. With enough electricity running through them, I'm sure they would get hot enough to burn Stella. That still doesn't explain how they were only heated up when Stella fell onto them. I think there's someone who could maybe explain that, but it's not me. Who could explain how Stella only got burned after being stabbed? Ja znowu jestem skonfundowany. I co autor miał na myśli? Who could explain how Stella only got burned after being stabbed? Czemu after being stabbed? Jedyne co coś wspominał o elektryczności to on i Żabol, ale czemu on by to miał... Nie czaję czemu akurat on. Dracula. Czemu on musi to wyjaśnić? What do you know about electricity in the human body? What are you insinuating? I think you probably knew enough to explain how Stella got burned. So you claim to have a conducted experience about this kind of thing. My, and just who told you that? Let's just say you should mind your volume level at parties. Oh, so you were eavesdropping then? I wasn't, but I promised firmly I wouldn't say it was him, so I just happened to overhear it while I was walking around here. Riveting excuse. Oh, he must know. Fine, I'll entertain this line of thought, but no one allowed to inquire further about what Bert mentioned. So much for everyone being an open book about their crimes, huh? I was hoping you all would solve this organically without my help, so I didn't reveal more than I needed. So, if that did not happen, I would have spoken up. I don't believe him. Any more questions, or can I finally explain how this may have happened? Fine by me. Alright, no interruptions please. Say that in a way that made it seems like it was directed at the group, but it was definitely at me. Electrical current can only travel in closed circuits. For example, if you take a battery and attach a wire to one end and only one and a wire to one end only, current won't flow through the wire. But then you attach the other end of that wire to the other end of the battery, current flows. Think of the sink handles as the ends of the battery, since they were connected to the generator and Stella like a wire, with her hands being the two end points. The circuit is completed when the Stella has one hand on a sink handle, so current won't flow to her from the generator. But if she grabbed both sink handles to brace herself, she would receive some amount of current. Naprawdę to było zbędne. I have a question, yes. I've had my dad replace car batteries before. He grabbed both terminals of a car battery before an accident, but he wasn't hurt. Well, there's two factors to play that determines how bad an electrical shock is. The first amount of voltage coming from the source of electricity. A generator that needs to power a whole house will have a much higher voltage than a car battery. The second is the resistance of the circuit the electricity is flowing through. The resistance of a human body can vary a lot. For example, if your hands are dry, there are lots of dead skin cells on your hand that have high resistance. This means it transits less current when you are touching a source of voltage. In contrast... No shit. O tym mówię teraz. Za dużo tego. Come on, get to the point. In contrast, if you recently washed your hands, as Stella may have, your body has very low resistance. Okay, thanks Dracula. Gonna be honest, I said none of that, you nerd. Did you call me a nerd? What if I did, you lily-livered hag? I will overlook that comment. The point is, it makes sense Stella could have only been mentally shocked or even shocked at all by touching both hands. That means it really is possible. Dracula, there is one more thing it would be good to know. And that is... How are you so old but so hot? Who killed Stella? Unless he did it, I don't think we have figured it out yet. Wait, what? Why kill Stella? Wait, nie rozumiem pytania. Why would he know the... What kills? No przecież ustaliliśmy, żeby napięcie. No, ja myślę, że to jest zaimplikowane to było w tej całej dyskusji. Od 15 minut o tym gadałem, to chyba wiadomo, że zabiłem ten szok. Otherwise, even if we learn who set up the wiring, we can't identify the murderer. I can't answer for sure, but it was pretty likely the shock. From what I saw, a stab wound in the back like that wouldn't have killed Stella immediately. Even if some stabbed a vital organ, Stella would remain conscious for probably at least 15 seconds. In contrast, electrocution can kill someone nearly instantly. The fact that Stella was both stabbed and shocked and didn't get up once stab shows the shock killed her before she could act while unconscious. I have a weird sense of relief hearing that, knowing that the cause of death is more decisive. I have a question. How do we know Dracula and Sam aren't conspiring? We spent a lot of time since we got to the mansion talking to each other in private. And what would I have to gain from protecting Sam if I didn't believe there was another murderer? I don't know, maybe you're the game master and you know you won't die regardless. I assure you I'm not. Okay. But if I was and wanted to kill you all, why wouldn't I just do it myself instead of through the game? Co to za głupie tłumaczenie, sorry. But if I was and wanted to kill you all, why wouldn't I just do it myself instead of through this game? Dosłownie każdy, kto był Game Masterem, mógłby tak powiedzieć. Co za argumentacja jest? Każdy, kto jest Game Masterem, mógłby tak powiedzieć. I co? I to go czyści go z podejrzeń. Dosłownie to jest pierwsze pytanie, jakie możesz zadać już pierwszego dnia w tej grze, w samej tej grze wideo. The game master is working for someone and has to follow the rules. Ma taki charakter? No właśnie on jest chyba na tyle inteligentny, że powinien wiedzieć, że dosłownie ten argument w ogóle nie działa w tej sytuacji. To jest coś, co Jenna by mogła powiedzieć, a nie on. Maybe the game master is working for someone and has to follow their rules. That seems silly. They aren't the master then, just a game servant. If I must tell you, I was trying to persuade Sam to work with me to get out of here. But Sam claimed not to trust me since I claimed to be a vampire, so I was mostly trying to prove I was one. Yeah, I didn't want to work with him because I thought if I did, he would find out I was the murderer. And talking to him in private gave me an excuse to not talk to others who might find out. Plus, he talks a lot, so it gave me time to think. Regardless, I think it's unlikely Dracula and Sam are conspiring for now. If the game master is playing such an active role in setting up a lie, I don't think there is any way we solve this case anyway. Plus, we can't really rely on anyone besides Dracula to explain the state of the body. So we have to take the chance and trust him. Okay, I trust you, Bert. So if you trust him, if I trust you, I trust him. Jenny trusts me, I can let her down. Okay, now we all need to do is figure out who set up the wiring. Well, that's straightforward, right? It's probably Jenny. Huh? Me again? I found the generator in Jenny room. That room also shares a wall with the bathroom, and that wall is the wall where the sink is. So it'd be easiest for her to set it up. No, I'm pretty sure the generator got moved there later. We can't blame Jenny based on that. There's something missing from that room that the murderer would have needed. There was a generator... Rope. Wait, nie rope? No, wait. No, rope, nie? Znaczy, że ktoś przyniósł ten generator. Chyba, że chodzi o te druty? If the generator was in that room when Stella died, the wires would have needed to go from the generator to the bathroom. Yeah, but the murderer could have just removed the wires later. No, it's just not just that. When I looked under the sink and saw the wires, they fed into the bathroom through a hole in the wall. But if you look at the wall of Jenny's bedroom, there's no holes in the wall, so there's no way to feed the wire. A, okej, pewnie chodzi o to... Ja teraz nie mogę spojrzeć na tą mapę, ale tam pewnie chodzi o to, że w tej szafie pewnie jest ta... Obstawiam. Tam gdzie ta szafa zamknięta. There's no holes in the wall, so there's no way to feed the wires into the bathroom from there. That makes sense. Sorry, Jenny, looks like I fell for the bait of someone framing you. It's okay, I guess I'm used to it now. She didn't sound very okay, but we can get Jenny therapy after all this. I'm confused though. If the generator wasn't in the Jenny room, where was it? Well, when you consider that the sink is on the left wall when you enter the bathroom, we can figure out that is the... Po stronie. Closet. We got it. The generator was in the closet. The one in the second floor hallway. Yeah, that's the only other room that shares the wall with the bathroom. Wait, is that close locked? How could the killer have gotten in? I'm not sure, maybe they found a key before the rest of us and didn't tell anyone. Maybe you were the first try to open the closet and locked it from the inside. That's the only place that could have a hole in the wall matching the bathroom. You've seen every other room and found no holes, so by process of elimination that must be it. Yeah, I can think of another solution for where it could have been. But I don't see how useful to know the generator was in the closet. It's not like anyone admitted to having access to the closet. But the generator being in the closet still could help us identify the murderer since... Sorry, that's true, but the generator being in the closet still could help us identify the murder since wszystkie 4 zdania są prawdziwe. I co ja mam wybrać? Nie rozumiem, co mam wybrać, bo wszystkie 4 zdania są prawdziwe. The murder moved the... To na pewno. Chyba, że chodzi o to, że nie tylko potencjalnie, nie tylko morderca miał dostęp do drutów, nie tylko morderca miałby możliwość podnoszenia do generatora, nie tylko morderca miał dostęp do jej sypialni. Więc chyba na tej zasadzie to chodzi. If the generator ended up in the bedroom but it was in the closet when Stella died, it must have been moved after Stella died. So we just need to figure out who moved in between... Nie wiem, czy nie jest kwestia tłumaczenia może. To figure out who moved it between Stella's death and us finding the body. Aha! It was Sam all along. Sam would be the only person who could move the generator. No, I swear it wasn't me. Boże, czy ty jesteś upośledzony, Sid? Chyba już ustaliliśmy, że to nie ona, nie? I know nothing about the generator before a few minutes ago. Liar, the manager would say that too. I'm going to have to calm, sit down again. Sam was the last person to go upstairs? So if the generator moved after Stella died and before we went up, Sam is the only one who could have done it. Sam in good shape too, so moving the generator from the closet to Jenny room wouldn't be difficult. Sam could move the generator easily, everything makes sense. O Jezus. Nawet jakby to chciał dać, to co on z dowód dać? Sam is in good shape too, so moving the generator from the closet to Jenny room wouldn't be difficult. Sam could move the generator easily, everything makes sense. Może to jako dowód, że każdy by mógł przenieść ten generator? Że to nie jest dowód? No to w sumie to samo zdanie, więc nie będzie wiedział, o który chodzi. No to everything makes sense if someone could move the generator easily. You're saying Sam is weakling? Some might have weak morals, but morals are not lift objects. No, it's not that. It's the rope we found tied to the generator. Why would that be there if the metal could have easily moved it around? The generator even has wheels. As long as you can reach the handle, you can drag it around upstairs. So do you think it was someone who couldn't have easily moved it around? That means it must be Freddy. Me? But I'm just a frog. Hey, leave Freddy out of this. I'm just saying. No, I don't think it's Freddy. Because the murderer had to lift the generator up the stairs. No offense, Freddy, but I don't think you could have done that. I don't get it, Bert. Earlier you said the murderer couldn't move the generator from the closet to the bedroom without a rope. But now you're saying the murderer has able to move it up the stairs? How can both be true? That just seems like a contradiction. It's true. They were able to move it up and the stairs, but only before the murder actually happened. But did they suddenly get weaker once the murder happened? No, I think just the circumstances of when Stella died are the key here. Remember, we know the generator moved after Stella died, and we don't think it's Sam because Sam wouldn't need rope to move the generator. With that in mind, we know who must be the murderer. It can only be Kot. Znaczy, ja od początku pisałem tego kolesia. No co, bo chodzi o to, że się nadupcył i już potem nie mógł? Nie mam pojęcia, jaka to jest logika. Who moved the generator? On sugeruje, ktoś, kto mógł wciągnąć ten generator, a potem nie mógł i musiał użyć liny, żeby go przyciągnąć. Fest nie czaję. Większość tych zagadek, które są moim zdaniem, są takie mega grubymi i śmieszyte teraz w tym drugim chapterze. Nie Sam, nie ona. No Drakulę rozumiem, że wykluczamy z tego równania. Samego siebie też nie mogę dać. Zostaje co? On nie, z jakiegoś powodu. Tylko on mi przychodzi do głowy. Czemu... Ja nie rozumiem, jaka logika jest za tymi trzema postaciami. Ani jednej z nich nie czaję. Sid? Bo on był chory? Nie. Nie czaję, nie nadążam za tą grą, co oni tutaj próbują insynuować. Tylko on był chory. Ktoś, kto mógł wciągnąć ciężki generator do góry, a potem potrzebował liny. Jaka to jest logika? Ja nie czaję. Co mnie umknęło? Tu jest gdzieś historia, tak? Circumstances when Stella died are the key here. After Stella died, we don't think it's Sam because Sam wouldn't need a rope to move the generator. Never mind, we know who must be the murderer. It can only... Circumstances of when Stella died are the key here. What the fuck? Jakie Nie mam pojęcia, nie mam pojęcia. Nie wiem czemu ona. Po co mógł? Kota miała na rękach. Come on, Bert, don't be silly. I was in the kitchen or dining room for the whole party. How could I move the generator? Stella's dead. Now's the time. Now not the time for jokes. I'm not joking. Maybe you could have directly moved. Maybe you couldn't have directly moved the generator after Stella died. But Sesam could have? It adds up. Sesam was upstairs along with Sam when the murder happened. After Sam left, Sesam was the only one up there. You have been able to move the generator upstairs, but you needed Sesam to move it for you during the party. Sesam couldn't move the generator without some assistance since, well, he's a cat. But the rope would give Sesam something to pull generator with. For most cats and their owners, this wouldn't be possible, but as Freddy knows, Sesam is very... Fuck off! Freddy quickly nodded and then started tying his shoes. I saw him fetch objects for Freddy. He could have easily fetched the generator. Fuck off. Okay, now you lost me. Huh? That's a funny story, Bert. You should try writing a mystery novel if you get out of here. But you still haven't explained one thing. Where could I have gotten the wires from? How do you know someone didn't put the wires there later to make it look like the generator killed her? Without knowing that, I still believe it's Sam's stab wound that killed her. Why didn't she bring this up earlier? No, I know why. She's on the defensive. She's grasping for straw to find a way out. Luckily, the answer is pretty obvious. The wires. You got them from... Nie z garażu! Ona była w garażu, nie? Z klozet? Tu były lampy. Master bedroom było łóżko. Aha, kitchen, dlatego nie działają te mikrofalówki. Okej. You got them from the kitchen. During the party, the microwave and oven clocks weren't working suddenly, but you guys were still able to cook. I thought it was strange at the time, but it makes sense if you know the murderer needed to get wires from so... Why not steal them from appliance? Come on! It also gave the murderer a reason to send Jenny out of the party, setting up her as potential culprit. And you, Catherine, spent the last few hours yesterday in the kitchen and got up early today and went to the kitchen. If anyone would have had an easy time stealing those wires, it would be you. That makes sense, but anyone could have woken up in the middle of the night and stole the wires. No, you mean lady? You killed Stella and then made me yell at Sam. I'll never forgive you. I'm going to prove you did. Will he? Let's go check the rope. If Sesam used it, there must be a bite mark or something on the end. What? That's actually a really good idea, Sid. But Sesam used it as a scratching toy. Of course there's gonna be marks on it. Come on guys, I'm Catherine. I'm always so jolly and perky. How could I kill Stella? There could be scratch marks, sure. But bite marks would look different. Okay, that's true. There'll be single points and probably common pairs. Nie wiem, czy zobaczę być takie coś na linię, no ale whatever. Scratch marks would come in triplets and be longer lines. And I bet if Sesam needed a chew toy to bite on, you wouldn't have said he used it as a chew toy, not a scratching toy. But he didn't. He only ever said he could use it as a scratching toy. Makes sense, he's a cat, not a dog. That's probably more his thing. Yeah, you got me. Okay. I lost. I won't draw it out anymore. Good job, guys. You did great. I didn't think anyone would come close to figuring it out. I guess I shouldn't have tried to make it look like Jenny did it. Otherwise, you would have never known it. It was me. Silly me as usual. Should have spent more time thinking about that and less time thinking about recipes. You're admitting it? You really killed Stella? You heard me right. Oh well, I guess I had it coming. All those houses I burgled. I almost got caught a few times. Burgled? Oh yeah, I forgot you guys didn't know the truth. I robbed to making a living, a cat burglar, if you will, teehee. Come on, you really think working in a shelter pays a girl enough to live? They barely feed the cats enough to live as it is. You purple-haired wench, you've slain my second mate. Yeah, sorry, Sahar, not much I could do about that one. Sorry? You think a pitiful apology like that will get you off me pirate hook? You could have not killed her. Well, the game master kinda forced my hand. You could kill someone else, not a great alternative. Wait, Catherine, the Game Master isn't killing you yet. I know these are, well, your last moments, but tell us as much as you can. Oh, I see. You're resourceful as always, Bert. Yeah, fire away. Why isn't the Game Master just killing her? That doesn't matter. Gotta use this opportunity while we can. Okay, let's go quickly. We don't know how much time we have. The Game Master forced your hand? What do you mean the Game Master forced your hand? The instruction told me to kill someone and said there was a deadline. They didn't say what the deadline was, but if the deadline arrived, everyone would die. So I had to kill someone, and I hope I got too lucky to try to save everyone. I see. I guess it's hard to blame you then. I apologize for my outbursts earlier, Lassie. That's nice of you, Sahar. Why Stella? Honestly, I just set the generator up and waited for it to get someone. Did you have any idea who the Game Master was at least? Nope. Wait, so Freddy could have died for this? To this? You're okay with killing a kid? I mean, I get it's easy to be angry at me. I had to kill somebody. And it's easier if it's someone random. Then I wouldn't feel like I chose to kill someone just because I didn't like them. Oh well, I'm gonna die soon anyway. Maybe it's easier for you if you think I'm crazy. Aha, that's me, Catherine, the cookie cat girl. I don't know how to respond to that. Good. Better than you're confused and angry. How did you open the closet? Oh, along with the instruction, they gave me a key to the closet. A key? I wonder if Kaiser had access to the train computer for the same reason. Before I thought maybe it was because he had been on the train before. If I may interject, I have a suspicion. What if the Game Master gives every murderer a location-based advantage? Huh. It makes sense. What if you and Kaiser got something tied to the location, and it levels the playing field in some sense? I think you may be right. Something we should look out in the future. Did you commit a crime here? Yeah, I barely mentioned before while this owner was out. You did know Mr. Siddle? No, I never met the guy. A shady businessman I knew told me that Siddle and his family would have gone that way. I waited around that day until his family left and made my move. So does that mean you lied to me earlier when I asked if you know who he was? Yep, but come on, that's just one of many lies I told you. You won't hold that against me, right? Well, I guess it's fine if you do. The Game Master is gonna fry my brain or something regardless. No, I won't hold it against you. You had to do it, I'm sure. Wait, I just remember. Before you got anything else, I have a request. Can you take care of Cesium if he doesn't also get brains up? That's it. Me? Yeah, you're the one who figured out I was the murderer. It sounds like you killed me. To the victor goes the spoils, right? Aye, Lassie, you're finally speaking my language. I guess I'm honored. Well, if I'm being honest, I have selfish reasons too. I'm kind of mad at you for figuring it out. So if you take care of Cesium, you'll have to remember how you got me killed. EP. I can't tell how serious you're being, but I'll take good care of him. Meow. Cesium surprisingly light to carry. If he survives this round, I'll probably take a while to get used to his paws digging into my back. Oh, one last thing, Catherine. How did you receive the instructions? Well, when I woke up... Boom. She's dead. The Game Master wasn't Stella. It should be me who's dead now. Sam, that's not... Honestly, I was a little relieved. I thought I had gotten to know Stella and Catherine at least a little bit. If we suddenly found out either of them were behind all of this, my heart would tear a little more than it already has through all these deaths. But just as before, with no warning, we were put to sleep. No time to mourn, no time to discuss. Our chances to find the Game Master are running thin. Dobra, i tak już jest późno, to na dzisiaj będzie koniec z tą gierką. Powiem tak. Z czystej ciekawości dokończę sobie tą grę, ale no w Steamie. A few years ago, let me get this straight. With the evidence we have right now, we can't win the lawsuit. No, I'm afraid there's no shot. I know the schmuck got a little money, but compared to us, come on. It's not about the money, sir. Dodger wants to side with Cantuar. So what's what it's going to take. Don't even think about saying it's not possible. With some leaked emails with the right contents, the jury would have to shift the blame away from Cantwell. Ah, and we haven't discussed these leaked emails before because they don't exist. We need a hacker to plant them as evidence. Say no more. Our support staff can arrange for that. Won't having a Cantwell employee do it leave a paper trail? Yeah, that's why Cantwell employee won't do it. I'm not just a guy in the present. No bo nie chodzi o niego. As I slowly gained conscious, I resisted opening my eyes. Was I a child with no sense of object permanence? Maybe if I don't open my eyes, this game won't continue. No, that's not it. I feel more like a student during final weeks. Exhausted from the first few, knowing I still had more to go. Knowing that the light at the end of the tunnel was very far away, wanting to cling to the relief of my bed, a temporary escape. Except, instead of exams, I had to solve the murders of people I was. Well, in some cases friends, other acquaintance. You never really know what death is like until you experience it in person. In person, especially if someone's, you know, the smell, the way it looks like they're sleeping but they're not. Feeling like you haven't seen them in a while, and then the gut punch of remembering why. I don't know how doctors, police, and morticians will cope. It's something I hope I never get used to. An angry hiss, right? I'm an unwilling cat owner now. I found the energy to open my eyes. Miał. Dobra, zapiszemy sobie. Tak jak mówię, ja sobie tą grę prawdopodobnie obczaję może resztę do końca, ale no w streamie, żeby troszkę szybciej to szło, żeby nie musiał tego czytać tego. Także mam nadzieję, że wam się podobało, choć mimo, że z mojej strony było pewne obiekcje, to mówię, koncept sam mi się podoba. No troszkę gorsza realizacja moim zdaniem, no nie wydaje mi się, żeby ta gra miała dobry pacing po prostu. Strasznie się dłużą niektóre elementy i sam etap rozwiązywania zagadki jest też niezwykle rozwleczony moim zdaniem. No tutaj po prostu autorzy mają problem z pacingiem, musieliby to dopracować, wyciąć wiele niepotrzebnych kwestii, przyspieszyć je może i tak dalej. No nic, dziękuję bardzo wszystkim za oglądanie i życzę wam dobrej nocy. Widzimy się dzisiaj o koło 21, myślę, znowu. Będziemy grali sobie w Dotę i w Deadlocka, nową postać obczajać. Także się kłaniam nisko i dobrej nocy życzę. Dobranoc Dalara i dobranoc cała reszta ludzików, co sobie tam gdzieś w tle oglądają czy podsłuchują. Do zobaczenia jutro. Pa, pa!